Here at Westcon Comstore, we help partners realize their business and financial potential. We're passionate about delivering their financial success and growth. This drives what we do day in, day out. Our value to partners centers on our deep-rooted vendor relationships. This means we can help partners capture business opportunities with established and emerging technology providers. Importantly, we are equally close to partners, global and local, with custom-made business support. Based on our exclusive Edge model, we're a seamless extension to partner operations. We share the same focus on delivering what the end customer needs. We take responsibility when the going gets tough, and we're in it for the long term. Should things get complex, we can deploy our extensive service capabilities. If a customer RFP stretches resources, we can help to flex and scale with access to our wide range of technical experts. We understand what it is to be truly end-to-end. We also pave the way for our partners' future growth. The technology marketplace is changing, and we can help partners meet their customers' digital transformation needs. Our know-how includes consumption and subscription-based models, as well as integrated supply chain. We aim to simplify the channel and to make doing business easy. So, partners present and future, at Westcon Comstore, we're right by your side.
We understand that partners need more than just solutions to succeed. They need to adapt to changes in the market. They must stay agile and on top of new trends, technologies and products. Only with the right support, insight and innovation can they expect to grow and thrive. Introducing Edge, our unique, tailored approach to every opportunity and our commitment to every partner. More than just a word, Edge is how we translate our difference into real value, value our competitors can't match. Edge provides the framework to ensure partners engage and onboard with our vendor portfolio and core services. We develop their business with pre-sales consultancy and support, including certification, training and mentoring. We help them grow with financial and capital support alongside marketing and access to new vendors and technologies. Plus, we extend their reach by unlocking more profitable international opportunities and expanding into new markets. We work with each partner to understand their individual needs and tailor these materials and tools so they're a perfect fit wherever they are in the market or sales cycle. Find out how we can accelerate your business and get a competitive edge. Talk to the Westcon Comstore team today.
Values matter. Our values define what we do and how we do it. Here at Westcon Comstore, our values are part of our DNA, which is what makes us a world-class team. Our values should shape our future, because the values embraced by us determine how we relate to each other, our partners, and our customers. There are 5 values that will take us to the next level. First comes innovation. At Westcon Comstore, innovation means we encourage change and creativity to bring about the best outcomes. There's no blueprint for the way forward in our industry. We have to lead by innovating. We are problem solvers, and we don't shy away from a challenge. We are forward-thinking, agile, and we support new ideas in a progressive environment. Our second value is excellence. Excellence means that we exceed expectations, and we strive to be the best that we can be. So what behaviors drive excellence? We are passionate, and we inspire to be the industry benchmark. Performance-driven, focused, accountable, and purposeful in our actions. We recognize talent and strong performance. Our third value is integrity. This is what we believe integrity means to all of us. We champion an environment of honesty, fairness, and high moral standards. And how do we keep that alive? By doing the right thing by our people, our customers, and our vendors. We treat all people with dignity and respect, and we honor our promises. Our fourth value is partnership. Let's explain what we mean by that. We build strong relationships with each other to achieve long-term success. How do we embody that in our day-to-day actions? We work together to better serve our partners and our customers. We are all one team. Our people work to inspire, motivate, and coach each other. Our final value is empowerment. We love Inactivate and provide opportunity for our people. This is how we make sure that empowerment is not just a buzzword. Our people are appreciated, and we ensure they have the tools to succeed. We motivate, inspire, and train our people to be the best that they can be. Most of all, we trust you to make the right decisions. We have thousands of colleagues working around the globe, but all of us are connected through one set of shared values. And that is very powerful.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of Westcon Comstore's Imagine Middle East virtual conference. My name is Tushar Chawla, and I'm the Group Business Manager at Westcon Comstore. The Imagine Middle East event seeks to explore new opportunities to grow your business by understanding what the future holds for enterprises, vendors, and channel partners alike. Joining me today, just like yesterday, to co-host this event with me is Adele, who is the editor at Tahul Tech and Security Advisor Middle East. Hi, Adele. Welcome to Imagine Middle East.
Thanks, Tushar. It's good to be back for Day 2 of Imagine Middle East virtual conference.
Also joining me today is celebrity mentalist and magician Larry Soffer, who will be adding some fun and excitement to today's event as well by using his power of magic to reveal the name of the presenters during the event. Hi, Larry. Welcome to Day 2 of the event.
Hi, Tushar. I'm super excited to be here with you again today on Day 2 of the Imagine Middle East event. Through the power of magic, I could feel that the environment throughout yesterday's event was charged with boundless imagination. As I mentioned yesterday, magic is a great catalyst to fuel up people's imagination, and I hope that in some way through my magic today, once again, I'll be fueling up everyone's ability to imagine the endless possibilities around us.
During yesterday's event, we heard our COO and President David Grant talk about partnering with Westcon Comstore for success. We also had some very insightful sessions done by our vendors, as well as some very inspiring thoughts shared by our motivational speakers, Nick and Marcus Smith. Another key highlight of yesterday's event was the end user panel, where we heard CIOs, CSOs, and CTOs from across the region talk about their evolving IT needs. We also heard from our vendors on how they are innovating to support these customers. Through today's event, we will continue exploring endless opportunities with futuristic technologies and solutions from our vendors. We also have motivational speaker and singer Mandy Harvey of America's Got Talent fame talking about imagining a world of endless positivity and possibilities. We will also be joined by several IT and business heads and our vendors in a panel discussion to explore how the IT needs are evolving and what opportunities lie ahead of us. As we mentioned yesterday, the event is hosted on our events platform Venue, which will help you engage in the event and participate in live quiz competitions and visit virtual booths. You can win exciting prizes by collecting medals, by completing tasks such as visiting the virtual booths, downloading white papers, and sending us your queries. You can also win exciting prizes by participating in the quiz competitions that will be taking place after every vendor presentation. There are 25 prizes like Apple iPads, AirPods, and much more to be won during the 2 days. Also, your feedback is really important to us. So please remember to share your feedback at the end of event today and help us make our events even better.
To kickstart today's event, we would like to welcome Steve Loki, the Group Managing Director, to do the welcome note.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to day 2 of what has been already a fantastic event. We've had over 1,000 viewers online, which is just phenomenal. Really what we're trying to do here is bring people together, and we've already seen great signs of that. As we go through today, there'll be more opportunities for that and for networking and for using the side rooms. I just would like to welcome back. Thank you very much again for your attention, and here's to another successful day.
Thank you, Steve, for those wonderful words. The technology landscape is constantly evolving. To keep pace, channel players need to prioritize the opportunities created by digital technologies to deliver superior experiences and realize positive business outcomes. To share some insights on how partners can achieve this vision, let us welcome our first presenter of the day, Paul Cunningham, CMO for Westcon Comstore International, to talk about digital distribution journey with Westcon Comstore.
Thank you, Tushar, and welcome everybody to Imagine Day 2. As Tushar said, I'm Paul Cunningham, Chief Marketing Officer of Westcon Comstore. When I think about the theme of Imagine for this event, it's very important when we apply our imagination in a business context that we are connecting it to our current position, our current status. But by conducting that imagination, I believe that's the way in which we can bridge between our business today and the future potential of our business. And that future potential is increasingly oriented around digital and digital transformation. So I wanted to spend a few minutes just outlining my thoughts on this subject and how I believe that you can help develop your digital potential by imagining your future with Westcon Comstore. As Tushar said, the IT channel that we all operate in is transforming and transforming quite rapidly. The way in which enterprises and other organizations research, procure, consume and deploy technology is fundamentally changing. And that change is reflected in an increasing reliance on software and related digital technologies. We've seen this already in our own lives, be it personal or professional, and increasingly those consumer type trends are influencing the way that enterprises think about IT and the way in which we have to respond as a channel to those needs. I really want to stress that Westcon Comstore is changing with you. And what I hope to show to you is that we're building on our long experience and our expertise, as well as some new thinking, to help you adapt to this new digital world. Our commitment is that we will consistently invest in the services, the technology, and the insight that means that you can plan, engage, and grow as profitably as possible as you imagine your role in this new digital landscape. Let's reflect briefly on where the market is right now. The industry continues to move towards a more software-based cloud and infrastructure services market, showing about a 37% year-on-year increase this year. Already, we can see in many of our vendor partners a trajectory of software growth that takes them beyond 50% of their business being based on software. And in fact, many of our vendor partners have already moved beyond that point. And we're seeing that reflected in our own business as well. In parallel with that, both the supply and the demand sides of this marketplace are increasingly adopting what we might term subscription or OpEx or consumption-based pricing models and billing models for these hybrid solutions. There's also no question that COVID-19 has accelerated digital transformation for most businesses. And the shift of infrastructure and application workloads to the cloud to support this rapid and I believe sustained transition to secure, flexible working on very resilient networks has changed the market fundamentally. And we need to respond to that. As part of that response, we've spent a fair bit of time in this last year, particularly in the summer, conducting some customer-based research. And whilst we're going to come back and read out more detail on that in the coming months, I wanted to pick out a few key themes that our partners have been feeding back to us as part of that research. So what is it that our partners have been telling us at the highest level around their needs in response to these technology shifts and market shifts? Interestingly, they're not necessarily related to technology, but let's drill down on these a little bit, and I'll try and explain what it is that we're doing as a business to help address these. The first thing we're hearing is that our partners want to be very, very confident in the technology and the vendor relationships that they're basing their business on. And I'll talk about how we're reflecting that not just in our portfolio, but in the way that we're making that available to our partners in a moment. The second key point is that partners recognize that they won't always have the skills and resources available to enable that success when they need them. And that could be at any stage of their development as a business, or simply at any stage of a major opportunity that they're working on. But that ability to augment their skills and to position themselves for new opportunities is extremely, extremely critical. The final key point we're hearing is that partners want to identify their best opportunities to develop that potential based on real world data and insight, and not just their instincts or the market hype that they're picking up from the marketplace. So we've taken time recently to reflect on those kinds of needs and to think about our response to those. I wanted to spend some time just outlining how I think we can address those. In response to the vendor portfolio question, that need to have complete trust in the technologies and the vendor relationships that our partners are working with, we've developed, obviously, what we believe is a trusted ecosystem. And we've oriented it around market leadership, but also innovation. So this is formed not just by the marquee names and brands that have been shaping the IT sector for the last 30 years, but also emerging vendors that may have come out in the last 3 to 4 years, started in somebody's back room, that are starting to disrupt and reshape the sector as we see it. The key thing here is that the technology must be relevant to your customers' needs and to your business model and capabilities. And that's what enables that potential to be realized. For us, it's not about the length of the line card or the size of the warehouse. It's about how we help you realize the potential of that vendor ecosystem in delivering and creating that greater value. The second key point here is about enabling that capability. We refer to a thing called the Partner Success Center. Now, why that may sound like a facility or a building, it isn't downtown. It's a way of working. Okay, it's a way for us to coordinate all of the service capabilities, not just technology services, but aspects such as marketing or financial services, to really help you facilitate that evolution and realize that digital potential. And when we do that correctly, it makes you more agile. It means you control your costs and you can start to plan and scale more effectively. And it can drive efficiency in the way that you address those opportunities with your customers. We also use this as the platform and the delivery vehicle for the subscription and billing type services that Tushar was describing earlier, particularly for these tailored hybrid solutions that combine elements of hardware, software, cloud infrastructure, and services into one solution. Increasingly, it's a multi-vendor, multi-component solution that we're delivering. But the commercial view of the customer is the need to simplify that into one process, one billing model, one contact to work with. And the Partner Success Center is our key to unlocking that. Finally, as I said, our partners wanted to help them with insights, with actionable intelligence that will help them identify where the next major wave of opportunity is coming from. Our intelligent demand service combines our own operational data with established and leading third-party data sources to allow us to ask and answer on your behalf questions that we really previously couldn't address. To give you an example, rather than just recognizing that zero trust cybersecurity solutions are a hot topic right now, so let's call every one of your 3,000 customers and see who's interested. Intelligent Demand can probably tell us that there are 35 prospects in your installed base or your region right now that, on the basis of their previous purchase, the basis of their likely technology refresh in the next 6 months, and their use of a related or competitive technology, are likely to be in the market for a particular solution at this point in time. And by focusing that intelligent demand process and service on those kinds of needs, we can effectively get a better return on our marketing dollars, we can save sales time, and we can start to accurately predict where our next opportunity is going to come from. So the use of intelligent demand effectively unlocks that opportunity at every stage of your customer's life cycle, from initial research through to technology refresh and renewal. As I said right at the beginning, I think that the key point of this Imagine theme is to build that bridge between your current capability and your digital potential for the future. Whatever your digital business model is, we will work with you very closely to discover that potential. We will take a look at your experience, your skills, your current customer base, and then work out how to differentiate your business to create and sustain these recurring revenue streams. And so whether you're a managed service provider, whether you're a relatively recently developing, born in the cloud reseller, a well-established solution integrator working across a range of technologies and vertical markets, or a value-added reseller who understands the need to be close to their customers and create that additional value, whatever your starting point, everything that we're doing within this digital potential model is oriented towards successful partnership with you in a world of new opportunities. And all we ask you to do is just imagine that. With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention. I hope you get a great deal out of the rest of what I'm sure will be a very engaging and informative day. And I'd like to hand back to Tushar and the team. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
And what's your name?
Mandy Harvey.
And who's this?
My interpreter.
What's your name?
Sarah.
Nice to meet you, Sarah.
Nice to
How
meet
are
you,
you?
sir.
Hi, Sarah.
Doing well, thank you. Hello.
Okay, Mandy, so I think I've worked this out. So you're deaf?
Yes, I lost all my hearing when I was 18 years old.
Wow. And how old are you now?
29. So it's 10 years.
Wow. And Mandy, how did you lose your hearing, if you don't mind me asking?
I have a connective tissue disorder. So basically, I got sick and my nerves deteriorated.
So you were singing before you lost your hearing?
Yeah, I've been singing since I was 4. So I left music after I lost my hearing and then figured out how to get back into singing with muscle memory, using visual tuners and trusting my pitch.
So your shoes are off because you're feeling the vibration. Is that how you're following the music?
Yeah, I'm feeling the tempo, the beat through the floor.
And Mandy, what are you going to sing?
I'm going to sing a song that I wrote called Try.
Okay, can you tell me what it's about?
After I lost my hearing, I gave up. But I want to do more with my life than just give up. So.
Good for you. Good for you. Okay, well, look, this is your moment, and good luck.
Okay. I don't feel the way I used to.
Thank you so much, Paul. We now would like to remind everyone that there will be a quiz after every vendor presentation with exciting prizes to be won. The quiz questions are based on the presentations, so please pay attention to the content being shared. Now, while digital transformation presents boundless opportunities, it is not without its challenges. As organizations advance their digital strategies, cybercriminals are also evolving their attack techniques, which have not only become more sophisticated, but also more profitable. To delve deeper into this alarming yet pertinent trend, Larry, please reveal our next speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be back here again with you guys today, and I'm thrilled to announce our first speaker of the day. I thought I would do it with a bit of a bang. Wow, it looks like I have a message in a bottle. Let's see if I can get this out of here. Don't know if this will come out. Let's see if we can get it out and show you what it says. Yes, it says F5 Networks. Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone, and thanks for joining me today. Thanks also to Westcon Comstore for inviting me to talk today at Imagine Middle East. So my name is David Warburton. I'm from the F5 Labs Threat Research Group, part of F5. And today I wanted to talk to you about one of the long-standing research series that we have called the Application Protection Reports. This one is a new updated version that we have released and published on our website, f5labs.com. And we've titled this presentation, New Architectures, Old Attacks. And the reason for it is what we're trying to do in this series of reports is to try and get away from the kind of the media hype and the cycle of very fantastic and sometimes very impressive, very academic and sometimes theoretical kind of attacks that can hit the news, whether it be breaking some new cryptographic protocol or some theoretical attack which could be conducted by a potentially huge and well-funded nation state. What we're looking at in building these reports is trying to determine what are the most common and frequent types of attacks that result in actual breaches hitting both very large and small companies across the world. As I said, this is a research series. This is the third publication of this report. It's been going on for a couple of years now. And one of the main ways that we get our data to analyze is from the US State Attorney General offices. And the reason we do this is because although it's focused on the US, it provides a fairly consistent view of breaches. Now, not every single breach notification letter will contain very detailed information about how a breach was caused or the results, but generally speaking, they give us a pretty good indication of how attackers got in, how they stole data, how they used it, what was compromised. Now, a few years ago, when we started this report, this research series, we had just over 760 cases that we were able to go through, and 87% of those had a good enough explanation in the letter that allowed us to determine the root cause of the breach. Some of them were very vague. Some of them give kind of somewhat overlapping reasons. But what's unique, well, what's certainly true about all of them is we can't automate this process. In every single case, a security expert has had to go through and read these breach notifications and determine by hand, if you like, what was actually at the root cause. This isn't something that we've been able to accurately automate because it's English language and it can be very kind of fluid and loose in the way that it's used. Now, last year's data, the number of cases went up fairly significantly. A slightly lower percentage had good and clear explanations in the letter as to what caused the breaches, but it still gave us a very good number of very large-scale breaches, which allowed us to do some interesting analysis on the data and find out what were the most common cause of breaches. And what we found over the past few years is a fairly consistent pattern, but the way that we've broken it down and aggregated results is into a number of kind of tiers or types of data breaches. By far the most significant is what we relate to as the access tier or access control related breaches. Now, the access tier or access control is anything really which bridges the gap between a human user and the information system. So it could be something to do with managing passwords or accessing a system using credentials. It can involve things like social engineering, phishing, and other such social engineering kind of attacks. And as you can see from the slides, a really significant amount, now 52% of all breaches, of all incidents that actually resulted in a breach, were down to incidents relating the access tier. The second most common was web-related. Now, these are what you might consider your more typical kind of cyber attacks, where threat actors will actually go and compromise a website by maybe attacking a login form, using an injection attack, or performing some other kind of exploit against that website to go and steal data or compromise it in some other kind of way. We found that malware numbers weren't super clear. We actually think that the number of malware incidents, particularly involving ransomware, should be significantly higher. But again, we're somewhat kind of hindered with a language that's used by breach notification letters. In many cases, the breach notification letters are written by lawyers, or they've been passed through some kind of legal or marketing kind of filter, if you like. So again, they're not always 100% clear. But again, one thing that was very, very clear was that by far the most leading cause of breaches was down to that access control tier. So again, focusing on last year specifically, but now diving into specific industry verticals, we can see that again, access breaches are consistently the most common type of breach method, save one particular vertical, which is retail. And it's interesting, when we think about why this might be, it's fairly clear, because actually for the most data, most personal data or intellectual property that attackers want to get hold of, by far the easiest way of getting to that is not by performing some complex attack at the web tier. It's actually grabbing someone's credentials, maybe through phishing, and logging in through the front door. It raises no alarm bells, and it's far easier to get to the target. Retail, on the other hand, typically what the attacker is after is payment card details. Sometimes it could be bank account numbers, but typically it's credit card, it's debit card numbers, and so on. And so the way they exploit this, the way they actually get to those numbers, is by compromising the website and by stealing the payment card details as the user is entering them in the website, as they're checking out through their online shopping basket. What is really interesting, although only 19% of all incidents were related to web attacks for 2019, by far the #1 type of web attack that we found, particularly for retail, was what we call form jacking. Now, this is a kind of card stealing web injection. Now, in this attack, what happens is the malicious actor will target a victim website, if you like. Now, there's any number of ways of doing this through exploiting vulnerabilities in the website code itself. Very, very commonly over the past few years, particularly with the Magecart group, we saw content management systems and payment card systems being breached. Ultimately, they'll find a way to inject their own code. Now, this code won't deliberately or obviously alter the site in any way. It injects some silent piece of code which essentially aims to clone or copy payment and personal details as they're entered. They can also add additional fields. For example, if they're trying to capture maybe bank account related information, they might ask for things such as mother's maiden name or other security related questions. So it allows them to help, then log into that financial account later on. As I said, these injections are largely invisible to most users. And so a genuine user might then visit the website once it's been compromised with this web injection attack, enter their payment card details to check out, and unbeknownst to both them and the operator of that website, their payment card details have been stolen and siphoned off to an attacker-controlled website. And this is quite often what a user sees. When a user visits a website, we've lovingly created one called Bob Spikes here. We see any number of kind of objects or elements on a screen, but to the end user, to the visitor of a website, they appear as just one They appear as one website. Everything is essentially looking as if it's being delivered from one place, from the web server through to the client browser. Now, any one of these components might be attacked. Any one of these components could be used to perform this web injection attack to steal payment card detail. And what's particularly difficult or problematic now is not just that we're increasingly using third parties to develop websites for us, but we're increasingly using third parties to host those website components for us. Visiting any number of popular websites these days, you'll find that it's not just one web domain, example.com, that's delivering that website. It's potentially dozens, in some cases hundreds of different web domains and websites that are all sending different elements that make up this overall web page. Whether it's image hosting or analytics or hot linked kind of JavaScript code, all of these things can be fetched from different places all over the web and assembled in real time in the client browser. And what's really challenging from this point of view with this kind of model, and this diagram possibly doesn't do a great job of explaining it until you kind of go through each step one by one. But because those widgets, if you like, the analytics engines, the JavaScript code, the images, because they're all sourced from different places of the web, it makes it very difficult to not only control security, but also just gain visibility in terms of these attacks, these form jacking attacks that are happening. An enterprise, a website operator could have a very strong control. They could use a strong web app firewall in front of their website to protect the code that they're delivering. But that will do nothing to protect all the different widgets and analytics platforms and scripts and so on, as I mentioned, being sent from different places all over the web. So we covered a large element of web attacks, but as I mentioned, access-related attacks were by far the most common for breach root causes for the past few years. Again, access attacks can really relate to anything that are related to a user, a human interfacing with an operating system, an information system, any kind of computer element at all. And this can include things like brute force attacks. It can include credential stuffing and phishing and many other different kinds of social engineering as well. Last year specifically, the numbers for access-related attacks broke down like this. These are overlapping figures in many cases. Again, because of the language that's used in breach notification letters, they will sometimes be very explicit, sometimes not. 32.8% cited email as the cause. And in one specific example, we can quote the letter went something like this. It said, "We have learned that an unauthorized third party appeared to have gained access to an employee email account, and some of those messages have contained personal information belonging to some customers." Don't always give the reasons or the wherefores and the hows and the whys as to how that email system was compromised. But in the vast majority of cases, it's social engineering, it's phishing that allows the attacker to get access to that email system and steal data. Now, taking some of our own data, so the F5 CERT, the Security Incident and Response Team, part of F5, will help customers protect against both kind of threatened cyber attacks and also ongoing ones. And they see an awful lot of brute force attacks against their customers. Now, brute force attacks are very crude in nature. It's essentially password guessing, if you like. It's trying a large number of different passwords for any one given user account and just cycling through potentially millions of different passwords until they get a successful logon. Here in the graph, we can see a breakdown from last year between the different kinds of customers across the verticals. Finance, as you can see, are particularly heavily hit. 32.3% of all cases that the F5 CERT dealt with regarding brute force were purely down to the financial sector. But brute force attacks should be fairly simple to spot and mitigate. You know, a high number of login attempts for any one user or a high number of login attempts from any one IP address should signal some security control to lock the account down or block that IP address. And for this reason, we've actually seen a growth in what's called credential stuffing attacks. Credential stuffing attacks are very different from brute force. Credential stuffing attacks are using known good username and password combinations that have come from someone else's data breach, whether it be from an email provider that's got breached, or a financial services institution. There are now 1 trillion exposed passwords available on the web, and very, very often most of those have usernames and passwords associated with them. And what will happen in these credential stuffing attacks is that the threat actors will use bots. They'll use some kind of automated system. Very frequently, those bots will be using hundreds or thousands of different IP addresses. So the attacks coming from lots and lots of different locations around the world. And they'll try lots and lots of different targets, from healthcare to financial and retail. And they'll just keep logging in with one username and password combination after another until they get a successful logon. And they know, with the sheer number of users and stolen credentials on their side, they will get a match. And they will get a match, they'll get a successful login, because so many people reuse so many people reuse the same password from site to site. Figures differ. One of the ones we see frequently is about 75% of people use passwords across multiple sites. And actually, from just speaking anecdotally, I think that number is far, far higher. Now, phishing is also a growing problem. We've actually just finishing work on our new phishing and fraud report that will be published on f5labs.com shortly. And so the work I've been doing as part of that report showed that we've had a 15% year-on-year increase in phishing incidents that we've seen within the F5 Security Operations Center. And particularly interestingly, over the past 10 months or so, during this period of lockdown, during this period of people working from home increasingly, there have been really significant jumps in phishing attacks. At points, the peak of lockdown for many people, a growth of over 220% of phishing-related attacks that have come out. And this is being echoed all over the world, from Europol citing that social engineering is a growing threat. The Verizon data breach incident report has mentioned recently that the use of malware and advanced exploits has gone down because attackers are relying so much now on phishing and other social engineering related attacks because they are simply so successful. And attackers, phishers, fraudsters are adapting, and they're changing to different technologies as well. One of the newer and more problematic types of phishing is called consent phishing. Traditionally, phishing looks to trick users into visiting a website and entering their credentials. But as we're moving more to hosted systems with maybe federated access, so for example, if I use Office 365, I'm not necessarily logging in with a password that Office 365 owns and manages. In many cases, I will authenticate to my corporate system, and my corporate system will then basically send a secure token logging me into Office 365. And so what we've seen is a shift now in many, many new cases of phishing using this consent phishing. This is one example that occurred over the pandemic lockdown period, where an attachment comes through, it's encoded, which makes it difficult for a lot of security controls to pick up on malicious code actually in the document. But when the user opened this malicious HTML page, the web browser automatically decodes it, follows the redirect that's implied in the HTML code, and will take a user through to a website which then asks for authorization. It doesn't ask for the password to Office 365. It asks the user to grant permission for this app to access their account. And you've probably seen a screen similar to this. If you've ever downloaded a new app for your mobile, or maybe got a new email app for your Windows or Mac desktop computer, increasingly, particularly if you're hosting your email in Google or Office 365, again, you won't be presenting credentials. You'll simply be giving it permission to access your account. And the problem with this is that quite often these permissions are very overreaching and they last indefinitely. So once you've agreed for this app to access your account, it can often be long-lasting and have full access to all of your data and all of your systems hosted within that platform. This is one such example that we captured at the start of lockdown. Again, this example, the victim, if you like, what would have been the victim, is tricked into following this link, which follows a few redirects. Now, in this case, the user is actually authenticating to Microsoft, but the app itself is then being given permission to access their account And once things are hosted in Office 365, quite often if an attacker gets access to that account, it's not just email, it's SharePoint, it's documents, potentially finance or HR systems, and many, many more things that can be obtained as well. Now, talking about trends, one of the other big trends that we've seen over the past couple of years are attacks related to APIs, or application programming interfaces. These are the kind of non-human ways of interacting with applications. Increasingly, it's mobile apps that will be using an API to access data that's stored behind a website, essentially. And so apps have to use these APIs, and they're usually very often meshed and interrelated. Now, we're not picking on the ELK stack here, we're just using them as an example. But here, for example, any element of the Elasticsearch database and platform can be accessed via separate APIs. Some of them are accessed via accessing another API first. But we've seen a particularly growing and worrying trend about the number of breaches that are related to API failures. Now, what's interesting is, just like the vulnerabilities that have affected websites decades ago, we see those same kind of problems affecting APIs now. It's kind of almost like we haven't quite learned our lesson. Anytime a new protocol or new method of delivering an app comes along, it's the same old problems that are affecting us. So the vast majority of all of these breaches, which you're seeing on the the time graph here now, are almost all exclusively to do with a lack of authentication or poor authentication. They're to do with a lack of control, so authorization. So yes, you've been authenticated, but do you really have access to access this particular piece of data now that you've been authenticated? But also injection attacks, because the same kind of vulnerabilities which affected websites for so many years still affect APIs. Injection being one of the most common ones. Injecting malicious code into a field via an API can still expose data in the same way that attacking a website can do. And I think what's crucial here is that we don't often realize which APIs are exposed to the public over the internet, essentially. We assume that users will interact and interface with our website the way that we want them to, through the web user interface or using the mobile app. But of course, if these APIs have been inadvertently exposed to the web and don't have the proper controls on them, then attackers will find them and they'll exploit them directly, not going through the regular channels. One particular example that was that hit the news a couple of years ago now was a very, very large financial institution that hosted their app in the cloud. And this actually was a combination of vulnerable web code, which then connected through to an internal private API within the Amazon Web Services environment. And the attacker was basically able to exfiltrate data from a private S3 bucket because of not necessarily the vulnerability of the API itself, but the way in which the vulnerable app then interfaced with the API. So it's really, really important, and I think very interesting, to kind of look at the way we're starting to deploy applications differently now in cloud environments, and the way in which these interactions occur, we don't necessarily have visibility over, because that's the way cloud is designed, that someone else manages it for us. But again, any small kind of crack in the armor, any small piece of vulnerability can have very unintended consequences. I mentioned mobile briefly. These are effectively being hit in very much the same way. We, as users, look at our mobile phone, look at the app with shiny buttons and interfaces, and that's our view of the world. Attackers see it very differently. They look at the traffic passing between this mobile app and the backend server. And again, most of these web apps have been delivered via APIs, and again, a lot of them are vulnerable to the same kind of vulnerabilities, whether it's injection or denial of service, brute force even, that we've had on websites for a very, very long time. So in terms of recommendations, it's nothing crazy, because ultimately, as I said, these are very consistent kinds of problems to do with access and web breaches that we've had for years and years, in many cases for decades. So a lot of it comes down to just doing the basics. It's having, particularly I would say when it comes to APIs, having an inventory and good asset management program, so that you know exactly what endpoints are exposed to the web, how they're controlled, and ultimately who owns them, who owns the security policies for all those APIs and those endpoints. But it's also things like multi-factor and web app firewalling. Web app firewalling will go so far in terms of protecting your web app, but you also need to understand its limitations. What can't it do? Ultimately, it won't protect you against vulnerable third-party widgets which your website might be using. And multi-factor and anti-bot solutions will also go a very, very long way to help protect your site and your customers against phishing and other social engineering attacks. Protecting APIs for the mobile login is very important. Again, I think it's not just APIs themselves, it's any new protocol that comes along, whether it's HTTP2 or WebSockets, anything that's like newer, the developers are able to pick up and use because it provides so much more functionality, makes it then very difficult to apply existing security controls because they haven't always kind of caught up to that new protocol and are able to apply the same kind of security controls to them. So really be aware of what APIs are in use, how they're being made public, what protocol are being used, and whether the same kind of security policies can be applied to them. Phishing training hopefully goes without saying. What is possibly interesting is the effect in which it has. It will never completely reduce and remove the threat of phishing altogether, but it can significantly reduce the likelihood of a successful phishing attack affecting your customers, your staff members. That's it from me. I just want to thank again Westcon Comstore for inviting me here to talk at Imagine Middle East. Thanks very much for your time. If you would like any more information, please visit F5 Labs. We'd love you to read the rest of our research series and get involved, and also just give us feedback in terms of what you're seeing from a security point of view. We have a quiz coming up on today's presentation, so look forward to that. And thanks very much again for your time.
Thank you, David. Before we move ahead to our next presentation, we would like to talk about Orbit. Today's complex world economy demands that global service providers, system integrators, and value-added resellers provide truly ubiquitous global deployment and managed services. Customers expect comprehensive solutions and services that deliver real value beyond the traditional supply chain model of moving boxes. Our combination of global footprint, supply chain capabilities, and global services delivers that. Here's a small video to share more details around Orbit.
Today's economy is changing faster than ever. As solution providers, you need to navigate a world engulfed in complexity and nuance. We are global trade experts. We understand the challenges. That's why we built Orbit. It's our reach beyond IT. Orbit empowers our customers to deliver truly global solutions and managed services with speed and at scale.
When you need to deploy complex solutions around the globe, our supply chain services, project execution, and asset management enable seamless deployment, minimizing your risk and maximizing your margin. When you need to deliver better business outcomes, our global solutions across pre-sales, procurement, managed services, billing, and renewals enhance your innovation. When you need a better customer experience, we take the time to understand your requirements. We offer seamless automation and digital intelligence driven by a single global platform. When you need to launch your business into orbit, we have the right services, solutions, and people to get you there. Discover more about our reach beyond IT at westconcomster.com/orbit.
As organizations navigate the challenges of implementing remote working models, they are increasingly realizing that a focus on communication solutions is key to success. This means they need tools and other solutions to ensure smooth, easy remote communications. Our next speakers are from a company that has the right offering to make that happen. Larry, please introduce our next speakers for today.
Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to announce our next speaker for the day. Jabra.
So, hello everyone, welcome to the Imagine Middle East event. I'm Jean-Baptiste Topin, I'm the Managing Director for South EMEA at Jabra, and it's my pleasure to welcome you and to introduce you to the GN Group and the Jabra brand. So, it's a long story that we have at the GN because it's 150 years that the company has been founded by a visionary called Tietgen, and the vision of that man at the time was that the development of the world is dependent on communication. 150 years later, we are today considered as a pioneer in innovation in everything that comes to acoustics. We are a Danish group headquartered in Denmark, and we have operations in more than 100 countries in the world. The group in total is 6,000 people, but I will go a little bit more into the details. Our story is a mix of innovation throughout the time and acquisition, strategic acquisition, to have the deepest portfolio in audio and video communication. Looking at the acquisition, we made one in 1999 with Resound. I will explain later what is this brand about. Then we had Jabra in 2000, Blue Parrot in 2016, and in 2019, IKEA Systems for the video business. So as you can see, it's a regular acquisition that we are making along the period. For the innovation, we've been the one creating the first ultra noise cancelling microphone. It was in 91, so a long time ago. We have been the first one introducing a Bluetooth headset on the market in 2000, and it continues year after year with a lot of innovation in this space. Who are we, the GN Group? The GN Group is in fact, it's two main divisions. One is called GN Hearing, and it's everything about hearing aids for people not being able to hear well. Under that roof, you have a few brands. Resound is one, Beltone, Digi, Intertone, and we are leading in that medical space with our hearing aids technology. The second one is the one we are going to talk about today, is Jabra. And Jabra, it's about audio and video devices to empower your communication and collaboration. We have organized this brand around two different organizations. One is for the B2B and the other one is for the B2C. The go-to-market model being a little bit different, we decided to operate for the same brand with these two organizations. And you also find in that space Blue Parrot, which is a brand we acquired some time ago that is extremely powerful in very noisy environment, and we have developed a portfolio in that space as well. And to finish, We will go later through the solutions that Jabra has developed and proposed to the market. But what you can see on that slide is that wherever you are, whatever you do, you can use the Jabra solutions to work remotely. That period is that special that with the COVID that everybody discovered the work from home. It's now normality, I would call it. But yeah, we will go into the solution, and that's the occasion for me to hand over to my dear colleague Luca Barbarossa from the product marketing that is going to deep dive into the solutions in a moment. Thank you very much for your listening, and have a good session.
And good morning, everyone. So my name is Luca. I'm in charge of product marketing for what we call here in Jabra EMEA South region. And thanks to Westcon, today I have the great opportunity to introduce you a little bit more into our lineup in general. We will see mainly our Evolve lineup. We will see our Visio solution lineup. And we will have some interesting news and insights for you as well for what is about our first line workers lineup as well. So first of all, it's been now a few months. We introduced a totally new series of headphones, what we call our Evolve lineup, which is our lineup dedicated to task-based workers. And through these slides, we're going to see three main points about these new, recently launched products. First of all, we're going to see the why, because as I said, we were already on the market, we were already leader on the market, but we introduced something new, which is going to be on top of what we have already today as a premium lineup, and this is the positioning we wanted to work on with you. We're going to see to whom we want to address these new products, and of course, we're going to be a little bit more into details for what is about every single SKU that we've been launched. So first of all, as I said, the why. We already have quite a few products in our current Evolve lineup, which are still there, which are still responding very well to what is the demand at the moment on the market for a certain type of customer, for a certain type of companies. But I think what I'm telling it to you right now will make more sense when I show you the next slide. First of all, just before going there, we have to consider a lot of things that happened recently. Our view at Jabra about the current situation is just that what the pandemic brought to us is a huge acceleration of some tendencies that were already there, that were already present just before COVID-19 arrived. And when I'm talking about that, I'm referring, for example, to the noise at the office, which of course now becomes noise in every single place you work. Can be when you stay at home to work, when you go to the cafe to work, and again the noise at the office, because we all know we work more and more in these open spaces. Another thing that has been just accelerated by the current happenings is, of course, the need for collaboration. We used to spend less and less time to work individually, to work on our individual task, and we used already to be more and more collaborating with each other, whether it was physical collaboration or, and now, of course, this is a huge acceleration of this kind of tendency that it was brought in the last month. We're talking about virtual collaboration. Why is that? Simply because today's tasks are extremely complex. I can't work on them by my own. I really need to confront, I really need to discuss, I really need to share information with my colleagues, with my customers, with my vendors, with the factories. So I really need to be able to be involved in a collaboration way. And this is something that was already there, as I said, but is becoming more and more predominant nowadays. And of course, I'm not teaching you anything new at all when I'm saying that this COVID accelerated another important part, which is the physical location in which you're going to work for the next years. Before it was mainly at the office. Today it's maybe a mix of both. Nobody knows for sure what will happen tomorrow, whether we will spend more time at the office, more time at home. Possibly what we think at Jabra will be just a mix of the two. It will give us more flexibility, and that is really the word that is key to understand this new lineup we're launching. So I need to be able to work from anywhere. So work is not a place you go, it's something you do. And so again, flexibility is something that we've been thinking about a lot when we introduce these new models, of course. If we go a little bit next into the next topic, is of course about the who we want to address for this new lineup, which is going to be positioned as a premium lineup on top of what we have already. Just to make you understand a little bit into more details what we've been doing, let me go very briefly about a story of the history of the UC adoption. So let's say that it was more or less 2011, 2012, when there was this huge first wave of UC adoption. Basically, people started to abandon the classic physical phone on their desk to move and to evolve definitely into the usage of these UCR technologies. Then it was maybe more 2014, 2015, when this adoption accelerated enormously, and we be assisting to the let's say to the appearance on the market of a lot of different technologies and platforms that were really engineered for that purpose. Let's talk about Skype, then it became Skype for Business, a lot of other competitors jumped in, and this really create what we call again the second wave, and that was when Jabra introduced the first Evolve lineup on the market. Now it's very important to understand this part. There are still a lot of people out there and a lot of companies which are still into the second wave, or maybe some of them are even just entering now the second wave. So for those companies and for those people, we still think that our current Evolve lineup is still a very valid solution with top of the range technology, with top of the range features, which are still there and still can respond very well to the needs of these guys. At the same time, there are people that have been using these UC technologies, that have been using headphones, headsets to communicate and collaborate, maybe for the last 4, 5, even 6 years. So of course, these guys, these companies, they have developed a different need. They have developed a different exigence. That's to say, they are becoming more and more demanding in terms of what they want to do and what they want to have and achieve with their headsets. For those guys, or for these advanced, let's say, consumers, which know and which have been experiencing a lot what is about the headsets and the various platforms, the various software, the various hardware, we want to introduce a new lineup, something that is better responding to their high-level needs, and something that is better responding to their high-level, let's say, necessity in terms of collaboration and communication. And this is what we identify as the third wave. So that definitely the most advanced people, the most advanced companies, or the most advanced simply division of certain companies, which are definitely demanding more in terms of collaboration, in terms of flexibility, but also, and very importantly, in terms of being able to isolate and to concentrate. So really in terms of concentration there. So that's the reason why we introduced an additional lineup on top of what we have today. So nothing is going to replace anything. But that's the reason why we want to split the demand into the market in 2 different waves, the second wave and the third wave, proposing the current Evolve lineup to the second wave, and then tackling the third wave of this demand with our premium lineup, which is actually, as we're going to see together now, Evolve 2. So, and here you are, we're talking about the products. From left to the right, we have the new Evolve 2 65 Bluetooth model. Then in the center, we have our hero model, Evolve 2 85. And then on the right, we have our Evolve 2 40. All these models, I repeat myself here, but it's very important to understand the concept in order to be able to understand why we did that and how we did that. That you see that on the bottom of the slide, you have 3 main pillars which are common to the development of each individual product you see there on the slide. So we want to bring the user the possibility to have a much better concentration, so the much better capacity to isolate. That means, of course, passive noise cancelling, but also active noise cancelling. We want to bring the user a much better collaboration. What is collaboration when we are a company commercializing and producing professional headsets? We're talking about the microphones, of course. We're talking about the quality of how my voice is heard at the other side of the line. So we will see together how we can bring a much better quality of voice, quality of sound with which devices, and which technology we use. And of course, again, we want to bring better flexibility. Now, flexibility is a huge concept here. It goes from design, it goes from comfort, it goes from possibility to have a very long battery when I'm using wireless solutions. So we will see how here as well, we've been developing and we've been working on a lot of additional and new technologies, which can really boost this part of the headset itself. So let's go a little bit more into the details of the 3 different models. So again, let me remind you the Evolve 285 is our hero model. And let's go a little bit more into the details of this model by still using the 3 pillars we saw before. So let's talk about concentration. I have to be able, as we said before, whether I'm working from home, I'm working from the office, I am on the go, I want to work from the cafe, I have to be able to isolate myself because there is noise around me. And to be able to do my job, to be able to do to complete my task, I need to be able really to concentrate. So we've been working a lot on this part. And that's why not only on the Evolve 285, we introduce a totally redesigned possibility to have a passive noise cancelling. Passive noise cancelling means I'm totally isolated from the environment around me just by putting the headphones on my head. But on top of that, we introduce a very high level active noise cancelling on this model as well. So of course, it's a noise cancelling which comes through the usage of algorithm and as to all of a series of different microphones, which really bring me better isolation and better concentration. And then again, I have one very good example of it. Some people like to concentrate and isolate just by listening to their favorite music or favorite relaxing sounds. And for this kind of product, we've been able to install very high level 40mm speakers, which come also with dedicated ACC codecs to bring you a very high level of music quality. Again, we all know we're talking about the professional headsets, but this headset is capable to bring you very high level of music quality, just like it was a pure music headset, let's say. And then again, let's talk about the Busy-Light. We all know the Busy-Light has been and still is a kind of signature from Jabra. So we wanted to keep on in this direction. But if you think about it, in our current Evolve lineup, there was a little bit of a tiny issue with the Busy-Light. That's to say, the Busy-Light was only visible if you were coming directly from my left or from my right. Well, we solved the problem with this headphone, and now we are able to have the Busy-Light visible at 360 degrees. So it will be visible all over the place, and then no colleagues of yours, no family members of yours will have any more excuse to bother you while you are in a call, of course. And then again, let's pass now to collaboration. As I said before, collaboration is possibility to make my voice clear and loud on the other side of the line. How do I do that? Again, this model comes with the Microsoft OpenOffice certification, which, without going into many details, is the highest classification, the highest certification that Microsoft is giving in terms of quality of voice for this device. And then, of course, is the microphone part. Again, on such a device, we've been able to install something like 10 different microphones. There are 2 microphones on the boom arm, one inside, one aside. And then we have something like 3 different microphones on each external ear cup and 1 microphone inside the ear cup. Now, without getting too complicated about that, what you have to understand here is that all these microphones, they are engineered and studied to work all together to optimize the usage, the simultaneous use altogether. And then some algorithms are there to pick the noise coming from the environment. Some other algorithms are there to pick the voice coming from yourself, of course. And then these algorithms are able to separate the two and to pass only your voice on the other side of the line. So very important that we are able now to have such a huge complex, let's say, architecture of microphone, which are supposed to work all together and are, of course, optimized by the new algorithm we've been able to implement into this product. And then let's go to the flexibility. As we said, flexibility is something that the modern way of working is really imposing us to have a look at. And we've been working a lot also on this part. Of course, we have something like 30 meters range, so using our dedicated dongle. So it's very important to be able to be flexible also compared to the distance I have to keep in mind from my PC. We had the possibility, of course, to have a double connectivity, the dual connectivity, sorry. So I need to be able to be always connected and to my portable phone and to my PC. And I can do it at the same time. Very important not to be able to miss any call, of course. And then we have something unique here, and I'm talking about 37 hours of battery. So it's a wireless solution, it's a Bluetooth solution with a dedicated dongle, which we recommend to use all the time. And then you can be sure that you have no trouble when you want to use this kind of device, because you always can be sure that there is enough battery to take you through the next meeting. Again, 37 hours of battery is something very unique, which is not really common at all on this kind of market. And on top of that, let's say cherry on the cake, you know that so far you can optimize and parameter all the settings of your headphone through our software, which was NET is still Jabra Direct. And now, as we talk about flexibility, as we talk about the fact that this headphone is something that you take also outside the office and you want to go, or you want to use on the go, you want to use when you commute, you want to use in your apartment, on the bus. Now we give you the possibility to parameter and customize all the settings of these headphones, also using your own phone, whether you use a Google phone or use Siri. So again, Sound Plus is the application to use for it, which is the application which comes from our consumer devices, and now you're able to do this through this application as well. Then let's go to Evolve 265. So still our Bluetooth solution. Still we will see together how we've been able to work on a new, completely new engineering let's say concept about this headphone, and we will see and we will go through together with you using the same approach than before. So in terms of concentration, again, very important that I'm able to isolate myself from all the noise around me. Let's say we have been working enormously on the passive noise cancellation of this device. Then again, we've been installing also on this device the 360 degrees busy light. And then again, we give you the possibility to work with this device using powerful music, being able to enjoy this powerful music thanks to the 40mm speakers. And then again, if we go to collaboration, even on this device, we've been able to install something like 3 different microphones, 2 in the boom arm and 1 in the right ear cup of the headphone. And the same than before, than the previous model. So there are some microphones which are dedicated to the picking of the noise, some other microphones which are dedicated to the pick of the voice, and then our new spatial algorithm are able to separate those two and to be able to pass only the voice to the other side of the line. So very important here again that we work a lot on the collaboration pillar, and we've been able to put on the market something that has really no comparison in terms of collaboration benchmark. So in terms of voice clarity, which is heard on the other side of the line. And then again, very important, even for this product, even for this price positioning, we are giving you the possibility to have something like 37 hours of battery. Something very unique again on the market, something nobody can do at the moment, and we are very proud of this in order to give you the flexibility you need when you use this product at the office, but also outside the office. And then again, all of a series of different technologies which are implemented also in this model, like the possibility to connect it at the same time to your PC and your mobile phone, the possibility to use also the application Sound Plus to parameter and go through all the settings of your headphone, and so on. And also, very importantly, and I forgot to say it before, for the first time, we're also giving you the possibility to have this product not only in black or beige color, also with a USB-A or a USB-C dongle. which is something that we've been lacking a little bit. This one we need to admit, but now we are able to give you also this possibility, depending on whether you want to plug in this headphone using your USB-A or USB-C port. And then we go to the little brother of them all, I would say, which nonetheless, we will see it together, brings you enormously, brings an enormous amount of technology, even in this form factor, even especially for this price position. So here we're talking about, of course, a corded solution available in USB-A or USB-C. But again, you can see at the slide, you can see how much technology we've been able to include anyhow, despite this price position. We have the huge engineering effort we put into the passive noise cancelling. So as long as I put these headphones on my ear, I'm completely isolated from the environment around me. The new 360 degrees busy light, or again, the possibility to have 3 different microphones, again, 2 in the boom arm and 1 in the right ear cup, to be able to be sure, let's say, to have a very clear voice on the other side of the line. And again, in terms of other technology which are still there, the personalization with Jabra Direct, still the very high quality level speakers if you want to listen to some good music. So this is, of course, again, the minor brother of them 3, but I think it's a very, very valuable product if you consider the amount of technology we've been able to put in it, and of course, the price positioning compared to it. So, and then just to give you an idea, as I told you before, we've been introducing these models last April. And for your information, so far, we received really a lot of very good reviews. You can go out there on the internet and have a look yourself. So we are really happy and very proud of what we've been doing. And we really want to collaborate with you more and more in order to be able to make people test this new product and really understand how much premium we went with this solution and how much this solution can really help and support those most advanced users to get better collaboration, better concentration, and again, better flexibility, of course. And this was my part about, of course, our Evolve. So I told you it's a premium lineup, which is just adding up to the current we have today. But now, as you know, now it's been something like 1 year and 2 months ago, Jabra also entered the market for video collaboration. We did it in a precise way, we did it in a very strategic way for what we think is a good way to do. And then what I would like to see with you today is to remind you the current product we have, to see a little bit more into details what this product can do, is unique features compared to competition, but also, of course, we cannot skip this part, we cannot pretend nothing is happening, how this product is really helping the user to face all the challenging that the pandemic has brought in the last few months. So, of course, I'm talking about the Jabra PanaCast. Just to resume to you, the Jabra PanaCast is this little device you see in the slide here, which has a list of very particular and characteristic features which are unique on the market, like the fact that it's using 3 different cameras which create no distortion and nonetheless are able to give you a 180 degrees field of view. The field of view, 180 degrees field of view is, of course, bringing us a lot of unique advantages when we want to enter the market of halder room, when we want to enter the market of small room, of course. So it's very important, and we keep this into consideration for the next slide as well. And also, there is some artificial intelligence which is embedded into the camera, which allow us to exploit another different series of technologies and features, which can bring, again, a much better way of video conferencing and productivity through this to the final user. I'm talking about the intelligent zoom, we will see it together. I'm talking about the vivid HDR characteristic that we can implement with the PanaCast as well. And again, this product is also future-proof because of the AI, which is already embedded, because of the unique configuration of the lenses. We will be able to launch very soon some additional features so that we can be able that you buy this camera today and it's going to be a very valid product on the market for the few years to come as well. Let's go a little bit more into details about the unique 180 degrees field of view. Again, there is nobody on the market who can do that. We have a patent technology that allow us to have this feature and to position ourselves in this way on the market. And just to give you an idea, let's go together to see what's happening in this slide. First of all, on the left part, you see that we're using a product from competition, which is the Logitech Meetup. So you can see with this kind of cameras, which can reach at best 120 degrees field of view. First of all, you see in the image that the part on the extreme right and extreme left on the image, they are pretty much distorted. And also, you see that it looks like at least, there are 3 people in this room. We will see later this is not true. And what's happening, you have it on the right part of the image. So first of all, you see that people are seated around this table, but you can see that, and I'm referring now to the pink space in the right image of the slide, we have what we call a wasted space, simply because due to the limitation of the technology of those cameras, of the 120 degrees field of view maximum, still 120 degrees is a few very companies that can still do that. We are wasting a lot of space into the room. We are wasting a lot of square meters for which anyway you pay every month the renting for. So, and according to our calculation, this gives you a total loss of up to 40% of the meeting room you're paying the renting for. So we're talking about a huge waste here. And this is what's happening with every single other brands on the market out there. But if now we use the PanaCast, if now we use the 180 degrees, what's happening? First of all, we now understand that in that very same room, there were 5 people and not 3. Can you imagine to have a meeting with someone on the other side of the line? You think there are 3 people. Actually, there are 5 people in the room, and maybe the people who are not visible, they are some important and some important stakeholders of yours, let's say. So very important that we can use every single square meters in the room. I would say every single square centimeter in the room, and we are able to see everybody in it, so that everybody is always in the field of view of the camera, and everybody is always visible to the other side of the line. So this is a unique feature of the PanaCast, which is a little bit of the base, which will allow us to implement all of a series of other, let's say, feature in the future as well. On top of that, as we said, the PanaCast has some artificial intelligence already embedded. And what this intelligence allows us to do is mainly the possibility to identify people in the room, to identify the face of the people in the room, which allow us to do a lot of different things. First, one, but just as an example, we are able to implement what we call our Vivid HDR features. That's to say, it's a typical case when you have a meeting room, you have the guy like I'm here now, and let's imagine you have a huge window around behind me. The light coming from the window will put me in a kind of shade. So what you will see here actually would be the window and not my face. Well, the PanaCast is able to identify my face, is able to underexpose the light coming from the window, is able to overexpose my face, so that my face, which is actually what counts when what is important, right, when you have a video conference, will be the one that you see and not the source of light. And this is actually what's happening here in the image as well. The other important part is the intelligent zoom. So I enter a room, there is only one person in the room. I'm not interested to see the whole room. I just want to see the person who is sitting there. So the PanaCast will automatically identify that there is just one person in the room, and the PanaCast will zoom directly on this person. If my colleague is entering the room 5 minutes later because he was in a hurry, because he was late or whatever, is going to sit next to me, the PanaCast will notice someone else is in the room now. So it will just enlarge the field of view so that me and my colleague will be now visible in the field of view. And so on, if a third colleague is entering and sitting on my left, and so on. So it's the PanaCast which automatically detects people in the room and is able to show them all at the same time, just like it will happen really if you were there yourself and you will see this image with your very own eyes by yourself. So you will see all of them looking at you in the room. So it brings a lot of naturality and brings a lot, of course, of as we say, seeing the whole picture, and allows you to have a more productive and a more high level of meetings, of course. And then again, not spending a lot of time here because it will demand a different, let's say, study, a different learning with you guys. I will be happy to do it in another time. But as I said, the fact that the Panacast is able to detect people, to identify faces in the room, allow us to do all of a different and additional series of things, which today never been possible. Again, I can count, for example, how many people are in the room so that I can know how much or how good or how bad all my meeting rooms are used or not used. I can start to automatize certain things, like if there is nobody in the room, I switch off the light. As far as somebody entered the room, I can switch on the light and air conditioning. So all of these features are potentially possible as of today because we share with everybody our SDK and our API, and people actually, we have all of a series of customers already been working on it, implementing their own customized solution about it, are able to implement these new features, are able to implement this new way to improve further productivity, and to have the Panacast as something that is not only there as a video conference solution, but it can bring me the possibility to do something else, and again, to prove and to enhance my general experience with this technology. Now, just to resume, we have, of course, inclusive meetings. Everybody is always visible, even if they are sit very next to the wall. So because we can really utilize and optimize all the space in this very little room, in the huddle room, by using a 180 degrees and have a very high level quality of the image thanks to panoramic 4K resolution. Of course, as we said, we have what I've been calling the intelligent video technology, which allow us to implement a lot of different features, like the intelligence room, like the Vivid HDR, and a lot more to come in the future. Instant collaboration, very importantly, this camera is extremely easy to use and install. It's just a USB cable, you plug in into your PC, and then you're able to go. Also because, very important, this camera is compatible by far with the most part of application platforms outside there on the market for video conference, of course. And not only, but we are certified by Teams, we are certified by Zoom, we are certified Teams rooms, we are certified Zoom rooms. So this is for people out there who know already a little bit about Jabra, really part of our idea, of our DNA. So we really want to bring and to keep an agnostic approach towards the industry and towards what is outside there. And this is something that is happening also for the Panacast, of course. So you can be sure that you just go there, you plug in the Panacast into your PC, and whatever your platform or video communication you're working, it will be fine for you. Then, having said that, it's very important, of course, that we don't forget, or at least we don't pretend not to know what happened in the last 5-6 months already now, actually. And what happened, as I said before, is that how we see things in Jabra is that the pandemic has just been accelerating certain tendencies that were already there. But what I'm going to do with you now is to explain you and try to make you understand how this solution we have now, the Jabra Panacast, is a very good companion, a very good possibility to face the challenges that this pandemic brought. So, of course, the need for collaboration exploded. I'm just mentioning here in this slide that the Teams reached something like 2.7 billion meeting minutes per day in March. That Zoom participants went up to 300 million. Then I know that Google Meet went up to 100 million. A lot of expansion and really an explosion of usage also from other categories and other platforms like Cisco WebEx and so on. So again, those tendencies were there, but they've been absolutely enormously accelerated by the pandemic. And now where we are, well, now this pandemic, as we are all living it during these very days, of course, increases even more the collaboration, but also all the challenges that the collaboration comes with. So what I need now is to be able to give user the possibility to have a very easy to use, as we said before, but also a very flexible solution, which they can use to really discover or redesign or re-engineer the spaces at the office. How we see things in Jabra is that, of course, there will be now this mixed, let's say, way to work. Some people, of course, they will keep on working from home, but some other people, maybe they will go to the office. But when they go to the office, of course, they want to collaborate, and they go there to meet, of course, colleagues, but also to gather with these colleagues and meet other people, meet customers, meet the factories, meet the vendors, and so on. So how can we, Jabra, with our Partnercast, help all of this? Simply, as I said, working on the flexibility of this solution. So all those companies, they will have today to rethink again the space at the office to be able to give their employees a better way to collaborate, an easy way to collaborate, and a more intensive way to collaborate. So you see it in the image. Let's take this open sofa, which when it was thought, most probably, and I think we all agree here, it was not intended to be a video conference place. Today, just using something very easy like a Partnercast, a tripod, you see there in the image, and maybe why not our Jabra Speak solution, you can have a high-level space for video conferencing almost anywhere in your company, in your office. Just by thanks to the flexibility, the ease of use, the compatibility, and the certification which all these products come with. And again, you can rethink, you can redesign the space in your office according to it. So again, another thing that we need to take into account, of course, today is the social distancing, which has to be respected, of course, at the office as well. So we talked about before the small rooms where there were 5 people before. Nobody can put, again, the same 5 people in the same room today because there are sanitary measures that have to be respected. But thanks to the Partnercast, again, I can able to put a lot more people in the very same room and still respect those sanitary measures. How do I do that? Simply because the Partnercast is able to, let's say, to be able to visualize the entire space of the room, thanks to the 180 degrees field of view. So then people can stay in the room at the proper distance, which is 1 to 2 meters, depending on the local regulations. And then again, I'm going to be able to optimize and to exploit at its best all the space available there. And then again, you can see this is something additionally coming thanks to the 180 degrees field of view, which with all, the flexibility, of course, that it is able to implement in your solution at work. This is just the same picture than before, but seen from the top. So if before I was able to put just one person, I'm referring to the image on the left, in the room, because 2 people won't be visible using a different camera from the market, and because those 2 seats anyway have to be empty because of the sanitary measures. Now, using the Partnercast, I can put something like 3 people in the same room, bringing up the next level again of collaboration, of team collaboration, and just using this very simple solution and just using this very small room as it was before. So again, 180 degrees can really help companies, can really help users today to work into this new era, into this new post-pandemic or still pandemic situation, just bringing additional solutions which are respecting really the current local regulations. And then again, last but not least, as I said before, something changed, but something didn't. But among the things that changed, or at least accelerated, is the fact that a lot of industries, a lot of different companies that before were not necessarily too much confronted, too much into thinking about video conferencing to be able to go on with their activities. Today, those companies, they have no choice. They really have to rethink the way they work. They really have to rethink the way to use technology to be able to keep on providing their services. I'm talking about consulting, of course. I'm talking about government, the public administration, which has to go on to be able to bring the service they are meant for to the population. I'm talking about legal, of course. I'm talking about health, so about hospitals, about clinics, about your own doctor, who has to be able to, anyway, visit patients, but also collaborate between them. I'm talking about education. This is very important and something that Jabra is working a lot on. We all know that anyway, education has to go on. And when I'm talking about education, I'm talking about primary, secondary, school, or university, but also why not professional education. Everybody of us, we have to continue to keep on having our Excel training, our English training, our Spanish training. And how can we do that? Well, those companies that before were not thinking necessarily about it, nowadays they will have to be able to reach the employees and the companies through video conferencing. So they will have to keep themselves with this kind of these new solutions. But of course, they may be sometimes scared about technology out there. They are not necessarily the right knowledge in order to keep themselves in that way. And again, I repeat myself here, but it's very important I do that. Thanks to the Jabra Panacast and all the Jabra solutions that are already there in the market, we are able to implement something flexible, something easy to use, something very compatible, and of course, something certified with the biggest actor out there, as I said before, like Zoom, like Teams and Zooms and so on. So again, we are really working towards being able to address all of a series of companies and industries that maybe we were not focusing too much on before, but now we understand they need support and they need to be able to keep on doing their work. And we think we have the very right solution for them. So as I said, just to give an example of a few platforms, you know them better than me, but we are all there. We're working with them on daily basis to be able to implement our products at their side, also to be able to implement day by day our software and firmware update into their solution so that we can guarantee and we can keep on guaranteeing our compatibility and certification with all of them. So that was it. I hope you enjoyed this course, this journey into our different lineup. So we saw the Evolve 2, our new premium collaboration headset that we've been launching recently. We saw how the Jabra Panacast, which you know already, can bring additional productivity and additional support during this pandemic timing. And also I introduced you to the new Blue Parrot story, so how we can really support frontline workers with their new challenges. And now we have some good news for you, because actually we've been able to make you win a few products, a few awards. So going into details, you have them in the slides. So of course, for the first 20 new partners join the Jabra One Zone, which is about the video we saw before, they will be able to get an Elite 75T product, which is our consumer consumer earbuds headphones. And then again, for the first 5 confirmed opportunities, we'll be able to give you the free demo kit in order to be able to demo, really to showcase our solution with your customer. And I remind you that the offer is valid until end of current year, and it's valid all the product, not only the product we saw today, but the whole Jabra lineup, which you know already. And then again, there will be not only the possibility to win this thanks to Jabra, but Westcon today is giving all of us the possibility also to have some additional surprises, some additional awards, just going through a quiz.
Thank you, Jabra team. As enterprises become more digital, applications and web-based platforms are becoming more integral to their businesses. This means that securing such platforms can define the success or the failure of their services. Our next speaker will share insights into how enterprises can better drive business value for their platforms and secure them against today's threats. Larry, over to you to make the big reveal on who our next presenting vendor is.
Thank you. I know we're in broken times, but you know what? With companies like this, we're able to keep all the pieces together. Let me show you what I mean. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to Palo Alto Networks.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. My name is Raed Abu Daya. I am the Channel Business Manager for Palo Alto Networks here in beautiful Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. I would like to thank our Westcon ComStore partners for having us today and hosting us in their Imagine Middle East event. We're going to go over some slides. I will try to keep it as short as possible, as informative as possible. But I would also ask that you pay attention because we're going to have a quiz at the end, and you may actually enter a chance to win some prizes with us. All right, with that, let's get started. So with the recent pandemic hitting the globe, we are actually faced today with new realities. Customers are facing with new realities. If I'm a security analyst, or if I'm an IT or a CIO at a company, I'm looking at things like users working from home. I'm looking at adoption of new technologies like maybe cloud. I'm looking at new ways to protecting my branches. And if I'm trying to figure this puzzle out, I am faced with challenges. And those challenges are, how do I go provide consistent security to my data, to my users, to my applications, irrespective of where they may reside, right? I want to make sure that if I have anybody using an IoT device, that I'm protecting that IoT device for them. If somebody is using data in the cloud, I'm protecting that cloud environment for them, and so forth. So if I am looking at protecting my environment, I have a choice today. And that choice includes over 1,600 different security companies that can provide me today with point solutions to go address my security challenges. So this is another reality that me as a CIO today is being faced with, right? So how do I go and make sure that if I go pick any of these, that they are the right technology and the right solution to protect me? And more importantly, how do I do it in a way where I get the same consistent security across? And at the same time, I'm sure I'm delivering still my key business outcomes that I owe to the business. And if you are faced with this reality today, chances are you're going to find it to be extremely complex to go and get a lot of those pieces of solutions to work together. You're going to have, for sure, some security gaps because a lot of these solutions may not talk to each other, right? So you're going to have a point solution A that doesn't talk to point solution B, and that could create a risk for your organization because hackers quickly realize that you have gaps in your security environment, and they would abuse those gaps to go and attack you. And finally, if you're talking about having different tools, different security measures, different security solutions, chances are your customer experience will also take a hit. At Palo Alto Networks, before I get to that, and if you look at an example or examples of what's happening today in the industry, and I'm just sharing with you, some of the recent big attacks, this is a proof that a lot of these customers, a lot of these companies had actually security solutions in place. They had maybe a firewall, they had endpoint agents, and they still got attacked and they still got exposed. Because again, if you don't have something that provides you with an overall picture of what's happening in your environment, chances are it could be easily compromised by hackers. And this is why at Palo Alto Networks, we believe it really takes a platform approach to go and address your security concerns. The platform approach relies on 4 key pillars. The first of those is the visibility, right? So you cannot protect what you don't see. We believe that the first step toward providing security to any company is to provide complete visibility over all applications, all IoT devices, all cloud usage, all users, all domains that the customer environment currently has. So that is the first step. The second step is, now that we have complete visibility, we will go to the customer and say, okay, which of these applications do you really want us to go and protect? So we go protect only those, and we block everything else. We do the same thing with devices. Which of those IoT devices we just discovered in your environment you would like for us to protect? So we protect only those, and we block everything else, and so forth to cover the customer's entire environment. So the first thing is we provide visibility. The second thing is we reduce the surface attack area by only worrying about the things that the customer wants us to worry about. The third step is, now that we have reduced the surface attack area, we go and block everything that's known. If it's a known exploit, we block it. Known malware, we block it. If it's a known bad domain, we block it. So we basically, if it's known for us, if it's known for anybody, we go and block it. And finally, we put security measures in place to help you stop the unknown. So if you have an unknown exploit or an unknown malware that has not been stopped in real time through your, say, firewalls or your software agents, then you put machine learning, artificial intelligence, and automation in place to go and make sure that you catch those and you stop them. We believe this is the right approach to protecting a customer environment, because it can be applied to wherever the data lives, wherever the users are, and wherever the applications that they may be using. So today we accomplish this with Palo Alto Networks through three key pillars. The first pillar is Strata. Strata is all about protecting the network and the endpoints. So if it's an IoT device, if it's a laptop, if it's a server, if it's a network environment, Strata is where we provide customers with solutions to go protect that environment. Prisma is all about protecting a cloud environment. And we're seeing more and more customers adopting the cloud and moving some workloads or their entire workloads to the cloud. So Prisma is the most comprehensive cloud security suite in the whole industry, and it provides customers with everything they need to protect their workloads in the cloud. And finally, Cortex. So for us, Cortex is all about protecting things that may not be caught in real time, whether they are in the cloud or on-prem. We provide customers with solutions that relies on machine learning, artificial intelligence, and automation to go and stop attacks that have not been seen or cannot be stopped in real time. Now, when we started this journey, 2007, we are not the first to come to the industry with security solutions, but if you look at what we have accomplished over the last few years, we have been really true pioneers in the security industry. We introduced the first next generation firewall back in 2007. And if you look just only at 2020 this year, we have brought to the industry 6 different industry firsts this year alone, and we still continue to innovate. So we believe the platform approach is the right approach. We believe that innovation, investing in R&D, will get you definitely to protect a customer environment that you may not have been able to protect with point solutions. All right, let me quickly cover the Strata, and we will move on to Cortex and Prisma after that. So Strata for us is simply different form factors of firewalls with subscriptions on top. So it could be a physical firewall, it could be a software firewall, it could be a firewall as a service, or what we call Prisma Access. And then you get cloud delivered security solutions on top of this. And this whole setup, whether it's physical, whether it's virtual, is all managed centrally by Panorama. So if I'm a customer, I don't have to go worry about different management consoles for my different form factors. I can manage my entire environment through Panorama. So let's start with the physical firewalls. We have everything that a customer might need, from an entry-level branch type firewall with the PA200 series, all the way up to the 7000 series with almost 800 gig of protected throughput. And we recently announced our machine learning capabilities with firewalls. So today, customers who buy our firewalls or who have existing firewalls can upgrade to PAN-OS 10.0 and get machine learning capabilities. And I'll talk about those when we get to protecting your environment from known attacks and zero-day attacks. Next is the software series with the VM series. So the VM series is basically an exact replica of the hardware series. So you've got basically 100% feature parity, and it helps customers protect 3 different types of environments. The first one is public cloud. So if a customer is using, say, AWS or Azure, we help them protect that environment from the outside of the world, or we can set it up as an internet gateway. We can also protect VNets or VPCs within that public cloud environment. Or we can do a micro-segmentation for customers in public clouds. We can do very similar things with private cloud. So if a customer is using VMware, for example, and they would like to make sure that they are protecting their VDI environment, their VM machines, or if they're looking for a solution to protect and segment and micro-segment their environment, then the VM series can do this for them. And finally, the branches, and we're seeing more and more companies take our VM series and they put them on their white box or their physical appliance, and then provide that as a branch SD-WAN device to their customers. And finally, from a software perspective, the Kubernetes firewall, this is the industry's first. We're going to be talking about a lot of industries first. So this is the first Kubernetes-friendly firewall in the entire industry. We released this back in June of this year. We're very proud of the fact that today we can help customers protect containerized environments. So if a customer has workloads that run in containers, whether on-prem or in public clouds, we can help them protect those workloads with the CN series firewalls. As I mentioned earlier, this entire setup of different form factors of firewalls is centrally managed through Panorama, and customers today can get Panorama through either a physical device, they can get it through a virtual appliance, or they can get it through our cloud service. Okay, moving on to cloud delivered solutions. And the reason why this is so important for us is we talked at the beginning of the need to have customers provide or get consistent business outcomes, consistent security, irrespective where the data lives, right? So if I have an IoT device on-prem, or if I have an application on AWS, I want to make sure that I have a security solution in place that protects me the same, irrespective of what kind of device I'm trying to protect or what kind of application I'm trying to protect. And this is what we get with our cloud-delivered security solutions. So we have threat prevention, we have wildfire, we have DLP, we have a total of 8 different cloud-delivered security solutions that provides consistent security to the customer, irrespective, again, where the data or applications or users might reside. Let's talk about those in more detail, and I will start with the first one. So threat prevention, we talked about the platform approach, the 4 key pillars of the philosophy. So we said the first is visibility, complete visibility. Second is reducing the surface attack area. And third was stopping the known. Threat prevention is all about stopping the known. So if it's known malware, if it's known command and control, if it's a known virus, whatever the case might be, if it's known, we block it with threat prevention. So that is the first subscription. The second subscription is the unknown. So now if you get something that's unknown on an IoT device, unknown in the cloud, unknown on a server or a laptop, we basically send that to the cloud. We investigate it, whether it's benign or malicious, and then we send a verdict to the firewall to either block it or allow it. And I mentioned when we talked about the physical firewalls, the machine learning capabilities of our security solutions today. And with PAN-OS 10.0, today customers can block 95% of file-based attacks in line without having to send those files to the cloud for investigation. So if you are a Palo Alto Networks customers today, and you have the Wildfire subscription, you can get that with PAN-OS 10.0. And we're very happy to share with you that today we are the only industry that has a machine learning firewall capable of doing this in line. The same thing you will get with our web filtering or URL filtering subscription. So the Wildfire we talked about is all about files. This is about web-based type of attacks. So if you have a Wildfire subscription, it will protect you with 95% of file-based attacks. The URL filtering will protect you from web-based attacks, also in line, also with instant protection. And we're very pleased again to say that for both of these subscriptions, we're the only vendor in the industry who provides customers with instant protections, irrespective if it's a file-based or a web-based attacks. All right, I do want to spend the next few minutes talking about 3 key areas of security that are very relevant to our region in the Middle East. And the first is DNS security. DNS security is, for me, one of the most important aspects that customers should look at, specifically in our region. And the reason why I say this is the Middle East have been a victim of attack groups that abuse DNS. They use tools to make sure that they steal data, they spy on customers, etc. And we have seen this across the Middle East, and we have seen hackers use it frequently, and they use it over a period of time because they realize that many of the customers in this region do not have a security solution that inspects their DNS traffic. So I believe this is one of the key things that Palo Alto Networks recently introduced that will help customers in our region specifically stop those attacks. So we have a research group called Unit 42, and we've done a lot of research on DNS related attacks. And we discovered that 80% of malware today abuses or uses DNS for things like command and control, right? So they use DNS to go and establish a communication path between the customer and the hacker. And most of the time, this line of communication or the command and control is happening without the customer knowledge, right? So imagine 80% today of malware have some kind of DNS abuse associated with it. The second thing we're noticing is there is a huge rate of new domains being created, and those domains being created just maybe simply for seconds or minutes before they disappear. So we're seeing hackers creating new domains every day, maybe in the hundreds or the thousands, because they want to make sure that they create this domain, they go and abuse a customer environment or customer DNS traffic, and then make that domain disappear so you can't actually track it. And the last thing we're actually seeing is theft of data happening through DNS tunneling. So DNS tunneling, for those of you who are not familiar with it, is when you use the DNS lookup to basically steal data from a customer by injecting this DNS lookup with bits and pieces of the customer confidential or private data, and you exfiltrate that data through DNS lookups. So we're seeing a huge amount of this in the Middle East specifically. So why are current solutions not working today? You know, some customers may have DNS solutions, some customers may not have a DNS solution. Well, if you look at the existing solutions today in the industry, one, they are basically relying on static lists. And static lists is basically not enough. It is slow, and it's definitely not going to scale with the speed at which the attackers are creating new domains. Second, a lot of what's happening today requires manual intervention from the customer to basically predict potential malicious domains being created or potential malicious traffic that may not be normal. So again, it relies on a lot of manual intervention from a customer perspective. And the last thing that the customer misses today is basically analytics, something that looks at data and say, let's establish what is normal behavior, and let's put a baseline and make sure that we use that baseline to discover anything that may not be normal and go investigate it. So with DNS, which is today a subscription that you get from Palo Alto Networks, we believe the solution is very simple. When a user sends a DNS request, it goes through the firewall, Palo Alto Networks firewall. The firewall then looks and sees and checks if that domain has been cached, if it's been used before, it's been identified before. So the second step is basically to say, have we seen this domain before, and are we okay with it? If the answer is yes, we let that DNS go through. If the answer is no, we have not seen that DNS before or the domain before, we send it to our cloud. We send it to our DNS security in the cloud to investigate it. And if it's benign, we allow it. If it is not benign, we block it. It's as simple as this. We provide customers also with machine learning capabilities where, let's say that you have an instance where an infected machine is sending 50,000 lookups during a very short period of time to the same unknown domain. That will trigger a flag, because that is absolutely an abnormal behavior. There should not be 50,000 lookups typically going from one machine to an unknown domain. So that gets flagged as abnormal. we investigate it, and if it's malicious, we block it. Simple as that. We have done a lot of proof of concepts for customers across the Middle East. And we come across a lot of situations where the customers don't even see this type of attacks happening because they simply don't have a DNS solution, or their DNS solution is not capable of scaling to the speed of the hackers today. And so we talked about DNS security. The second key thing that I think is really relevant to a lot of customers today is IoT security. And if you look at almost every single customer environment, the number of devices connected to the network is, and if you look at IoT devices connected to the network, you'll find it's either just as many as the traditional IT devices, or maybe more, right? So McKinsey did the research recently, and they asked a lot of CIOs about their IoT environment and how they feel about protecting them. So 76% of those who responded said that IoT security is a top priority for them. Why? Because there are so many IoT devices in their environment. But only 60% of those respondents said that they actually feel prepared to do so. And we'll talk about some of the challenges and why that's difficult. But let's first look at what are some of the most commonly used IoT devices, and the ones that hackers typically go and target, because they know for a fact that chances are customers do not have a security solution that protects those IT devices. So things like medical imaging systems, right? If you walk into a hospital, especially nowadays, you can imagine the number of devices that exists in a hospital that could be compromised because there isn't an IoT solution that helps protect them. And imagine if you're a hospital running those devices and somebody would come in and basically lock that device or make it inaccessible to you and maybe demand a ransom before they allow you access to it. Imagine what would that do to your patients, God forbid, or to your reputation if that happens. But the same also applies to non-healthcare customers. How many customers you walk into and they have printers, or they have CCTV cameras, or they have scanners? So the challenge of protecting IoT devices is real. And today, if you look at what customers are trying to do to address that issue, they're faced with three key challenges. The first one is the visibility that they get is based on an existing database of devices. So if it's something that has not been seen before, chances are today's solutions have no way of knowing what that IoT device is. So basically, you have no visibility over never seen before IoT devices. The second thing is, now that you have that database solution, does it really look at things like patching an old firmware, or machine learning the behavior of that specific IoT device? Are you providing the right type of protection to that IoT device with everything that it needs? And lastly, it's almost very complex and implement today's solutions or standalone IoT security solutions. Requires a lot of changes to the customer network setup. And more customers are finding it very frustrating to go deploy a standalone IoT solutions that is most likely different than what they use to protect their other environments. At Palo Alto Networks today, customers can get IoT security as a subscription on top of their existing firewall, or if you are a new customer to Palo Alto Networks, you can buy our firewall with the IoT subscription. And the way we approach security, is very, very simple. It is basically a 5-step process for us. And we believe in that 5-step process. We believe customers will love the security solutions they're getting from us because it addresses every aspect of their IoT environment. So the first step is to provide complete accessibility, visibility to their entire IoT devices. So we basically go and do an inventory of the customer environment, and within 48 hours, we can discover up to 90% of the IoT devices on-prem. And for the remaining 10%, we basically apply machine learning. And then once we discover those remaining 10%, we basically provide a device ID to those IoT devices. The second step is we identify, we go through a 3-tier approach to identifying that device. So the first thing is we say, listen, this is, for example, is a printer, right? And this is a printer from vendor X, and this is model XYZ from vendor X. So in a way, we kind of know what a printer or how a printer would chat with the network. We also know how vendor X printers would chat and communicate. We also have the model that could also have its own unique chatting protocols or behavioral protocols. And we kind of build a profile for that device ID based on this. And we start looking for things like, is this printer chatting with the network the way it should? Is this printer behaving like a printer? Is this model behaving like the model it should behave? So the next step is, now when we have built that device ID, we start applying protection to the device. For example, we start applying things like patching. We patch any vulnerability that could be associated with that specific model from that specific vendor for that specific printer. And we do this across all IoT devices. Next, sorry, I went the wrong way here. Next is we start worrying about the known. We talked about the 4 pillars of a platform, which is visibility, reducing the surface attack area, stopping the known, and preventing the unknown. So we stop anything that's known for us, whether it's file-based or web-based, with the cloud security subscriptions that we talked about earlier, with threat prevention, with wildfire and web filtering. And finally, the last step is, now that we have stopped the known, anything that is unknown. Let's say that this printer is trying to communicate with an unknown domain, right? So we investigate that. Is this domain a malicious domain? Is this a benign domain? So we start looking for anything that could be abnormal in the behavior of that, say, that printer. And we start applying our machine learning and start applying our threat intelligence cloud to make sure that we get a verdict on whether or not that traffic or that file or that web-based communication is either benign or malicious. If it's benign, we allow it. If it's malicious, we stop it. So this is, in a nutshell, what we offer customers today. And we were the first company in the industry to go offer that on a firewall basis, where you actually monitor the traffic that goes from the firewall throughout your network, as well as from the firewall to the outside world. Okay, the third and last security I want to talk about is CloudGenix, which is the industry's first next generation SD-WAN solution. So we talked a few times about Palo Alto Networks being pioneers in this industry. This is for us is one of the dearest technologies to our heart. CloudGenix was a company we acquired recently, and they are very similar to Palo Alto Networks in a way where they are pioneers in the SD-WAN space. Their solution is totally different than what legacy SD-WAN providers have, and we feel it complements our platform story because it approaches securing an SD-WAN in a different approach that we believe a lot of customers will find very relevant. So if you look at traditional legacy SD-WAN vendors today and how they go and operate, it is all based on layer 3 packet-based policies. So this will enable you to go and monitor link performance and the health of that link. The challenge with that approach is the application may not be performing at the same type of performance that the link is performing. So you have no way of correlating how well an application is performing versus a link. So the link might be healthy, it might show you that everything is great, but an application might be suffering. So that is the challenge with an L3 approach. The second challenge is a lot of these solutions require on-prem physical devices to be deployed at the branch. And that adds a lot of complexity and manual operations to customers who have a lot of branches, right? So let's say that you have 100 branches or 50 branches of your company. You want to go and manually deploy all of these and have the resources that actually know how to operate them on-prem. So that is the second challenge. And the third challenge is, if you look at the costs associated with legacy SD-WAN solutions, they rely on technologies like, for example, MPLS. MPLS is going away. MPLS is extremely expensive. And if you compare the cost of MPLS to direct access to the internet, it is exponentially higher, right? So those are the challenges that customers are faced with today. And our approach with CloudGenix really simplifies all of this. First, we think that the next generation SD-WAN solution should look at things that are, not just layer 3, but also layer 3 and layer 7. You want to make sure that your application is performing well, right? Not just the link is performing well. You want to make sure that your application, especially your mission critical applications, are performing the way they should be. So that is the first step. The second step is you got to take the manual aspect out of this whole equation, right? You got to make sure that everything you do can be automated in a way where, let's say, an application is not performing well. You want your SD-WAN solution to automate the fix to that with little or no manual intervention from your end. Keep in mind, we're talking about maybe branches that may not have the expertise of how to go and automate and improve the health or the performance of an application. So you want to make sure that your solution delivers that as well. And finally, cloud delivered branch. You don't want to have complexity or too much complexity in the branch. We believe that you can put whatever is needed on the branch and then move everything else to the cloud. That will enable you to scale faster and bigger. It will remove a lot of the complexities associated with the branch. And if you utilize direct access to the internet, you're removing a lot of the costs associated with things like MPLS. So don't take my words for everything that I talked about with CloudGenix. We did a recent research study with Forrester. And Forrester basically concluded that customers who moved from their legacy SD-WAN solutions to CloudGenix realized savings of 243%. That is a 243% return of investment with CloudGenix over a 3-year period versus their existing solutions. So we believe CloudGenix is truly the first next generation SD-WAN solutions to customers, and we have third-party validations that prove that as well. All right, moving on to a totally different pillar. So everything we talked about so far has been Strata. Let's talk a little bit about Cortex. And Cortex is, as I mentioned earlier, it's advanced security to go and stop attacks that may not be seen in real time or stopped in real time. And it has 4 key components. The first one is the data lake. This is basically an online cloud storage where we basically stitch data from things like firewalls, endpoint devices, or maybe VMs in the cloud. XDR is the industry's first extended and detection response. If you are familiar with the EDR terminology, that was only related to endpoints detection response. With XDR, we're looking at things like now network traffic and maybe cloud traffic. We believe that will be more relevant to customer environments. Autofocus is a service we have been providing for quite some time for our customers and provides them really with context over what's happening in their environment. And finally, XSOAR. So XSOAR is, again, the industry's first solution that provides you not only with a SOAR functionality, but also with threat intelligence management coupled with that. So let's talk about each one of those in a little bit more detail. And I will start with the data lake. Again, a data lake is basically where you get data or logs from things like firewalls, and those could be Palo Alto Networks firewalls, they could be third-party firewalls, endpoint agents, VMs in the cloud, and then you put that basically in an online cloud environment and stitch the data together to make it available for solutions like XDR. So that is the first component. XDR simply combines 4 different solutions into one. So we talked about endpoint detection response, or EDR. That is one solution. The other solution is EPP. EPP is traditional way of protecting an endpoint that relied on things like a database or signatures. Didn't do much EDR. It was mainly built on, have we seen it before? Did it exist? And then stopping it. And this is how legacy AV was operating. UBA, that looks at behavioral analytics of a user. And then if there is anything abnormal with that user, it would go and address that issue. And finally, NTA, or network traffic analysis, which did something similar, but did it on the network. With XDR, you now get all of this into one solution from Palo Alto Networks. So you combine the functionalities of 4 industry solutions into one solution only. And today you get it in 2 flavors. If you would like to get just the endpoint platform, you would get it with XDR Prevent. If you want to get the full feature set, if you want to get the UBA, if you want to get the EDR, NTA, then you opt for XDR Pro. That provides you with complete solution from a security perspective. Moving on to XSOAR. So we believe that any SOAR solution, and by the way, SOAR stands for Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response. And we believe that any solution, any SOAR solution out there should be able to communicate, integrate, and act upon the hundreds of thousands of alerts that are being generated from either the security sensors or a SIEM, and be able to integrate with hundreds of applications that the customer might be using. So our XSOAR solution has two unique features to it. One, we have the most or the highest number of playbooks straight out of the box. A playbook is simply an automated way to go respond to an incident. So let's say that a SIEM flags a phishing incident, right? Today, analysts will go through a manual process that say, if you get a phishing incident, this is how you respond. And they follow, steps, and they go through A to Z to make sure that they address that. We take those same manual steps and we basically put them in a playbook and say, we're going to automate this. I don't need somebody to manually go and respond to a phishing attack. If it's a phishing attack, here is how we respond to it with a playbook. So you automate all the manual tasks that a security analyst would do. So we have more than 200 of these ready playbooks straight out of the box. The other thing that we do extremely well is integration with third-party applications. So today we have more than 400 plus integrations with third-party tools and applications that will enable us to integrate with those, say, SIEMs or security solutions and be able to build a playbook to address any security flags or alerts coming from those applications. And finally, collaboration. So we believe that when there is a security incident, you want to make sure that all the stakeholders in the company can get together in a virtual platform and basically address that security incident. And this is what you get with SOAR, or XSOAR, sorry. Autofocus, as I mentioned earlier, Autofocus provides customers with context over what's happening in their environment. So with this, you basically get feeds from things like Wildfire or our own PAN database for URL filtering or DNS database. We basically feed that into Autofocus, and then you can ingest it into either a Palo Alto Networks solution like XDR or XSOAR, or you can feed it into third-party things like an EDL at a customer site or an Intel cards that the customer might have. What this does, more or less, it shows the customer what's happening in their environment. It gives them reference points to their industry. It shows them a lot more data behind, let's say that the firewall stopped an attack. It gives them a lot more context around that attack, where it originated from, what was the source, what were the hackers trying to access. So it provides them more or less over a context over what's happening in their security environment. All right, that is Cortex. Moving on to the last pillar, and I really want to spend some time talking about cloud, because cloud is where a lot of customers today are moving to. They may not moving 100% to the cloud, but they're moving some of their workloads at least to the cloud. They're using many more SaaS applications than they have in the past. And again, all of this happening because of the digital transformation that's basically happening across the globe with every customer environment. We have two key solutions for Prisma. One is SaaS, and Prisma SaaS is basically a CASB solution, so it protects applications like Office 365 or Salesforce.com. And the other component is Prisma Cloud. Prisma Cloud is the most comprehensive cloud security solution in the industry, and it helps the customer address 4 key areas in their cloud environment, and I'll talk about those in the next slides. So for Prisma SaaS, it's simple. We basically provide API security to customers who are using things like Office 365 and Salesforce.com. We don't have a proxy, so users don't have to log into a proxy and then to say Office 365. They can access Office 365 directly, and then Prisma SaaS will connect through APIs to Office 365 and provides connection to protection to the customer real life. Simple as that. It is our CASB solution that addresses any SaaS application that the customer might be using. But I really want to spend most of our time with Prisma talking about Prisma Cloud. And the reason why I want to do this is Gartner recently identified 4 key areas that any customers using the cloud should take into consideration to protect their environment. One is posture management and security. So you got to make sure that your AWS environment or your Azure environment is secure, it's compliant, you're monitoring any abnormal behavior in traffic. All of this has to do with posture that you may or may not get from your traditional public cloud provider. 2 is workload protection. So more and more customers are using things like containers. They're using things like serverless functions. So you want to make sure that your workloads also have a protection. Next is two new concepts, and one is cloud network security, and that is all about segmentation or micro-segmentation of your environment in the cloud. Remember that a lot of customers use segmentation and micro-segmentation today on their on-prem environment, and as they move more and more to the workloads to the cloud, they also need something in the cloud that's cloud native that does that for them. And finally, the cloud infrastructure entitlement management, and this is all about enforcing permissions. Think of it as an identity access management at a scale that is cloud native as well. Let's talk about these in more detail. And as I mentioned, we're seeing, especially in the Middle East, we're seeing more and more customers either adopting the public cloud or building private cloud, where they're using containers, we're using things like serverless functions. And it's specifically in the financial industry, we're seeing more and more customers in say, banks adopting cloud technologies in their environments, and that could expose them to a risk unless they have a security solution that addresses that. And this is where we believe Prisma Cloud comes in. So when it comes to posture management, we provide customers with security over, say, their S3 buckets in AWS. So let's say that you have an S3 bucket that you stored some data on. One of the common things or the common attacks that happened in public clouds is if you don't actually make that S3 off limits to public access, if you keep it available to the public, your data could be leaked. And this actually happened with the Department of Defense in the US, where their S3 bucket was exposed because it was publicly accessible. You need also compliance and visibility. You want to make sure that your AWS environment is PCI compliant or is HIPAA compliant or GDPR compliant. So this is becoming really critical, specifically or especially for organizations like healthcare or financial institutions. Moving on to the workload protection. So containers, and for those of you who don't know what a container is, if you think of the evolution of the physical server that had basically CPU, RAM, hard drives on it, and then you built basically a full operating system on top, and you basically put your full application stack on top as well, and then that physical server served a number of clients. That evolved with virtualization to a VM or a virtual machine that also had the full operating system and also had the full application stack. But instead of having to have it on a physical server, you're now sharing resources across maybe one server or multiple servers. Containers is the next step of evolution, where you don't need to load the entire operating system. You don't need to load the entire application. You just basically take the components that you need and you put them in a container environment, and then you run your applications, you run your code within that container, and then you can take that container and run it in any virtual environment. You can run it in the cloud, you can run it on-prem, and it would run the same exact way. So that is mainly around workload protection. The other key component of this is serverless security. So more and more customers are going to vendors like AWS and say, I want to run a code, and I want you to build me for the service that I'm using. So for example, Lambda service. And a prime example of this is Netflix. So Netflix today basically works with Amazon, where they say, bill us for the execution of the code using the services from AWS. So instead of having to go buy things like infrastructure as a service or a platform as a service, you only run basically or pay for the functions or the services that you're using. The two other new concepts is the network security and the cloud infrastructure entitlement management. And we're going to very soon introduce industry firsts for both of these. The first one is micro-segmentation in the cloud that is cloud native, that is based on identity, not based on IP addresses. So we will be the first vendor in the industry that actually does application or segmentation, micro-segmentation based on the application, not based on IP addresses. So this is coming up very soon, and we'll also provide a cloud-native solution to our identity access and management in the cloud. Look forward to both of these coming from Palo Alto Networks very soon. So that concludes the three pillars that I wanted to talk about. But before I leave you today, I want to show you the industry appreciation and the analyst appreciation of our pioneering efforts in this space, and why a lot of third-party validators think of us as leaders in this space. Let me start first with IDC. So IDC recently released their network appliance market share for the entire world. And if you look at Palo Alto Networks, we started in 2007, so we are relatively young. If you look at a lot of the vendors on that list, they've started in the space much earlier than we have. We're very proud of the fact today that we are the largest cloud security vendor in the industry. Network security vendor in the industry. If you look at Gartner, we have been a consistent leader, or actually the leader in the Magical Quadrant for network firewalls with Gartner for 8 straight years. Gartner recently released their Secure Access Service Edge, or SASE, Magical Quadrant, and we're again one of the leaders is Palo Alto Networks. Forrester, same exact thing. We're either the leader or one of the leaders when it comes to their network firewalls or their Zero Trust Wave reports. And we're very proud of the fact that we are consistently ranked as leaders on both of these wave reports year in and year out. And finally, NSS. NSS is an independent testing company, one of the largest actually in the industry, that validates next generation firewalls, for example, for performance and effectiveness, right? So how effective is this firewall in stopping attacks, and how does it perform from a throughput perspective? And we have gained recommended, which is the highest rating available from NSS for our next generation firewalls, for our intrusion prevention system, as well as data center segmentation. So if you look at almost every industry validation out there, they all recognize Palo Alto Networks as either the leader or one of the leaders in what we do. We're very proud of this fact. We're very proud of the fact that we brought a lot of industry-first technologies to the market. We would like to show you how we can also help you address maybe some of the security gaps that could exist today. Together with Westcon Comstor, we'll be more than happy to offer you a free assessment of your environment. We would come on site, we would work with you, or we can do it actually remotely, virtually, and we would work with you to show you where the security gaps might exist and how can a platform approach from Palo Alto Networks and Westcon Comstor address those needs for you. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from you soon.
Thank you, Raid. Before we move ahead to our next presentation, we would like to talk a bit about Westcon Comstor's support services. With 10 service centers globally and more than 100 certified help desk experts providing 24/7 level 1 and level 2 support across multiple vendors, we have the skills and capabilities to help. Removing the need for partners to develop their own support teams, our service desk capability eliminates the effort of managing tickets and handles all necessary vendor interface. Here's a short video to tell you more about Westcon Comstor's support services.
IT never stops, so your technical support shouldn't either. We provide the support services you need the most, not just to manage your IT, but to grow your business. With 10 support centers across the globe, we are always available to provide the right solution 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. either by phone, web, or email. We provide Level 1 and Level 2 vendor certified support to customers in 9 different languages. Over 130 dedicated, specialized, and vendor certified engineers can support, identify, and manage any incident with optional service and device monitoring capabilities, ideal for multi-technology, multi-vendor solutions. As an extension to embedded vendor support, our help desk support provides flexible, hour-based remote support for pre-sales, configuration assistance, solution design, change management, or other technical services the customer needs. Thanks to our service delivery platform based on our Sigma and SAMA applications, our engineers, partners, and end users use the same streamlined process for incident management using a common interface. Westcon Comstore Support Service helps you save the time and money of developing your own support desk. Save the trouble of opening, updating, and checking tickets on a daily basis for every vendor. Save resources by focusing on more productive and business-oriented tasks. Tailored support to develop, grow, and strengthen your business with Westcon Comstore.
A recent Gartner report has highlighted that downtime costs between $140,000 and $540,000 per hour, depending on the organization. With businesses today implementing a hybrid mode of working, addressing this significant challenge is now more pressing than ever. Our next speaker will shed light on the best practices organizations can take to avoid the pitfalls of downtime. Over to you, Larry. Please introduce our next speaker.
Awesome. Well, I hope you're finding the event very informative so far. I definitely am. And now it's time for our next magical introduction. It's now time to introduce you to NetScout.
Hi, I'm Rami Ifat, consulting engineer with NetScout. NetScout is thanking Westcon Comstore for the invite to the Imagine Middle East. Welcome to this session on Save Your Cost of Downtime with NetScout Service Triage. In our world of information and communication technology, failures are due to happen. It is inevitable. However, the outcomes of these failures is what causes business risk, because the business services get impacted. Such service outages or even service degradations can cripple a business. In order to manage this risk, you need to manage these incidents efficiently and in a timely manner, and ultimately reducing any costs due to those incidents. These incidents could be from the smallest failure events that could occur. In the IT service management space, according to ITIL definitions, not just service outages are considered incidents, no, but even the small events that increase the risk of service outages or even service degradations, those are considered incidents and they need to be resolved. Such events could be as trivial, as a failure on some hardware component in a server, for example, or a failure of a network component or a link, or errors from some software component in a system or an application. Thorough visibility should include even the smallest failure events that should be considered as incidents that need to be resolved, and they need to be resolved quickly. Talking about time, MTTR, mean time to resolution. It is the known metric, right, used to measure time for managing these incidents in incident management. And MTTR itself is composed of several time intervals as depicted in the diagram. The first, as you can see, is being MTTI, which is the time to identify that an incident has occurred. That's okay. The next one is very crucial, MTTK, mean time to know, that is, to diagnose. So this is the time taken to determine the root cause of the incident. That is the thing. So MTTK is a major influencer of this entire process. because once the root cause has been diagnosed, right, fixing it and then verifying the fix before you go live easily follows that. Very similar to a medical situation. Medical tests and investigations have to be done, and they have to be done thoroughly in order to reach to a proper diagnosis, right? Once a proper diagnosis is done by the doctor or whoever, then it is an easier matter to determine the treatment or the surgery needed, right? So in the IT world we live in, MTTK actually consumes the majority of the time spent from this entire MTTR, or the time to resolve the entire incident. Similar to the medical staff who need to perform a triage, the IT personnel also need to perform what we call a service triage. What is a service triage? Simply, it is the practice of identifying the root cause of an issue. If the service triage is done efficiently and in a timely manner, two very important things, this will reduce the MTTK we just discussed, and it will reduce it tremendously. And that will in turn reduce the total time to resolve the incident, thus reducing the business risk and the costs incurred. So really, please notice, the key here is to have very efficient service triage that accomplishes all this in a timely manner. But unfortunately, service triage is of the #1 challenges for IT personnel involved in incident management space. From surveys, as you can see, that were done, half of them said that the majority of their issues take long hours to resolve. This ends up increasing the business risk and the costs, as we discussed. Why is service triage inefficient? Several reasons. First is point tools. And that is the fact that you have this picture in front of you. I like this picture because it illustrates the problem very well, actually. Every IT department or unit has their own point tools, meaning they have their tools for the specific point they're addressing. They may be very powerful tools used for monitoring that specific point in the infrastructure. But these tools are blinded when it comes to the big picture. As you can see, everybody's seeing his part of the elephant. Nobody sees it as an elephant. This guy sees his leg, thinks it's a trunk of a tree. This guy sees his tail, thinks it's a snake, and the like. That's why I like this picture. On the same picture, if you turn it into IT departments, you see there's an application guy. And what he sees is different than what the database guy is seeing. And what that guy sees is different from what the server guy is seeing. And that is also different from the network guy, and the list goes on. You have the help desk. They're getting issues from the customers or the end users, and they're not happy, and they don't know how to resolve it quickly. You have managers who are not happy that the issues are not resolved. We have what we call IT war rooms, if you hear about them, where all these different IT departments jump into a room, and they're all pointing fingers at each other. Everyone claims that their part is fine because they look at their silo-specific tool. It's very silo-specific. The tension increases and lots of time is lost, and at the end, the service is impacted, but no one is resolving it quickly. On another front, today we are in the hybrid cloud era. And when we say hybrid cloud era, organizations still have their conventional infrastructure, hosting their legacy applications in their conventional data center, having branches across the WAN, etc. But they also have migrated many of their workloads today to the public cloud. And some organizations have even went to what is known as private clouds. They built their own private clouds, running automation and orchestration. That's all good part of the digital transformation. But in this hybrid cloud era, managing all these different environments has become even more complex. Server team, for example, have different tools to handle the physical servers in contrast to the new VMs. Similarly, in the network space, different tools for the legacy networks, routers and switches, with their configuration and monitoring, in contrast to the newer tools for software-defined networks. And the same in the application space, with legacy versus cloud applications. In all of this, when failures occur, this all adds up to drastically increasing service unavailability. It's going to increase, and reducing the quality of end-user experience, and of course, loss in productivity. This all adds up to the business risk we discussed and the costs involved. NetScout has a service assurance solution that addresses these main points. And these are really major pain points for many people. A solution that has more holistic end-to-end visibility. It is visibility without borders. This is all achieved using what we call smart data that NetScout solution generates. This smart data consists of a single consistent set of metadata. Metadata that provides contextual views of all the services running. The solution from NetScout spans the entire infrastructure. How? By collecting data sets from strategic access points across the entire infrastructure. And when I say strategic access points, that means points that you are going to be collecting data sets from that span everything, that span all network layers, all network domains, like core network, data center, internet edge, campus network, WAN, branches, everything. It spans the physical as well as the virtual environments completely. It spans all the different tiers of tier architectures in the applications in the data center, all the different tiers in the unified communication space, and all the way to the new microservices architecture with cloud-native applications. Here, in all of this, service triage by NetScout is performed proactively by detecting service degradations and events in real time. nGenius One is the name of the service assurance platform from NetScout, nGenius One. It is the one that aggregates all this smart data that was generated. It correlates it. It contextually analyzes all this metadata that was generated by NetScout. And so it allows for the different levels of visibility, as you can tell from this slide. Now, nG1, this nGenius One, is powered by NetScout's ASI technology. ASI is NetScout's secret sauce. ASI stands for Adaptive Service Intelligence. It is our secret sauce. It is a patented technology of NetScout. And really, it is all about a DPI engine that is running in there that generates this metadata at a scalable level. This metadata enables a very comprehensive view, an end-to-end view, both real-time and historic, but it's a view of everything: services, network, application, and server performance. ASI technology is the foundation of NetScout's scalable service assurance solution. Having said that, now that you are in the picture with me, that there is this service level visibility without borders, and it sees the entire services, and having all this smart data that NetScout is generating, the solution from NetScout is now able to provide efficient service triage in a timely manner, which reduces, as we said before, the MTTK significantly. And if you were doing that, you were able to diagnose the root cause of incidents quickly, and so they can resolve issues much faster. This enhances the experience. This assures service delivery. That is what NetScout calls service assurance, which is today a key requirement in the success of the majority of businesses. Please reach out to us for more information. NetScout is thanking Westcon Comstore and the audience. Stay tuned to the upcoming quiz. Thank you.
Thank you, Rami. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to take stock and rethink not only the way in which we work, but also the way in which we live. It has pushed us to think about next steps and focus on the opportunities rather than challenges, and look at the positives rather than the negatives. Our next speaker is inspirational in so many ways and has been a great example of endless possibilities you can achieve when you live a life with a positive mindset. Our next speaker, Mandy Harvey, is an award-winning singer, songwriter, and motivational speaker. A vocal music education major at Colorado State University, Mandy lost her residual hearing in 2006-2007 at age 18 due to a connective tissue disorder that affected her nerves and left the program. She then pursued several career options, including education, but returned to music in 2008 as it was her true passion and she could no longer deny it. She quickly became a regular performer at various venues and released 3 albums. Though her hearing loss is profound, her timing and pitch are perfect, and her passion is tremendous. With support from friends, family, and her faith, Mandy continues to find joy in music. In 2011, Mandy won VSA's Top Young Soloist Award and lived a personal dream of performing at the Kennedy Center in DC. She has been featured on NBC's Nightly News, Canada AM, The Steve Harvey Show, and the Los Angeles Times. In addition to performing and speaking, Mandy has become an ambassador to both No Barriers USA and Invisible Disabilities, with a mission to encourage, inspire, and assist others to break through their personal barriers. In 2017, Mandy's audition on America's Got Talent consisted of singing her original song, Try. Moved by her performance, Simon Cowell pressed the golden buzzer to send Mandy straight to the quarterfinals, and she went on to make the finals and was placed on the 4th position overall. To talk about imagining a life of endless possibilities and positivity, with us today is Mandy Harvey.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
And what's your name?
Mandy Harvey,
And who's this?
my interpreter.
What's your name?
Sarah.
Nice to meet you, Sarah.
Nice to
How
meet
are
you,
you?
sir.
Hi, Sarah.
Doing well, thank you. Hello.
Okay, Mandy, so I think I've worked this out. So you're deaf?
Yes, I lost all my hearing when I was 18 years old.
Wow. And how old are you now?
29. So it's 10 years.
Wow. And Mandy, how did you lose your hearing, if you don't mind me asking?
I have a connective tissue disorder. So basically, I got sick and my nerves deteriorated.
So you were singing before you lost your hearing?
Yeah, I've been singing since I was 4. So I left music after I lost my hearing and then figured out how to get back into singing with muscle memory, using visual tuners and trusting my pitch.
So your shoes are off because you're feeling the vibration. Is that how you're following the music?
Yeah, I'm feeling the tempo, the beat through the floor.
And Mandy, what are you going to sing?
I'm going to sing a song that I wrote called Try.
Okay, can you tell me what it's about?
After I lost my hearing, I gave up. But I want to do more with my life than just give up. So.
Good for you. Good for you. Okay, well, look, this is your moment, and good luck.
Okay. I don't feel the way I used to. The sky is gray, much more than it is blue. But I know one day I'll get through. And I'll take my place again. If I would try. If I would try. Oh, there is no one for me to blame. 'Cause I know the only thing in my way is me. I don't live the way I want to. That whole picture never came into view. But I'm tired of getting used to the day. So I will try. So I will try. If I would try. If I would try.
Mandy, I don't think you're going to need a translator for this.
And you can tell everybody this is a song.
It's incredible. I mean, I've done this a long time. That was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen and heard. Come here. Good for you. That was amazing. Amazing. Congratulations, guys. Honestly, I never think I'm going to be surprised or amazed by people. and then you turn up. And with, I mean, just the fact that you are you, but it was your voice, your tone, the song was beautiful. Congratulations, you were straight through to the live shows. Mandy, you know what? We found each other.
Yes. And you can tell everybody this is a song. It may be quite simple, but when that is done.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mandy Harvey, and it is an honor to be able to join you all today at the WestCon Comstar Imagine Middle East event. I am privileged and just so thrilled to be able to be here to tell you a little bit about my journey and my story, and hopefully maybe it'll motivate and inspire you in some small way. I have the biggest love for music. Music for me is a way to express myself, but it is also an opportunity for me to be a part of a community. When I was first joining choir, when I was about 4 years old, I was a hard of hearing child. I was very disconnected with society and just very anxious and quiet. And my mom had the foresight to put me in a choir class where I got to be a part of a community really for the first time. And it was amazing to me. Being 4, I was the youngest person by a lot. There were mostly adults in the room, and I was there to observe, but they gave me the sheet music anyway. I got to see the sheet music in front of me, and for the first time, I had all of the words in black and white in front of me. I didn't have to lip read. I didn't have to guess. I was a part of the conversation, which was inspiring on its own right. But secondly, it didn't matter that I was 4. Everybody else was an adult. The age didn't matter. Color of our skin didn't matter. How much money we had in our pockets didn't matter. Where we like to go shopping or how we cook our eggs, none of that mattered. What mattered is we were working together as one community to create something beautiful. And I fell in love in that moment with music education. I wanted to be able to not only have music be a part of my world every day, but to be able to move that forward to other generations below me and to give people the ability to express themselves and to feel what I felt, to be a part of something. It was very special. And so I went to school for vocal music education, and my dream and my reality met for just a short amount of time. I ended up, while I was at school, my first year of college, losing my residual hearing. I went from being hard of hearing, slightly hard of hearing, to being profoundly deaf, and now being profoundly deaf in both ears and relying on sign language and lip reading. I was devastated, to say the least, because I was no longer allowed to be a music major, and my world completely flipped upside down. I don't know how to describe that part of my life without feeling like I watched part of myself die. And in that began a whole new life. I say this all because I know that it's a little sad. I know that it's a little dark. I don't want to linger there. That's the reality of life. Every single person is going to hit a wall in their life, even if you have the most perfect life in the entire world, if you have every resource, every monies that you could think of, cars, whatever, it doesn't really matter, the love of your life, you have it all. Every person will hit a wall where their expectation and their dream does not meet their reality. And it is a moment for us to have 2 options. 1, you can give up and allow that to be the existence that you have. Or 2, you have a rare opportunity to learn, to get up and grow through the experience. So here I am, a person who has been completely shattered with, I didn't even know which way was up or how I was going to be able to talk with people again, how I was ever going to be able to be a part of music again. Even just outside of music, I didn't know how I was going to be able to breathe in and out without it being painful. I didn't know how to close my eyes and go to sleep without the fear of not being able to hear people coming in to my room or locking a door and hearing that latch to know that you're truly secure. I felt lost. But being lost in that moment was truly a moment because I had a whole world in front of me that I got to relearn. And it wasn't easy, and it's still not easy. I feel like I'm still trying to figure out who I am and how to go about my life, but it has been a beautiful adventure that has changed me in so many positive and beautiful ways. So I moved back home. I started taking sign language classes. And again, I had that feeling of being part of the conversation. And it was so rare for me to be able to sit and sign and actually understand the conversations that were happening around. It's a peaceful feeling. And I found myself surrounded by amazing individuals. I had been told, the world had told me, that if you were deaf, you cannot be a musician, that you are not as intelligent or straight up stupid, that you will not be able to take care of yourself, and that you're broken. And here I am sitting in a room full of amazing individuals, and I'm thinking, not a single person in this room is stupid. Not a single person in this room is incapable of their dreams. There's doctors and lawyers and engineers. There's people. They're just people. We're just people viewing the world a little bit differently. And it was a relief because the world might have labeled me as being a broken person, but I was the one who decided if that was going to be my identity or not. And I stand today and say that I choose to ignore it straight up because I am not stupid. I am not broken. And I am capable of chasing my dreams. I'm capable of not only chasing my dreams, being successful and helping those along the way. I'm going to get back up off the floor. It was a turning moment for me. I was introduced back into music by my father, who wanted to just play guitar with me. He handed me a guitar and we sat down in the basement and we were just playing guitar together. And I didn't really want to. I was a little bit bored. I was just holding on to the instruments. And I was watching his fingers making a chord. All right, here we go. But I paid attention to something I'd never paid attention to before in my life. As I'm strumming the strings, I can feel each of these strings vibrating on my fingertips. I've never paid attention to that feeling before. As I started to strum, I can feel the rumbling through the material of the guitar, through the cedar, through the wood. I can feel the vibrations of the sound that I'm creating and the strings as I'm digging each of them through with my thumb. I'm experiencing music in a different way. Music did not give up on me. I gave up on music. And so I started a journey of being able to find music in myself again. And it started with visual tuners and inspiration of being able to even try. And it led me to an entire career, an entire life of different possibilities. I wanted to sing for you a song that I wrote. That was one of the first songs that I ever wrote. I'd never written any music before I lost my hearing. I'd never dared to do it because I thought that you had to be born with just a gift to be able to write music, and I swore that I didn't have it. But after losing my hearing, I was confronted with a question. Why? Why are you not writing your own music? Because it's terrifying. What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst? What's the worst that can happen by me singing a song? I don't know. I'd get embarrassed. Maybe someone will make fun of me or leave. What's the worst that can happen? Not much. I haven't had anybody explode because I sang a song and they just didn't like it and they're just like, no, that just never has happened. I cannot think of what the worst would be. In my eyes, growing up, my biggest fear was losing my hearing, and it happened. And when it happened, I thought it was going to destroy who I was. But in the end, it's only made me appreciate people more. I'm more empathetic. It's made me love music more. I feel more connected. It's made me a better person. So, what's the worst that can happen? I don't know. And in fact, why don't I just change the question? What's the best that can happen? What's the best that can happen by me opening my mouth and taking a risk and singing a song? What's the best that can happen by me writing how I feel? An endless world of possibilities. So I wrote this song. It's called Try, and it's simply saying how I felt, honestly. I don't know who I am anymore, but I'm willing to find out. I'm willing to put in the work and try. I don't feel the way I used to. The sky is gray, much more than it is blue. But I know one day I'll get through, and I'll take my place again if I would try. If I would try. I don't love the way I need to. You need more, and I know that much is true. So I'll fight for a breakthrough, and I'll breathe in you again if I would try. If I would try. Oh, there is no one for me to blame, 'cause I know the only thing in my way is me. I don't live the way I want to. That whole picture never came into view, and I'm tired of getting used to the day. So I will try. So I will try. If I would try. If I would try. Oh. So I ended up singing that song at a performance that I never would have dared to have done in the past, and I'm still not quite sure why I had the guts to do it. But I was offered an opportunity to sing on the stage of America's Got Talent. And I'd never seen the show before. I didn't know what a golden buzzer was, but I was absolutely petrified and having conversations with people who know me best, people who are the closest to me, and they said, Mandy, what do you want to do with your life? I want to encourage people. I want to say and be an example, a living example, that it's okay to fail, to be an absolute mess, just devastated, on the floor, not knowing where you're going to go tomorrow, that you have the ability to get back up off the floor, to stand up, brush your knees up, and try again. I want to make people smile, but I also want to be a glowing example of a different perspective of what a disability even looks like. We're not broken, we're just different. And when we work together as a community, the possibilities are endless of the things that we can make better, the people who we can include, and the perceptions can be changed. That's what I want to do with my life. And I want to do it with music, if I can. So why wouldn't you take an opportunity to do something like this? To stand on the stage and sing? What's the worst that can happen? What's the best that can happen? So I walked on that stage and I sang that song, Try, and it changed a lot. Not only has that song gone viral, I watched as the numbers started to climb, and collectively, if you take all of the different views of that video and push them all together, it's far over 500 million views, which is ridiculous. I don't even know how to comprehend that number, but a lot of beautiful changes started to happen. We introduced closed captions to the green room for the first time. We had a video for Release Me, which was the first video, the longest video of silence on network television history, signing and singing at the same time, which was the first time that had been done on that show. Plus, all of these schools and all of these programs started across the world of different sign language clubs as clubs, but also as foreign languages, classes that could be taken for college levels, and people starting to have real honest conversations about invisible barriers, invisible disabilities, and just people cheering each other on. Some of the comments that you would see in the video was, I was just diagnosed with cancer. I don't know what to do. And the next comment below it was, I have that exact same form of cancer. Let's talk. And then the next one below that would be, I don't, but I'm cheering you on. And I'm hoping that things are going to be better for you. There were so many moments of positivity. And it started with me being brave enough to get up off the floor and to try. The only reason that I was brave enough to get up off the floor is because I had community, people who surrounded me and loved on me and believed in me more than I believed in myself. When we work together, we can change the world in beautiful ways. I wanted to finish my time with you, one, by saying thank you so much. Thank you, everybody at WestCon Comstar. Imagine Middle East, you guys are amazing. Thank you for letting me be just a small part of this event, but thank you for being a part of my community. Thank you for joining me to try to make the world a little bit better with our technology, with the way we communicate. It changes everything. So this song that I want to close with, it's called This Time. And it's getting up off the floor. It's hard enough. But when we are working together as a community, we are unstoppable. Nice to meet you. Are we flying? Or is it all in my head? Second guessing, but I'm trying before it all disappears. Seconds turned into minutes, wasted time instead of living. Please don't stand in my way. I am running out of nowhere. Yes, I'm moving on, I'll lose the race if I wait. I'm so close that I can taste it. Yes, I'm moving on. Whoa, I'm running. This time I'm gonna make it.
I'm gonna make it. I'm not the same kid I used to be. Oh, this time I'm gonna make it. Gonna chase it from here. 'Cause seconds turned into minutes, wasted time instead of living. Please don't stand in my way. I am running out of nowhere. Yes, I'm moving on, I'll lose the race if I wait. I'm so close that I can taste it. Yes, I'm moving on, whoa, I'm running. This time I'm gonna make it. Whoa, I'm running. This time, whoa, I'm running. This time I'm gonna make it. Whoa, I'm running. This time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mandy. You truly are an inspiration. For the next presentation, we will put the spotlight on cloud. Over the last decade, we have witnessed cloud evolve from being an industry buzzword to being a key agent for business transformation. Cloud is fueling a whole host of innovation and can accelerate connectivity across your physical and virtual network. Our next speaker will delve into how cloud can accelerate network deployments. Over to Larry to do the review.
Great. Let's see who our next presenting vendor is. Oracle Communications.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sharina Standiari. I'm the Product Marketing Director for Oracle Communications, focusing on EMEA and JPAC region. And it is an absolute pleasure to be here today, part of the Westcon Comstar Middle East Imagine virtual event. And I'd like to extend my thanks to all of you guys for taking the time to listen to us, and of course, the Westcon Comstar team. So before getting started, I would like to take the next few minutes, of course, to talk to you about networks built for cloud with best-in-class technology. However, before we get into it, let me talk to you a little bit about who we are. So at Oracle Communication, we have a proud heritage of helping our customers in areas that are most critical to them, namely security, signaling, and policy. Our enterprise solutions secure more than 1,600 enterprise networks across the world. Our best-in-class network solutions are deployed in 20 of the top 20 most demanding multi-vendor networks in the world. Oracle has a huge emphasis on R&D and investment in different industry verticals. And this also stands true for our own Oracle Communications business unit. We have a significant focus on our R&D spend to continue to help our customers innovate their services and really differentiate their networks with best-in-class technology. Of course, today there are various forces that are shaping the communications industry. We have the digital transformation initiatives and the new business workflows that they create that are really fueling the move to cloud. So on the enterprise side, we have the new worker paradigm and the distributed IT, where users, applications, and data are really in remote locations. And we are seeing this trend more than ever today. In our new normal, we're being pushed even further. And our expectation is to work from anywhere, to be able to access all of our tools and our applications, and to be able to do all of this in a secure, reliable, quick way, and obviously with superior quality of experience. On the other side, we have the communication service providers that are evolving their networks for 5G. So there is a need for open, secure, interoperable ecosystem for the success of 5G. And given the new service-based architecture and the 5G core, there is a need to better understand cloud-native technologies around microservices, cloud orchestration, DevOps, and CI/CD, and also the various migration paths from 4G to 5G, which means that communication service providers are going to be even more stringent to ensure that their investment today is going to shape tomorrow's ROI. We are also seeing more and more how cloud technologies are crossing organizational silos, disrupting proprietary technology stacks, and really changing the delivery models. We're witnessing how this low-cost, fast deployment, scalable characteristics of the cloud are really pushing leading operators to build their environment from disaggregated cloud-native, multi-cloud components across infrastructure, platform, and applications. And also to be able to harness the benefits of cloud and all of its advantages in terms of automation, agility, automated security. So there is a real need to shift and evolve towards a DevSecOps culture in this paradigm. And also this creates a huge opportunity for CSPs to be able to provide the agile, secure, reliable, multi-cloud, multi-access networks their customers require, and to be able to leverage cloud and emerging technologies such as analytics combined with industrial IoT use cases. And this is really going to help them deliver differentiated solutions that really go beyond connectivity. So how are we helping our customers navigate through these challenges and to be better prepared to leverage all of the opportunities that these industry dynamics that I just talked about would present? So at Oracle Communications, our commitment to delight our customers pivots on three main pillars. So the first one being networks built for cloud. This is all about leveraging Oracle's cloud DNA to help our customers compete and innovate at the same pace as alternative CSPs or hyperscalers, but at a lower TCO. Trusted partner with a security-first mindset. So as communication networks are really extending their reach to support mission-critical and business-critical applications, we know that our customers cannot afford to compromise their networks by working with just anyone. So we have over 40 years of communication industry experience and really a trusted partner by hundreds and thousands of networks worldwide. So security is really entrenched in our company culture and an intrinsic part of all of our processes, from supply chain to final software delivery and the ongoing support. Lastly, deep domain expertise. So as networks are evolving around yet, I would say, sometimes even unimagined 5G and IoT services, our customers are only going to be able to adapt with the most flexible and powerful components in their network architecture. And we're working together with our partners to power their network with our best-of-breed multi-generational network solutions. Because at the end of the day, really, cloud native and best technology is going to win this race, especially in the telco space. And we want our customers to succeed in this market. We need to help them differentiate their network with best-in-class technology where it matters the most, around security, around signaling, and of course, around network policy. And really, I mean, we've been at the beginning when many of this best-of-breed technology came to market. So really being first to market in enterprise and service provider, session border controller, or diameter signaling router, signaling security policy is really much more than an honorary badge for us. Being the category inventor in areas such as signaling or a session border controller has really given us in-depth expertise and experience in areas that are most critical for our customers. And these are security, interoperability, interworking, regulatory compliancy. So we know that these are areas that our customers do not want to compromise. So we have more than 90% of the use cases that involve our network products really focus on solving network interoperability and interworking issues with mission-critical multi-vendor networks. In other areas, for instance, when it comes to our proven fail-safe SD-WAN solution, we know it's all about reliability to provide a rock-solid foundation for our customers to provide to their end users with a secure and seamless quality of experience. and also being the first to market in 3G and 4G signaling has given us enormous depth and experience to understand the challenges around signaling complexity. And we've applied these learnings to 5G to help our CSP customers better navigate the 5G core signaling challenges and really what that means in a cloud-native environment and a service-based architecture of 5G. And we also know that when it comes to our CSP customers, network policy, they want to have the best-in-class technology in a converged cloud-native solution for their 4G and 5G network so that they can have the right network policies in place today to be able to monetize their service with a future-proof roadmap that they can evolve to as they evolve their 4G to 5G migration and they actually deploy the 5G core. So in the past 2 years, in the industry, there's been a lot of talk about cloud-native technologies. And the reason for that is that 5G, really for 5G to fulfill its promise, it needs to adopt cloud-native technologies. In fact, the 3GPP standards body adopted a new standard for the core network technology, the 5G core service-based architecture, which is new in 5G. And service-based architecture, or SBA, has really changed the game in how 5G network functions are designed and how they will be deployed and how they will be managed. It is a good adoption of IT web scale technologies, hence why we talk about networks built for cloud. So why SBA? Because it really enables a cloud-native architecture in which network functions are broken down into services, and they communicate and expose their services to other functions via APIs, or even to other entities via APIs, which is the key for providing enterprise services. So this really improves the reusability of the services, and it's really suitable for network slicing. And all of this takes advantage of open source technologies, right? And which is key for achieving all of the benefits of having an open, interoperable 5G ecosystem. However, the service-based architecture does have its challenges, right? Because now you have a larger number of services, and each of the traditional network functions, or even the new ones, are built now from many different services. And these services are going to need to communicate to each other. They will need to interact with one another. So now, how do you achieve the most optimum routing path between these services? Hence some of the challenges around routing and optimization. And of course, the adoption of SBA and open source technologies also introduces challenges in terms of security, because it now adds the new notion around authorization and authentication. So all of this means we will have new challenges in terms of robustness and scalability of the network, not to mention the need for better visibility and an end-to-end view of how the network is performing. And an end-to-end view at the end of the day means that we're talking about the adoption of cloud-native technologies based on IT, but we also have to have the need to meet the stringent operator SLAs around network services to be able to meet the demands around the consumer and enterprise service level agreements for CSPs. In another area that is of critical importance in the 5G core is the policy domain in 5G. So in 4G, the network policy is mainly managed by the PCRF, or the policy and charging rule function. And this is a critical area because it directly impacts aspects of quality, of service and charging, which directly influences how you can monetize your service. So this becomes even more critical in 5G, because in addition to the traditional role that policy played in 4G, in 5G, the policy needs to integrate with 5G analytics, which means that 5G policy has greater intelligence that is able to manage the policy for the subscribers and respond to the network changes in a much more dynamic way, so that it can adjust the quality of service. Policy is also very important for the slice in 5G. So it plays a role in network slice selection, mapping the services to slices, and providing a more tailored quality of service and experience, depending on the slice, whether that slice is an enterprise with IoT applications, whether that slice is a regular broadband application, or low latency application with critical SLAs. So in 5G, policy also plays a key role in enabling edge applications. So it performs traffic steering and routing capabilities. And if we take an example, so let's say, for example, you take applications such as autonomous driving, right? So you need to ensure very low latency. So as the vehicle moves from one location to the next, you need to reallocate the user plane to be as close as possible to the car, right? Which is a capability that is enabled by the 5G policy. So really the bottom line is that in 5G, policy plays an even more important role in enabling edge and network slicing with more intelligence that is integrated with analytics. Another area that is of key importance in this new 5G core is having an automated testing framework. This is key when we talk about service agility in 5G, because faster time to market and continuous deployment, there is also a continuous testing angle. You cannot have continuous deployment without continuous testing. And all of this is critical because it's going to require automation, right? So that your 5G solution can have the ability to pick a software automatically in a few hours, deploy it into the network in an automated way, because that's the only way that you can achieve agility through automation. So having such a framework allows you to verify new versions of the software quickly to ensure that the configuration change is not impacted, or it's impacted with, there's a minimal impact on the configuration change, on the network resiliency, to ensure that you have the right level of interoperability testing, interworking testing, and to be able to do this with the agility that is required by the business. So at Oracle Communications, we have a number of engagements where we are helping our customers to deal with some of the challenges around signaling and routing, around policy and automated testing in the 5G core. And all of this with providing resilient, secure, easy to operate 5G core network functions while achieving the promise of cloud-native technologies. And we're working with a number of tier 1 operators in North America who are leveraging our 5G core signaling and routing, policy and automated testing solutions in their own private cloud, as well as leading operators in EMEA and JPAC who are leveraging our cloud-native 4G and 5G converged solutions for their network so that they can better monetize all of their services in their 4G to 5G migration and have a future-proof policy investment for when they are ready for their 5G standalone deployment. So in terms of networks built for cloud, we talked a lot about helping operators build their own private cloud with 5G core. But let's switch gears a little bit and into some of the SaaS-based applications around security and monitoring and management for enterprise, as well as CSPs that run on the Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. And these are applications that leverage all of the OCI Gen 2 capabilities in terms of automated security and resiliency, not to mention with a SaaS-based business model with zero CapEx and significantly lower OpEx. So we've seen over and over this year how cloud has helped companies adapt to the new unstable normal, right? I mean, no one knows how far into 2021 we're going to continue to work from home and shop primarily online, but it's clear that every enterprise must become more secure, more agile, and more responsive and adaptive than ever before. And we're helping our customers, our enterprise customers, with solutions that are specifically focused on security, the focus being on always-on communication security. And we call this Security Shield Cloud Services. So this runs in Oracle Cloud, hence it leverages the Oracle AI and analytics for automated threat detection for enterprise call centers. So it provides a 360-degree view of SIP-based RTC traffic and dynamic risk assessment for every call with an actionable alert. Another SaaS solution that is recently available in our management cloud for both enterprise as well as our CSP customers is our Session Delivery Management Cloud. So it manages Oracle Communications SBC and related products that are deployed on appliances or virtual machines at customers' premises, helping customers to focus on innovation without really having to worry about complex, time-consuming, and error-prone operations and management processes, right? So the focus is on monitoring and management, spanning configuration, security, and fault management. And of course, the third area in our newly SaaS-enabled products is our SD-WAN orchestration solution. So this is also running in Oracle Cloud for more agile and optimized way to deploy SD-WAN edge devices. So in terms of cloud regions within Oracle, so we've had a very aggressive growth strategy in our cloud region footprint. In fact, as of September 2020, we have 27 different regions, 21 of which have been deployed in the last 18 months, and planning to have up to 32 cloud regions by the end of 2020. So as you can see, the red dots are commercial regions, blue are government with a flavor for state and federal agencies, and of course the ones where you see the Microsoft logo is where we have the Azure Interconnect regions, where we connect our cloud with Azure for very low latency measures. And of course, this supports our customers' multi-cloud strategy and provides them choice and flexibility in their cloud journey. Finally, at Oracle, we have a number of other business units in addition to the communications business unit that are so in the communication business units, we're focused on communications, but there's also the same deep vertical expertise in construction engineering, utilities, retail, finance, health sciences, hospitality, the public sector. So overall, Oracle invests more than $700 million each year in industry-specific research and development. And this really helps us help our customers to better compete and lead by opening doors to new revenue-generating business models. And this really goes back to the basics of all the conversations that we have had with operators in terms of what they are trying to get out of 5G. And it is increasingly apparent that the value of 5G is going to come from the enterprise business. Since the consumer business is fairly saturated, the pricing competition, the regulation continues to make it extremely challenging. So IoT, and specifically enterprise industrial IoT, is a key focus area in terms of better monetizing 5G. So we really believe that IoT plus cloud plus analytics is going to reshape our world more than any other of the prior industrial revolutions that we've seen. And it has always been the case. It's the applications that are going to change it. It's not just the simple connectivity. It's not just the simple communication. So at Oracle Communication, we understand that connectivity and moreover the control plane that instantiates that connectivity. But we are working with Oracle's huge presence in infrastructure and moreover in the application spaces with the deep industrial vertical and the other business units that I mentioned, and working in understanding some of the most critical industries in the world. So we are working on an end-to-end IoT solution that is going to help our customers to compete with better service agility and to move up the connectivity stack. So really, to sum it up, our forward-looking strategy is all about how we can help our customers to really light up 5G on the back of IoT with networks built for cloud and with best-in-class technology and applications. So with that, I will end my talk here. Thank you for your time and listening. I also want to remind everyone there's going to be a quick quiz right after this. So thank you for taking the time to answer the questions. And big thanks to the Westcon Comstar team for facilitating this virtual event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shireen. So, as organizations benefit from increased connectivity, they also face a unique challenge of securing a complex network of multiple endpoints and devices, along with a rapidly expanding IoT ecosystem. This being said, an active defense approach is needed to reduce the attack surface. Our next speaker will discuss how enterprises can mitigate the risks and operate fearlessly in a hyper-connected world. Larry, please reveal our next speaker.
Thank you so much. I hope you're all having fun today. I'm having a great time with all of you. And now it's time to introduce to you our next speaker. Forescout. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining. And special thanks to Westcon Consort for this invite to the Imagine Middle East. My name is Hassan Al-Qarhani, and I'm a Forescout System Engineering Leader in MECA region. Over the next 30 minutes, I would like to share with you Forescout vision and update you on the product's innovation that will be coming soon. Our vision centers around the need for active defense for an enterprise as it progresses to be an enterprise of things. You may be wondering what it is, and if I do my job correctly by the end of this presentation, you will not only know what it is, but also the value it brings to the market. So let's dive in. As with any forward-looking presentation, it's important to note that what you're going to see is subject to change. So keep that in mind as we move forward. We're going to cover 3 key areas today as we discuss an active defense for the enterprise of things, the expanding enterprise risk surface and why we believe it requires an active defense. We're going to see how Forescout has been and is continuing innovation toward delivering an active defense. And we're going to wrap up with a brief discussion of areas we're continuing to explore as future areas of innovation. So let me start with a relatively simple IoT device back in 2015. A television back then was merely a TV, which had really some basic internet and few applications. But today, it's getting really much smarter with more computing power, which could make it potentially more dangerous, such as being leveraged as a surveillance device. Given the fact that it would support today hundreds of available applications, it was designed to be smarter using voice assistance or while being used as a smart hub for other IoT devices. If that is at my home, I just need to be thoughtful of it. But if they were in your conference rooms and then they can become dangerous, as they are listening, especially if they have been hacked as part of your expanding risk surface. So when we look today as an enterprise, it has really becoming an enterprise of things. You are dealing with devices scattered across your campus, branches, data center, cloud. You're building automation or even your specialized operational technology environment. The device landscape is becoming incredibly challenging. The number of devices going up every day. Millions of devices has been added, which requires basically massive scale. And the problem is not only the number, but also the diversity of these devices, the vendors, their embedded operating systems, the functions. And I'm not talking here about the traditional IT devices, but rather the IoT, the industrial IoT, medical IoT, along with your building automation or your process-oriented operation technology devices that would require really a robust identification ability at scale. And let's not forget the third-party owned devices connecting to your network, where there is a lack of full control, such as the partners, suppliers, or even your customers, along with their connectivity methods, which brings a new set of challenges. We are seeing now increased SaaS connectivity, which is increasing the network complexity. We've seen 5G adoption, where there is a lack of network ownership. And there are other technologies, such as SD-WAN and mesh technologies, where traditional tools are really less effective. Now, those new connectivity methods are really becoming more mainstream, and they introduce broad new challenges while combining it with the device landscape. So when we talk about the third key drivers that we are seeing is actually the behavior and the usage changes. So we've seen customers refusing basically to use the cloud in the beginning, but now they have cloud-first initiatives. And they need to bring their users to the cloud, but they are really worried about the granularity of controls in place. And now with COVID, the remote workforce, work from anywhere, the need to secure from anywhere caused another challenge. Last but not least, where there is always pressure on the budget. We need to do more with less. And with this pressure, actually, it's really crucial to have an easy-to-use and extensible solutions. If we look at all of these three, this is really a significant set of challenges for the enterprise that we need to address. So this expanding risk surface results in a very real threats that we have seen, such as smart displays being used as spy on meetings, Ripple 20 bugs putting hundreds of millions of IoT devices at risk, and usage of a fish tank to exfiltrate key information. The number of stories are really growing exponentially as the number of devices themselves. This risk is very challenging to go after. And here is exactly where ForSCAD comes in. Our mission is simple: defend the enterprise of things by continuously identifying, segmenting, and enforcing compliance of every connected thing. ForSCAD believes that every dollar you spend on security should buy down your cybersecurity. So let's address, we've seen the enterprise of things. So what do we mean really by active defense? So if you really look, it really centers around this blue cloud you see in the middle, having a crowdsourced device data lake with machine learning to be able to provide continuous adaptive protection from threats through real-time cloud-scale risk analysis. But it got to leverage the network effect of an extensive enterprise customer base combined with robust external data sources. We've got today more than 3,700 customers, many of which are in the front line, getting hit by the hardest attack on a daily basis. So the ability to leverage that customer base, along with the external data sources at cloud scale in real time, is very, very differentiated approach. So let's take a look, for example, at 9:14 in the morning. Your enterprise is looking really great, and we can see that. But at 9:15, Ripple 20 goes out, and we became aware that we have a potential issue with one of your cameras. Not only we can see it, and we can notify you about it, but also we can help you to automatically take action, whether it's assigning that camera to a quarantine VLAN or moving it to a safe zone segment, so you'll be able to identify and to act quickly, then to remediate and move forward. This is a continuous real-time look to keep your actual enterprise safe at scale. This is our vision for active defense of enterprise of things, where we are building it today from our existing and other coming soon components to keep you safe at scale. So let's see how we've been innovating over time, and let's dig a little bit deeper over there. ForceCAT first is not a startup, and we are really proud of the fact that we've been evolving our solution to meet the changing need of the enterprises over the past 20 years. From year 2000 to year 2010, our target was protecting the internal networks using Nondo 802.1x with agentless NAC, with agentless posture assessment with real-time continuous monitoring, and leveraging our policy-based engine to automate several actions, including control enforcement. Between 2010 and 2015, the world started to shift toward bring your own device, BYOD, bringing more users and devices variety. And the network itself started to become more diverse, so we had to scale to over 1 million devices. And we added support for both passive and active techniques, so we can use, based on device visibility, policy-based control actions in a non-disruptive manner, while heavily investing in supporting heterogeneous networks on wired, wireless, and VPN solutions. And as we go into 2020, as we are today, this is where the IoT comes into the picture, where OT, data center, and cloud, including IT-OT conversions. And to address the enterprise scale requirements, we expanded our scale to 2 million devices under a single enterprise manager. In addition to this, we added support for our crowdsourced device cloud, in addition to the context-aware segmentation. During that period, we know that we have to work with many vendors, so we invested a lot on being extensible in order to orchestrate our platform with industry-leading solutions. Which brings us to where ForceCAT is really today. And in case you are running really an older version than 8.2, then we highly recommend that you upgrade in order to get the latest functionalities. I'm going to go quickly through some of the key highlights of what we have in terms of platform today. So in terms of personas-based user interface, you'll be able to have a unified asset visibility for your whole enterprise of things, whether it's IT, IoT, industrial, or medical IoT, in addition to the OT environments. We have today the world's largest crowdsourced device knowledge base with more than 12 million device fingerprints with a 3-dimension classification. We support more than 20 active and passive techniques for the most comprehensive agentless visibility and continuous real-time monitoring. We enhanced our even deep packet inspection and network monitoring for vulnerability assessment, threat detection, and compliance in operational technology environment. We delivered the context-aware dynamic segmentation cross vendors, cross network domains without business disruption. We're going to talk about this as well in a few slides. In addition to policy-based control enforcement, so you can have an automated actions across your wired, wireless, your software-defined networks, in addition to the public and private clouds infrastructure. Our platform is really extensible, so you'll be able to run orchestration models using Open API or community-based app ecosystem that integrates with our solutions with other products, basically along with our platform. We support today 2 million devices to be managed under a single enterprise manager, with the flexibility to leverage either physical, virtual, or infrastructure as a service, whether in AWS or Azure infrastructure. Now, the main question comes in here, so where are we going? And the name, by the way, is not yet finalized. It's going to be announced very soon before the end of the year. So we called it ForceCAT X, Active Defense Platform for the Enterprise of Things, which centers around the crowdsourced device data lake with machine learning, which will help you identify, segment, and enforce compliance of every connected thing within your extended enterprise. So when we see those terms, what are the main components of it? And here comes basically 5 main components. I'm going to highly describe in here. Providing high auto classification with machine learning. We want to drive classification in the cloud at amazing scale and make it automatic. We want to take the remaining manual elements you have to do in the classification and give you the auto classification from the cloud with incredible accuracy. It's not only about device classification, but we're also adding real-time multi-factor risk analysis by looking at the device itself and ranking them, as well as risk-based adaptive segmentation, like how do I segment my network based on risk automatically without disrupting my production networks. Also, we make sure to use adaptive policy enforcement for active defense, which you can tune to adapt them to your business, given we recognize the need for speed to adapt the changes within your enterprise accordingly. We acknowledge as well that we need to scale. So taking the existing 2 million devices management under a single EM up to 5 million range and beyond. These are the top highlights that we're going to dive into more details later about the main components that we will build in order to deliver those functionalities. So from a product perspective, our solution will be mapped basically to the identity. It will be part of the iSight and iSpect, where they are going to contribute toward discovery, classification, and assessment of risk of every connected thing. Then using our iSegment, you'll be able to dynamically group and isolate your enterprise things to minimize the breach impact. That we're going to take it to the iControl and iExtend and look at what we can do for the enforcement layer. Let's take a look at the first part. I'm going to focus really on the iSight, given it includes our core device cloud innovations as part of the active defense strategy, real-time machine learning power classification, automated multi-factors risk scoring, in addition to cloud-based management. Next, I'm going to dig into each one of these topics individually. When it comes to the first topic, the real excitement in here is really moving toward the real-time bi-directional profile updates using customer and crowdsourced data sources. So if you look at the cloud here, we're going to move from 12 million to 70 million device fingerprints with machine learning enhanced classification. But it's not only related to device fingerprints. Looking at vulnerabilities reports like your CVEs, IP and DNS reputation reports, and a wide variety of data sources, and not only helping classification, but also contributing to the multi-factor risk scoring, as we are going to see in the next slide. So we have actually a new DPI architecture that increases the classification depth and scale to include more IoT and OT protocols to be decoded and analyzed. So instead of today pushing monthly updates to the appliance, this time we leverage this real-time communication exchange. So we are leveraging the cloud scale device data sources to enhance your auto classification engine, which we believe is necessary as the enterprise continue to face ongoing challenges. And as we move to the automated multi-factor risk scoring, what we are doing in here, we're crunching the risk scores for every device connected to your extended enterprise, especially those high-risk IoT devices. We're going to look at the device itself, the function, operating systems, the ports that are open, and the services that are running, and many other attributes, in addition to the indicators of compromise as well, to use this massive set of factors to help you automate the risk scores to really give you a good look at the criticality, and then do automated assignments of device criticality based on the classification data and based on your business policies in order to help you answer the question, where shall I spend my time? So today, everybody, security operations centers is getting killed by a load of information, wasting a lot of time actually out of your security analysts. But what we'll be doing is to help you focus on fewer critical vulnerabilities, automatically prioritizing based on the multi-factor risk scoring while aligning them with your business policies. Really a lot of exciting stuff related to risk scoring and leveraging it with auto classification for your enterprise benefit. The other side is related to cloud-based management. We know some of the challenges around scale. So we're going to give you an aggregated deployment view for efficiency, compliance, and privacy at scale. We also will be having point-in-time data analytics and reporting with really fast way of drilling down to device-level forensics. The new aspect in here is introducing new cloud-managed sensors for visibility into devices at remote sites. So what we've done here, we've listened to our customer. You don't have IT staff in those remote sites actively maintaining and managing appliances. So we'll be able to introduce those lightweight sensors basically that are cloud managed and which could be deployed in those remote locations or in the main site without worrying about their individual management, as it will be done at enterprise scale from the cloud. So these are really exciting piece of developments over here as well. So now how can we understand what moves to the cloud and what stays on-prem? We'll continue to have 8.2 and beyond on-prem product line, and we'll continue adding to it. So no worries in here. But what we are doing with the new ForceCAT X product line is that we'll start to leverage these cloud capabilities. Now, does that mean that you have to throw away your existing appliances or investments? Absolutely not. This means you'll be able to take advantage of your on-prem existing investment and start to leverage a broad functionalities of bidirectional device cloud, device history, analytics, in addition to the risk scoring of the new ForceCAT X product line. So from a high level, let's see what kind of architectural level changes that will take place. So today we have a device cloud leveraging 12 million devices fingerprints, which is great, but they are updated on a monthly basis, which get reflected on your device visibility and compliance in your predefined web-based dashboards and assets view. Data stored on appliances running 30-day snapshots in dashboards with either physical or virtual appliances on-prem or in AWS or Azure clouds. So they are great capabilities today with the architecture. But with the new architecture, as we look forward, some of the new enhancements that we took is actually leveraging our device cloud services to include real-time classification for continuously updating your current profiles, which is really growing up to 70 million in our cloud. Enhanced device classification via machine learning and crowdsource updates from other customers. Then you'll be able to leverage predefined cloud-served dashboards and flexible assets view for device and network risks. Also being able to store securely in the cloud more historical data for deeper analysis, including point-in-time devices forensics. So you're not only limited to the previous 30-day windows on the devices. So you'll be able to leverage some of the cloud-managed sensors for rich remote site visibility, where you'll be able to deploy a lightweight sensors and manage them from the cloud. This gives you some of the high-level architectural changes, leveraging the cloud with iSight X, basically. Now, I want as well to make sure we touch on the iInspect, which is our OT-specific product formerly called Silent Defense. A lot of really cool things are coming here as well, and the more exciting ones are the new OT-specific user interface. Why? Because we are realizing that you need the multi-network visibility along with a rapid device level drill down. We introduced enhanced risk pattern identification for rapid threat analysis and improved security posture, while aggregating alerts to minimize the noise and optimize remediation, making them really more robust so you can take advantage of them at scale. We are expanding integration. So we are bringing iInspect capability into IoT and OT and tying them with the iSight for the IT stakeholders. And we are extending these device contexts and flows from iInspect into the iSegment. So to help you with your segmentation efforts within your operation technology environment, while expanding the integration with the ServiceNow for its ITSM solutions, in addition to the NG firewall to reduce your mean time to repair in operation technology environment. Finally, some of the updates around the compliance enforcements. So we are automating some of the NERC checks and reporting while increasing the OT security with the FIPS compliance and data encryption at rest, as well as individual and aggregated policy-based asset baselining for deviation monitoring. A lot of compliance has been brought up, and we need to bring you these new capabilities to deal with the ever-changing of the compliance requirements within your extended enterprise. So let's talk about the next step with the iSegment in order to help you dynamically group and isolate your enterprise things to minimize the breach impact or to limit the blast radius. So some of the people might not be familiar with the iSegment, given its relatively new product. So I'm going to talk briefly about some of the functionalities today and some of our upcoming innovations related to it in the next slide. iSegment is just a phenomenal tool to help you look and visualize your traffic flows. What devices are talking to which other devices across your whole network, which would help you to get the perspective of what policies should I have? And now you could design your policies, but before implementing them, you can simulate them for impact analysis in non-disruptive manner. And with the new recent enhancements with iInspect, now you'll be able to expand those concepts to cover both IT and OT from a single view. And this will let you implement a single set of policies across those multi-vendors environment and multi-domains. Segmentation projects usually are very complex. Some vendors would want you to use their firewalls or their micro-segmentations inside data center, or within your campus. And usually in those areas, they would be really depending on control or enforcement points to provide the visibility. While with ForceCAT, we flip the logic to begin with the device visibility while grouping them by using the taxonomy of users, services, applications, and then correlate these endpoints with the traffic flows to help you understand what's really happening. Then help you in designing unified policies, irrespective really of your enforcement technologies. Then allowing you to simulate before applying your enforcements, mainly answering the question, what exceptions would I get if I apply these segmentation policies? And can help you in validating your dynamic network segmentation policies after enforcement, such as to ensure your segmentation enforcement solutions are really working as expected across your extended enterprise. Now we're building on top of these capabilities with some really powerful new innovations, such as risk-driven policy design and simulation, thus leveraging our new cloud-driven multi-factor risk scoring context to help you drive your segmentation policy design and prioritization. So what are the riskier things? And based on the risk, what I'm gonna do with them and how I'm gonna mitigate those risks, along with opening up the opportunity to orchestrate enforcement policies straight from the I segment. This means if you want to set up your segmentation, you don't need to go today like what you do today with the I control to put the enforcement in place, but you'll be able to orchestrate these enforcements straight from the I segment. And then finally, while thinking about the zero trust policies, we are going to allow the automation of segmentation zone creation to drive zero trust policies, basically implementing analytics-driven segmentation. So some really powerful automation functionality to help you with your zero trust initiatives and architecture you might be going after, and to give you the tools to realize that vision across your extended enterprise. So really powerful existing functionalities out of the I segment today, and new expected innovations to help you with your segmentation projects for your enterprise of things to minimize the breach impact, and especially in the context of zero trust. Finally, let's move forward to the last section toward our enforcement, and that's really around the I control and I extend products area. From I control perspective, our background in modern NAC has made us best of breed around control enforcement and the ability to provide and implement controls according to your business policies. So we've been listening to our customers and looking at what's going on in the market. And I just want to touch on a couple of innovations that we'll be introducing with the ForceCAT X. Basically, we are introducing granular network access control with enhanced ACL flexibility. So really giving you more flexibility there by going more granular with classification-based access control from a single profile across many vendors. Deeper heterogeneous network controls, such as customizable change of authorization capabilities with additional EAP methods to support more radius scenarios. So giving you really more control from heterogeneous network perspective. And you can see example of some of the vendors that you can see in here, some examples that we've been working with in relation to those controls to get things done based on your business policies. This area has been an extreme success for us in the past, and we are continuously maintaining our leadership in this domain by staying ahead of the need in the market. Finally, ensuring a closed loop controls, which would allow you basically to respond quickly in a dynamic networks with continuous monitoring and control assurance by dynamically enforcing alternative controls in order to maintain compliance based on your policy enforcement across your enterprise of things. Finally, the I extend. We looked at modern cybersecurity stack and the number of vendors doing various different things. And we know we need to integrate and play well with that ecosystem. So we have two ways of integration today. First, we have tools that we have developed ourselves and we are maintaining it, and we'll continue that use cases expansion. But to be realistic, there is no way for us alone to keep the development and maintaining integrations. And that's where our Connect app ecosystem comes into the picture, where our partners and technology vendors can develop those apps and easily share it in a growing crowdsourced community ecosystem. Connect App Framework even allows our customers to use it as well while integrating with their own homegrown solutions by building this bidirectional communications to leverage external data sources and ForceCAT policy engine to automate many of the manual work done today. So these are the building products innovation that's coming in the near term. A lot of new innovations. I hope you are excited as we do. Obviously, there are more, but those are really the key highlights of what's upcoming. By leveraging more of our device data lake to actively defend your enterprise of things. So let's wrap up this with some areas we're looking at from an R&D perspective. First thing, there is no surprise. We will continue to leverage our cloud for more scale and agility. Cloud native offerings, which allows for leverage of our customers' prior on-prem investments, in addition to the rapid products updates, can be expected to meet the exponential enterprise of things device growth and rate of device changes. We know these devices are going to change rapidly, and the more stuff that we can do in the cloud, such as adopting more AI methodologies on top of the existing machine learning, will definitely help in actively defending your enterprise of things. Second area we are thinking about is basically covering more connectivity methods, such as 5G and others, and how to take advantage of the carrier edge computing to distribute data gathering and enforcement. We are also seeing some customers actually setting their own 5G networks, and we're discussing how to integrate Forescout into those environments today. These are the things that we are looking at them and experiencing with them to help our customers to actively defend their enterprise. Then finally, from a remote workforce perspective and software-defined perimeter, this work from anywhere mentality is likely going to continue for some time, as clearly we can see. So how we can really provide this extended visibility is truly by unifying the views across all the managed endpoints. So if you have today an EDR, CASB, enterprise mobility management solutions, proxies, and so on, while orchestrating the enforcement across the device, transport, and services layer. These are some of the key topics that we are exploring today to give you a taste of where we are heading with our mission. Our mission, which is actively defending your enterprise of things by identifying, segmenting, and enforcing compliance of every connected thing within your enterprise. So I really appreciate your time today, and please don't forget to take a quiz after the session. Again, I would like to thank you for attending, and my thanks as well to Westcon and Comstor for this opportunity. Have a great day ahead and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. Now, the way we communicate is constantly evolving. To help enterprises keep pace with the connected world and create a business advantage, organizations need to adopt solutions that will allow them to deliver experiences that matter. To talk more about how enterprises can deliver effortless, personalized, and connected experiences, let us welcome our next speaker. Larry, please introduce our next speaker.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker through a piece of interactive magic. So that means you, yes, you at home, get to interact with me right now. So if you have a few people in your home or in your office right now, get one person to come close to the screen. Do that now. I want you to come close to the screen and touch my hand. Now you may have felt something, but that wasn't the magic. This is where the magic happens. I have 9 different numbers. I want you to think of one of those numbers. You can think of either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Get a number into your head. Do that now. Excellent. I want you to put your finger on that number. So if you chose number 5, you'd put your finger on number 5. And you'd be able to move that many times. So whatever your number is, that's how many spaces you can move. But you can only move left or right, or up and down. So if you chose 5, you would do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or you could do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or you could go back and forth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Totally up to you. Whatever your position is, I want you to move that many spaces. Do that now. Very good. Now I'm going to try and find you. Keep your finger on your new number. I don't think that you're over here at the number 3. You're somewhere else on the board, and I'm going to try and figure out where you are. You're going to move a few more times, and I'm going to snap my fingers. You're going to move as many times as I snap my fingers. But you cannot move to the blank card. You can only move to numbered cards. So we're going to do that now. Move as many times as I snap my fingers. I don't think that you're on number 2, and I don't think that you're on number 6 either. Move as many times as I snap my fingers. Remember, the blank spots you can't move to, but you can move to the other numbers. Move as many times as I snap my fingers. Do that now. Let's see. I don't think that you're on number 1. And I don't think that you're on number 9. Move one more time. I don't think that you're on number 8 right now. You're going to move 3 more times. Do it as I snap my fingers. Excellent. I'm going to try and find you. I don't think that you're on number 7 over here. And I don't think that you're on number 5 either. I think that you're on number 4. On Avaya Spaces. Thank you.
Hi guys, welcome to Imagine Middle East Comsto. My name is Savio Tovar Diaz. I take care of sales engineering of Avaya International, and it's an absolute pleasure for me to be invited here to talk to you all about Avaya Cloud and our new branding and messaging around the customer experience economy. So interesting last 9-10 months that we've had of 2020, and we don't need to go into all the details because we've all been following it quite closely. But from an Avaya speak, it shows you the impact of our install base and how large we are in the enterprise communications, both real-time and near real-time communications. The stats speak for itself. It's been a real transformation year. It was going to be a transformation year. The dynamic of the pandemic has accelerated a lot of our transformations. As you can tell, we've launched pure cloud solutions. We've launched new consumption models through subscription. Our private cloud business has skyrocketed over 50% in double digit. We've had about 2,500% increase on our pure cloud collaboration environment called Avaya Spaces. And as you can tell, 5 million plus contact center seats around the globe. We've moved, hundreds of thousands of these seats to work from home, work from hotels, and different dynamics based on the geography that we've had our customers placed in. And it's just been one heck of a year in most instances. So Avaya has completed 20 years. And this year has been the anniversary. In September, we completed 20 years as Avaya. And the one thing that we've delivered, although we've never spoken about it, is experiences. We've done everything from contact centers, voice, then unified comms and collaboration, video. And finally, we're delivering outcomes that really matter to our customers, because that's what we're looking for today. It isn't only about technology, it's about the people, the processes, and bringing it all together that actually formulate all these experiences. And we're going to show you how some of our solutions actually help you deliver some of these experiences. So Avaya, again, as part of our we launched our new branding. It's called Avaya One Cloud. It represents the umbrella of all our solutions in the contact center, the unified comms, and the communication platform as a service. Between the three pillars, that exhibits our full portfolio from devices, headsets, on-prem, off-prem, managed, and public cloud. We're also now representing multi-cloud, where we've now begin to support a number of our solutions across the multitude of different cloud providers like Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. And we leverage that ecosystem for a lot of our automation, and it helps us with something we call layered innovation, which helps us layer on top innovation on top of your existing communications or contact center environments, or help you build new communications environment by layering innovation like social media, artificial intelligence, predictive, prescriptive, and future analytics, and a number of interesting things in both the customer service and experience world. So customer experience is about everything. And we all heard the phrase, happy employees deliver good and happy customer experiences. And that is exactly why we see, coming into year 21 or 2021, we're going to see a merging and a blurring of these lines as we create or deliver solutions where we get the whole enterprise to be customer focused by providing employees the tools, the motivation, the knowledge to help collaborate and collaborate and communicate to their customers and interact with customers on the way they see fit, whether through digital channels and a number of different elements that we see as we move away from physical but more to digital interactions. Going into digital interactions, of course, we've seen a number of different dynamics hit the ground. We're going to see the advent of 5G. That will increase the number of devices in the Internet of Things. We're going to see a number of APIs come out from all different vendors and solution providers, and we know we will have to engage with them to provide seamless solutions across both on-prem or in the cloud, as well as devices and platforms that we will integrate with using our own APIs and SDKs as we see fit. But the end state is to provide a seamless experience both for the employee as well as the customer. We've always said this as well. And the other thing that we've done is we've stated that there are no two contact centers that are identical. Every contact center has its own print, depending on how they want to go to market, the way they want to interact with their customers, and the way they want to differentiate themselves from the rest of the market they play in. And across these journeys, Avaya has been there throughout all of these. We've got customers that have been our customers across the last three transformations of this industry and are carrying on to be with us in many shapes and forms. We've got new customers that just want the multi-experience environment, but we've also got customers that have gone along this journey from voice to multi-channel, to creating the blurring of lines in the omni-channel and providing the preferred channel, infusion of innovation like AI, which is a large word for everything automation, whether it's chatbots, voice bots, analytics, knowledge, and the rest of it. And finally, multi-experience, which brings in different modalities that you can interact with, whether it's voice, video, gesture, facial recognition, and a number of new elements. As we move into this new dynamic world of work from home, we're beginning to see different asks from our customers. Customers want to secure their environments because contact center agents are no longer sitting in large rooms, but in their home. So how do you secure that the agent that is sitting in front of the desktop is the agent that's supposed to service you? Different things like having wearables and be able to monitor and proactively announce or notify customers of information and notifications that might need them to take an action that they might need to interact with you. So there are a number of elements coming into the customer experience economy. These are the four pillars that we see. So first is getting connected and getting your customers to get connected. This is differentiated channels, voice, video, social media, web chat, web, mobile apps, etc. In that space. The next thing is the ability to process and orchestrate the process of interaction. As today we all know, information workers have a number of dynamics to deal with. They're multi-hatted and they're supposed to deliver the right outcome. At the same time, be able to have the expertise and knowledge to deliver it. But how do you get those processes in place? Through tools, workflows that we can provide that help you walk through both self-service as well as assisted service through agents. We can provide a plethora of process orchestration tools that help you with your service. The next two elements are agent-based. One is managing the expertise around the clock or during specific work times like many customers are doing, and providing the right level of service, and then providing the agent with true knowledge and insight, the right kind of information from a knowledge base, the right kind of insight or analytics based on a specific customer so that we can personalize the customer interaction, provide more intelligence, and try and make it as frictionless as possible to close off the end state. But the end goal of all of this is the ability to bring all of this together. Now, most of y'all who worked with us in the past know Avaya in the contact center space has been a leader and will always stay a leader because, not only because of our technology, the teams that help support these technologies, we've been in this business, it's part of our DNA. We know how customer experience works. We understand the KPIs that our customers want, and we know how to bring efficiencies to those customer services and interactions as we move forward. Now, this is really interesting as we take place because one of the things in the past that we've always seen with unified comms and collaboration is there've never been real KPIs. In many instances, it was a nice to have or lines of business wanting to collaborate on a project. Whenever it came down to an enterprise-wide requirement, it would default to a standard provider that provided your desktop or over-the-top solutions that didn't integrate into your voice solutions. So the digital workplace over the last 9 months has really come of age. One is the ability to work from anywhere. The next is we've all of a sudden got organized because we're forever in meetings, virtual meetings. So our calendars look really up to date and in order, and they're all sequenced and planned to perfection. But we also have these one-off ad hoc meetings that you need to get in. So right now, the digital workplace is evolving. And finally, you're going to see infusion of artificial intelligence even in this space, where you get elements of voice, gesture, wearables help you navigate your digital workplace or coordinate your digital workplace, both your calendar and your collaboration tools as we go forward. So as Avaya, we've taken this stance where we're going to work and help modernize our existing customer base with IX Workplace and provide on-premise solutions. But we've also got a pure cloud play with Avaya Spaces. And between the collaboration client and our devices, we are providing a truly holistic way to help you collaborate seamlessly, whether you work from home or in office, give you a singular experience. As of this year, in fact, I think this week, we've launched the Vantage 3. You're going to see Spaces, IX Workplace, and a number of other collaboration tools be integrated into the Vantage 3, which is a full HD camera and video, has NFC interfaces, HDMI interfaces, Bluetooth. So it just helps you provide a device at your desk that is a lot more than just your phone. The next thing is huddle rooms are not only for huddle rooms, but can be used at home. In fact, what I'm talking to you over right now is a huddle room camera that can help me not only navigate my Avaya collaboration tools, but collaboration tools from the likes of the other large players like Zoom or Microsoft and the likes of it. Help you navigate voice conferences with Bluetooth devices. So right now, if you have to look at my desk, which you can't, you just have to trust me, is I'm using, a hands-free Bluetooth device along with my huddle room integrated into a hub that provides me with the visuals of my screen and the collaboration client that I'm using. So to give you a sense of what the Vantage looks like, you're going to have the exact same look and feel as your computer. Now, what this is going to let you do is use your Vantage device as your video device and your screen as your presentation device. So essentially, if you were using just your laptop, you could have your Vantage on the desk to become your communications while you used your screen to present. So we can seamlessly coordinate and get your laptop or your screen in sync with the Vantage phone to help them work together and deliver a seamless presentation experience. Integrated with your calendar and your messaging, and be able to have all the views possible with both the people, calendar, and Spaces view in general. So you're all probably very, very familiar with Avaya Aura, Avaya IX Workplace. You know our managed services offering. You've seen our meeting solutions with IX Workplace, and now integrated with our devices. You begin to see our clients integrated into those devices. And finally, the ability to provide what we call business-centric collaboration, which I'm going to elaborate on in the next couple of slides. But this is truly the ability to streamline and orchestrate your workday before, during, and after your meetings. Integrate these collaboration tools not only into our devices, but your mainstream business applications, whether it be learning tools, HMS tools for hospitality, healthcare environments, financial. We're able to integrate into a number of tools. And we're doing all this with the APIs that come out of Avaya Spaces. Avaya Spaces, as we move forward, is going to be a real game changer. Now, the reasons being that we are in the calendar year 2021, we are going to bring calling to Spaces. Of course, it already has meetings. We're integrating our devices, including some of our J series when the J189 comes out, and we move the firmware, we'll have that going, and the ability to have APIs to help integrate into your tools. One of the other things that you all might or might not know is we have a relationship with NVIDIA in the Google Cloud, and this helps accelerate some game-changing abilities with our collaboration tool. First of all, the AI elements of NVIDIA are going to help remove background noises. I've seen this in action. Even a dog barking as you see in the video can be removed while the person is talking up front. We will have 61 concurrent videos up, and you'll be able to change and customize that layout. That 61% is the highest in the industry you're going to see. You're going to see immersive live presentation views. You'll be able to have multiple presenters in front, and when the active participant is talking, he'll be bold while the other one will be a watermark in the back of your screen. Later on in the year, I'm thinking more like mid of 2021, you're going to see live transcription. Of course, the background image replacement is going to be somewhere early 21. And so you're going to say, so what's new about background imaging? Well, most that work today work based on your laptop. This is happening up in the cloud, and you'll be able to use any background based on the intelligence in the cloud. Very detailed, very granular, that it gives you the proper silhouette across the cloud. But as we all know, innovation is not stopping, and it's in fact accelerating and getting faster and faster, and we're not going to be able to keep up with it by ourselves and just organically. So what Avaya is doing is exposing a number of APIs across our solutions, more so with Spaces, to help integrate artificial intelligence tools, your own chatbots, your own cloud solutions, to provide solutions across the board. And when you look at Spaces, you all should not only look at it as a client, a collaboration client, a video client. It has a number of different functionalities, such as messaging, such as file sharing, the ability to integrate endpoints and applications into it, as well as act as your end user client at the end of the day, probably by mid, or actually first quarter of Q1, first quarter of calendar year 2021. We've already begun some interesting integrations in the education, healthcare, and public sector spaces in Middle East Africa, most of them in the healthcare in Saudi Arabia, with the education in Pakistan, and some of the public sector happening here in the Middle East itself. So we've got a number of things happening. And this is the one slide that sort of summarizes everything that we do in Avaya and how we're taking it to market. So basically, we've got a number of on-prem solutions that can be augmented via hybrid augmentation of our public cloud solutions. We have APIs to integrate our cloud offerings coming out in calendar year 2021 as you see fit. So that's the end of my short message around the Avaya portfolio. And I'd like to thank the conference organizers, Westcon Comsto, for Imagine Middle East, for inviting us to talk and communicate our message. And I wish all of you out there participating in this conference a very happy conference, and stay safe and stay well. And if there are any questions, you will probably know how to reach us or talk to us, directly when you need to do so. So from me, thank you so much, and hope you all have a good conference.
Thank you so much, Savio. Our upcoming segment is a panel discussion which features an amazing lineup of industry players, including some of the region's top CIOs and CISOs, as well as technology vendors. In this session, we will further build up on the discussion we had in the panel discussion yesterday regarding how the changing global landscape is impacting the regional and local organizations, and how the new normal is transforming today's IT needs. But before we proceed on to the panel discussion, we would like to show you a short video regarding our self-service portal called PartnerView, which makes it even easier for partners to do business with Westcon Comsto. PartnerView has helped set new standards of ease in transaction, customer site, and deal analytics. Here is a short video to tell you more about PartnerView. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Imagine Middle East virtual panel discussion. For those of you who have joined us just now, my name is Tushar Chawla, and I'm the Group Business Manager at Westcon Comstore. As we mentioned earlier, one of the main aims of the Imagine event has been to understand the evolving IT needs for the customers and for us to together explore opportunities around futuristic technologies and solutions that can help the customers in the new normal. During our earlier panel discussion, we got insights from many IT leaders across the region regarding how COVID-19 has fast-tracked digital transformation. I would like to introduce Adele, who will be joining me to co-host the panel today. Adele is the editor at Tahultech and Security Advisor Middle East. Hi, Adele. Welcome to the panel.
Hi, Tushar. It's a pleasure to be here and to co-host the panel with you today. As we all know, the current landscape is continuously pushing organizations to find new ways to innovate, and many enterprises are accelerating their digital agendas. To shed some light on how the market is evolving, I would like to welcome our esteemed lineup of panelists who will be joining today's session. First up, we have Tarek Kuzbari, the Regional Director for Middle East and Turkey at Cybereason. Hi, Tarek.
Hi, Adele. Hi, Tushar. Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Welcome to the panel, Tarek.
Welcome. Next, we have Sumed Ganpate, the Senior Collaboration Practice Leader for EMEA and APAC at Avaya. Welcome, Sumed.
Thanks, Adele. Hey, Tushar and team.
Welcome to the panel.
Great to have you, having been on this platform. Looking forward.
Then we have Hubert Griffin, the VP of Sales for MENA and Orange Group at Oracle Communications. Welcome, Hubert.
Thank you, Adele. Thank you, Tushar. Hello, everybody. It's a real pleasure to attend this video panel. Thank you.
Welcome. Then we have Orlando Pineda, the Director of IT Infrastructure at Atlantis. Welcome, Orlando.
Hi, thank you, Adele, Tushar. Happy to be with you today, guys.
Thanks, Orlando. Thank you for joining us.
Next, we have Yvonne Spiller, the Director of Risk and Quality Management at Affinax Partners. Welcome, Yvonne.
Hi, Yvonne. Welcome to the...
Hi, Tushar. Hi, Adele. Thank you for inviting me.
It's a pleasure to have you. Next, we have Ahmed Sedki, the GM and Head of Product Development at Vodafone Egypt. Welcome, Ahmed.
Hello, team. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me, guys.
Thank you. Then we have Kapil Mata, the founder at Cyber Resilient Group. Welcome.
Hi. Welcome to the panel.
Hi, Adele. Hi, Tushar. Thank you so much for joining. Adding me in the panel. Thanks.
And later on, we will be joined by Maher Kotob, the Systems Engineering Channel Team Lead at Palo Alto Networks. Over to you, Tushar.
Thank you, Adele. Thanks for introducing our panel today, and a very warm welcome to all of you. So, as we know, the enterprises today, one of the aftermaths of COVID-19 crisis has been the dramatic uptake in the use of digital technologies. All pre-COVID digitalization strategies had to be reimagined and to be addressed to meet today's business needs. However, a key factor for IT leaders is to keep in mind how these strategies can support the requirements of a post-COVID era. So through our panel today, we would like to explore what futuristic technologies would customers need to support them in the new normal. Yeah, so we will be asking you guys a couple of questions, and it would be great to hear your thoughts and get your insights. So to start the discussion, I would like to address my first question to Kapil. Kapil, what are the defining characteristics of digital transformation, and how important is it to devise a robust roadmap before you undertake this journey? So if you can just share your insights on this.
Sure, thanks. Well, to be very honest, when you look at a digital transformation in terms of a journey, right? So you probably say, where do we start? So it has to be a top-down approach. it can't be in isolation. So you need to have all your BU heads or your senior leadership team, all key people involved in it, so that everybody puts in their efforts, everybody understands what their goals are, what we really need to achieve out of it. So that's part one in terms of what you want to achieve in terms of your digital transformation journey. Then B is in terms of this journey has to be very realistic in terms of what your customers are needing. That's the way, that's very imperative to have, what's in mind in terms of what is the customer's need. And C, I would say when you're doing this entire digital transformation, so it's just not one application, right? You need to have a complete 360-degree turnaround in terms of, let's say if you are a company that deals with, let's say if it's a bank, or so you would probably say, okay, you have retail banking. Then if it's a retail banking, they need to have, let's say during the COVID era as well, you need to have customer experience and the customer journey in such a simplified and defined manner that it can be done within few seconds, right? Because you need to grab the customer's attention and make sure that the journey is absolutely simple and easy for them. So I would say that these would be the key points or the key takeaways for any company or any organization when they're really looking at digital transformation in terms of defining that.
Thank you, Kapil. Thank you for your insights. I think that has kind of given us the foundation, to take this discussion ahead. And my next question is to Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the GM head of product development at Vodafone Egypt. If you can, talk a little bit about how do businesses and IT leaders in they are investing in the technology. So as we move, how do these business leaders ensure that they're investing in
From my side, I see that the digital transformation, as Kapil just said, is how we develop our product and how it's fulfill our customer need in the short term of 2 to 3 years, because the dynamics is much faster than waiting for long term to decide. So in digital transformation journeys, that usually IT or the overall enterprises manage it in the 3 journeys in my view. The first one is digitizing their relation with the customer, the customer relationship. Second one is digitizing the workplace. And those 2 journeys provide a lot of data that comes with the digital business and how to make use of this data using the new technologies to support the business strategy and business growth overall. So starting from this point, what is our need? What's the customer need? How to digitize these 3 journeys in specific? How to use the relevant product from cloud services for customizing the process, for the expected resilience for the going forward technologies. This is how I can see the enterprise is moving in that domain. So the cloud service adoption is number 1 for that. The automation inside out from digitizing the workplace and the automation to save time and money and effort with the customer interface. The priority is now for both enterprises. And we internally in Vodafone are serving around 270,000 enterprise across the region. This is what we say to the customer. So we start the digitization process and we support them.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you for your inputs there. And since we have a very diverse, now like
you hear me?
Who is the head of IT at Atlantic Farm. I would like to get some perspective from the hospitality sector. Yeah. So Orlando, if you can, talk about digital transformation a little bit more, because what we have seen is that there has been an exponential rise in companies going for digital transformation, but still there seems to be some confusion out there. A lot of organizations, they believe or they claim that they are undergoing the digital transformation. Actually, it's not so much of a digital transformation as digitization. So if you can share your thoughts on this matter.
Thank you, Tushar, for the question. Actually, it's a very interesting question. It's very relevant because we have faced that dilemma, whether are we dealing with a new situation where this is digital transformation or this is just digitalization of a process. And by experience, we have actually discovered what digital transformation versus digitalization encompasses. So when you speak about digital transformation in general, you're describing basically a business evolution. So that involves digital technologies. Of course, you are bringing technology into those businesses, but you have to specify where are you applying the technology. You are creating or modifying business processes. You are modifying the culture around it. That means depending on which vertical. In this case, Atlantis the Palm, hospitality. That culture around hospitality, and also very importantly, is the customer experience. So these three aspects of the business have to evolve with the adoption of technology. When it comes to digitalization, it's part of the digital transformation. When you talk about business processes as one of the three areas that actually technology touches on, once you take a business process and you digitalize it, basically you change it from analog to digital. You can give you an example. Recently, our valet parking, we were usually, if you go to Atlantis, you receive a small ticket, like in other place. You used to give your card to the valet. Now we're having a system where you have, perhaps you have a card, or further on, you can have a system where if you give your email, you can even have digitalization, having a token on your email or on your phone. If it's a touchless technology, you don't want to touch. That's another dilemma now in the new reality. You don't want to touch things anymore, and that's what we're perceiving from the guests. So having that specific activity and just going from analog to digital, that is digitalization. Now, that's a part of the bigger spectrum of areas that we need to address to achieve the real digital transformation. So in our hotel, we have many areas where we have already worked on digital transformation, starting from restaurant ordering, retail shop ordering, valet parking, the access to the water park, the diversity of bookings. We have bookings for restaurants, for activities in the water park, spa, and all those areas have been touched by digital transformation. We're finding ways to actually reimagine the whole business in the digital age. At the back of that, I think it's very interesting to also notice we have been forced in a way to start looking strongly at the cloud part or component of digital transformation, because in the end, you're adding systems that will gather information, will bring you more data, not necessarily intelligence, but data, but which is raw and is massive. And you need to start to have technologies behind that actually make use of that data and somehow establish a certain analysis on that data collection that will bring forecasting and will bring intelligence that will help us to be on the cutting edge of what we do in hospitality. So that aspect of cloud, I think, is also very essential for digital transformation in the way that we have to see it. So all in all, I think digital transformation is more and more relevant nowadays, especially with the new normal, because I believe only companies who can surf the wave of digital transformation correctly are the companies that are going to be resilient and are going to endure in the future.
Thank you, Orlando. Thanks for sharing your insights there. Really helpful with the examples that you have given. I guess, as I said, there is a lot of confusion out there, but I'm sure that through these examples, people will be able to get a little more clarity around the journey that needs to be endured in terms of digital transformation. We'll now move on to the next important topic that we have, which is around remote working and the new way of working. So over to you, Adele, to take the discussion ahead.
Thanks, Tushar. Just building up on what Orlando had discussed, obviously digital transformation is more than, as you said, it's more than just adopting the latest technologies. It's about ensuring that these technologies, these digital solutions, bring the best value to the business. That being said, as we all know, during the last few months, everyone across the world, across so many industries, had to fast track or accelerate their digital transformation strategies. I just would like to ask Orlando again, how do you think has this, has the changes or have the changes over the last few months evolved the IT needs of enterprises today in this age they call the new normal?
Well, I think in general, it's a reality. We have been all affected, no matter which vertical you are, with the situation of COVID. But specifically hospitality, together with, I would say, airlines around the world, have been one of the most hardly hit. Basically, the nature of the business is volume of visitors or volume of people using the service. It has been very critical for hospitality to adapt quickly to the new normal. Some other companies might have more flexibility when it comes to working from home, but for us, we are basically the hosts or esteemed guests. We need to be presentially here, and still we need to adapt to maintain the distance, to keep the compliance in terms of safety regulations, health, sanitization, etc. So the requirements that come behind that to IT, they are very, I would say, urgent in nature. Sometimes it's overnight. You need to implement a new technology to enable a new requirement, and they are very agile as well. So a lot of changes happens after you implement, and back and forth just to get it right and to get what the business is expecting in accordance with the regulations and the customer experience. So a strong sense of urgency, also the ability to work with very low budgets. That's another thing, because as you notice, the business went down, but still you have requirements. You need to fulfill those requirements with technology. There is money involved for the technology, which sometimes is not available right away. So effectiveness in terms of how you manage that budget, how you manage the technology, and that is when it comes to very, very importantly, when it comes along the importance to discuss and to identify the right partner and the right vendor. So we have seen different colors now coming out of this situation, different partners being more able than others to react, and different vendors being more able than others that enable the new realities of COVID. So it has been quite of a revelation, I would say, having these new needs in the new normal, to discover new facets from the partners and vendors in terms of how quickly, how agile, and especially how much understanding sometimes they have about what we do. That's also something that is very critical. Companies that take the effort to understand the needs of a specific vertical to the level of feeling what we're feeling in terms of the needs and the IT requirements. Those are the companies that actually can succeed in giving the customer, as Atlantis is the customer of them, the experience that we need and build the loyalty and build the trust through these difficult times. So in summary, the urgency, the agility is required more and more, and the flexibility with low budgets and the strong partnership with partners and vendors bringing technology to us. I think those are the evolution of the new things in the new normal.
Thank you so much for sharing those amazing insights, Orlando. Another key issue that surfaced during this new normal that we're calling is as workforces adapt to a remote working infrastructure, workplaces are becoming more fragmented and business networks are being exposed to countless untrusted networks and unsanctioned devices, which many threat actors are taking advantage of. And typically, these kinds of vulnerabilities often cause disruptions to business continuity. With this in mind, I'd like to ask Kapil if you can share one or two best practices that businesses today can apply or adopt to better protect their assets and their organizations.
Thanks, Adele. Thanks. Yes, definitely. So, look, I'll be very honest. You know how it is. Like cybersecurity is basically for everyone. And the IT leaders need to basically involve the leadership team to be a part of the change, to imbibe in the culture of the organization. And when I say that, I would say that there are 2 points, two sides of the coins to focus upon. One being the organization, second being the employee as well. So the best practices that we actually, I would probably say that we help our clients work around are more in terms of, initially, as you know, like, in organizations, employees are working behind the firewall. So that's no longer the new norm. And apart from the routine perimeter checks, the endpoint security, the VPN, etc., in place, the key important role for a CISO and with the IT operations team is to have a fair visibility of all their IPs. And when I say IPs, that's the big change in approach. It's not the device, it's the IPs, because we really don't know who's actually the employee here, right? We will not know who's actually accessing what kind of data. So a single platform that can provide visibility in terms of all the DNS and DHCP records. So when I say that, it means basically all the IPs are located in different VLANs, different places, different people are connecting from different areas. So that needs to be, in a nutshell, it should give you a good visibility in terms of what where your IPs are communicating outside to the outside world and who's communicating back into the organization in terms of the data. That's one. And then the threats and vulnerabilities on those devices, and how do you want to operationally fix them through a single pane of glass? That's the key issue. That's the new thing that we need to really focus upon. That's one. The second part here is in terms of, the second most important thing is to basically reduce the threat surface. It has been from ages that employee endpoints are the most targeted, across decades now, I would say. And, different users have different behaviors, but still there's a blind spot. It's been like decades, but still we have the same blind spot where, vendors are focusing upon behavioral risk of users in terms of endpoint, and it's a platform driven thing, but nobody is focusing in terms of how can we look at this blind spot and probably look in terms of, eradicating that. So the new approach is to have, I would say, a risk assessment on the systems, on the endpoints to pinpoint the loopholes. That's the key area again. And third and foremost, I would say that a constant communication with your key leadership team and also with your employees, in terms of doing virtual reiteration tools. When I say virtual reiteration tools here, I mean to say in terms of, your wallpapers, short videos, security awareness workshops, quizzes, etc. That's from the organization perspective. Now, you also have to actually see in terms of what an employee needs to do when they're basically back home working for the organization. A very simple hygiene check for any employee that works from home is basically to have a must to have is basically an encryption on home router. So look at a WPA2 or a WPA3 kind of encryption, which is very simple and easy. Routers are today plug and play these days. And also to have a segregation. This is the most imperative thing, is to have a segregation of SSIDs. Reason why I say that, if you are having a separate SSID for your work environment within your house, and then the rest of your other house devices, because we have in our house currently, we have many, smart devices which are connected to our network, segregate them, because the hackers know that if you can segregate with different SSIDs, it's the simplest thing, but you can be more protected. That's one part of the story. That's from a hygiene check point of view. The second thing, what we really look at is ensure an endpoint is having, basically your endpoint should have latest versions of your endpoint security, or your OS is being updated, etc. So which apparently can be still, done from an organization perspective as well from the background. And third is also have a complex password. We know that, we have been saying that time and again, but again, I'm still reiterating the same fact. Have a more complex password on your company provided devices, also on your own personal devices and applications, and have multi-factor authentication. And end of the day, even if a hacker can hack your device, if you have an MFA on the on the application, it will basically solve your purpose, right? So one cannot have access beyond that. And as I said, visual reiteration tools such as your wallpapers, short videos, awareness sessions, quizzes, etc., should be the focus as far as user behavior is concerned, or an employee needs to actually go through those kind of trainings as well. So these are things that we actually speak to, advise our clients or advise our organizations across when they look at the new norm here.
Thank you, Kapil, for sharing those insights and those best practices which a lot of organizations can adopt. Thank you. As we mentioned earlier in the panel, one of the biggest changes brought by the ongoing pandemic is the transformation of the way in which people work. As enterprises slowly ease into working from office again, many global companies, including giants like Google, Twitter, Microsoft, they have opted out for remote working operation. So what we are seeing is basically a hybrid model evolve. So I would now like to involve Yvonne, who is Director Risk and Quality Management at Affiniax Partners, into the discussion. Yeah. And my question is that can we expect a similar hybrid model of working in the Middle East as well? Do you feel that a lot of companies will continue with a certain percentage of their employees working from their homes?
If companies can embrace the hybrid way of working, that should be very flexible for the working base, using a remote access and doing rosters. So that would work really, really well for them. Staff need to be comfortable with working from home, knowing that a management system is in place looking after them as well. We have to think of their wellness with them working remotely. Also, it promotes more responsibility and accountability within their companies, which is very important. Obviously, some business sectors it will be impossible for them to do it, but developing in processes and procedures like a management system like ISO, this actually can help their staff and also deal with social distancing for lunches, staggering work periods, hand sanitizers, masks, regular embedment meetings, which will help them with all the regulations that have been brought in by the UAE government. So yes, I really do think that we're not going to get back to the norm, but a hybrid way of working is
Thanks
the
for
future.
your input, Yvonne. If you can also now, share your thoughts about the solutions and the technologies, the IT technologies that organizations should consider in order to successfully adapt to this new hybrid way of working.
I would say clear processes and procedures in a business is important. Regular staff meetings using Microsoft Teams or Zoom. Accountability and responsibility for everyone within the company is important as well. To ensure that all staff are have the ability to work remotely is important. You don't know what their home life is like, but you assume that they can actually work with the internet, have the cloud, and also being able to store all their work safely without having any hacking happen within their companies. With this, I really do feel that having a proper system in place is very important. It gives the staff a criteria for the system to work, and the harmony into maintaining with and within the workspace is very, very important. At Affiniax Partners, our staff are still working from home. We've actually not brought them back into work because they're actually enjoying working remotely. And we feel that we've given them the tools to work remotely. Everything that they require, they have got hands-on. And we're able then to make sure and monitor them on a regular basis to make sure that they are working the hours that are required from them. We have had no issues with this whatsoever, and we feel that we can continue doing this because during this period, we have actually not had a drop in revenue. And because of this, we've actually increased in revenue because we've given them the tools to work outside the business. So actually, we feel that this is a wonderful way of working for them. None of them seem to want to come back into the workplace. I don't think it's because they don't want to. I think it's because they have the tools and they are managing to work efficiently within the organization.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thanks for your wonderful inputs. It's really good to hear that, businesses and especially business leaders, they believe in empowering people in the Middle East. Yeah, like we are seeing the global trends. Yeah, that businesses are empowering their people with the right tools. And as you mentioned, yeah, two things which stand out. One is obviously collaboration tools, like whether it be Cisco WebEx or Avaya Spaces or Zoom. Yeah, we have a whole range of collaboration tools. And the other thing you mentioned is around cloud, which is again, something which has come up during the panel discussion as well. The importance of us to migrate to cloud. And the third thing you mentioned was around cybersecurity. Yeah. So to just further delve into that topic of cybersecurity, I would like to go back to Orlando. So Orlando, if you can elaborate some of the biggest security concerns that organizations face as they adapt to the new normal.
Well, I would say one of them is, as my predecessor was saying, the secure access for remote employees to corporate assets. That's essential. As an experience, we had to double the licenses we had for our remote access gateway during the beginning of the COVID crisis early this year. And it was unprecedented. We never expected to reach actually the maximum we had at the time, and we had to really run to our partner and vendor to just extend it, because that was number one requirement to enable access to more people now working from home. Virtually, we were around almost 90% of the workforce was working from home at the time. So very importantly, security, because you're allowing more people, and sometimes because of the urgency, you are not able to assess the security posture for each new individual joining the domain of remote access. That's very important. That's not to lower our guard in terms of that analysis of who is accessing your infrastructure from home. The access to specific assets is very critical as well for us to reevaluate now during these situations. For example, shared drives that we usually manage to attach to the revenue systems applications. And during COVID, even we started to implement having remote phone extensions, which actually made a lot of sense, because the volume of calls that we were having internally was all going to the telephone service providers. We were using mobiles. So having that element that many IP telephony companies offer to have that mobile extension on your desktop, it proven to be quite cost saving for us to enable that, and as part of the enablement we were going to do for remote workers. So some technologies that actually we were aware of, we had to maximize the usage of them, and some others, they came as part of innovation. A lot of email security for us was required to actually start filtering more and more. Coincidentally, we saw a rise in spam and email fraud during COVID times. People faking email confirmations or reservations, trying to divert basically willing customers to other places. So email security was very critical, and also data loss prevention. So the ways that we actually ensure that everybody using our systems, whether locally or remotely, they are not using the systems to leak information that could be actually corporate copyright. So having those data loss prevention implementations that actually ensure the protection of the corporate assets and allow at the same time employees and business processes to operate efficiently, I think that was another challenge that we are still working on the finalization of that. And apart from those, I would say also migration of certain applications to the cloud, because we wanted to start reaching during the new normal corporate environments that were outside the boundaries of Atlantis here at the farm. And we needed to have more collaboration from our corporate office. So that migration to the cloud and ensuring the security of that, from the protocols that are enabled to access those websites to the level of credentials or the authentication that you require, and all the checks that we need to put in place. That was also another challenge that we face, and we are still working on that as we speak. I'm saying all these examples coming from the corporate, from what Hotel like Atlantis is doing, but also from the guest perspective, we also face security challenges because, as you know, touchless is the key right now. Nobody wants to touch anything. You don't want to touch anything that's given to you, and if you can minimize that that friction with the guest, he will really appreciate it. So from displaying nowadays QR codes on the tables for menus, for example, that's a basic but very effective example of what security also involves, having those interactions a little bit secure from the guest perspective. And coming to security as well, the mobile key access to rooms. So giving the touchless option to have the mobile on their phones and the security risk involved in that. So now you have a phone that has your key. How easy is for a knowledge, IT knowledge-based person to actually hack that key from your phone? Also, on that line, we're working on wearables that basically once you're in the hotel, as you know, we have in the hotel, we have so many options to spend your time. This is a destination resort, as we call it. It's not really a hotel. So you come here and this is a destination in itself. You have so many things to do and you just dwell around all of them. So you have a wearable that can take you from your room to a restaurant, then you can go to a water park, then you can go to a shop and buy something, then you can go again to an interaction in the spa, and then you name it. So having a wearable that actually allows you to identify you as a guest and allows you to charge to that wearable, whatever activity you're having, with the security that actually only you are going to use that wearable and nobody else can actually identify themselves with your identity and make use of that functionality, is also a challenge and is something that is very much sought after in hospitality nowadays. So definitely the security nowadays is paramount, because we have been forced to move out of the comfort zone of the boundaries that we used to have as established by the hospitality industry until last year, and we are now a little bit in the open, more exposed, and that's where security and security providers come into analyzing what we are describing on some of the examples I did, and understanding what we want to do, and allowing us to ensure that experience or that process to be now more flexible, more close to the reality, and at the same time keeping the security that is required to it.
Thank you, Orlando. Thanks for your inputs. You gave some amazing examples of how the IT needs for hospitality, are changing, are evolving because of the new normal. I think that's something very interesting, because I guess everybody can, relate to that, can resonate with it, that the needs are evolving, and as the needs of the channel evolve, the needs, the solutions that our vendors are proposing and are coming up with also need to evolve. Yeah. So, and that's the whole objective of this panel. But to take this discussion ahead, I would like to discuss regarding some key learnings in terms of business continuity and resilience that organizations can take away during the whole coronavirus pandemic. There has been a lot of pressure on organizations, and there have been a lot of learnings. So I would like to address my next question to Ahmed. So Ahmed, if you can share your perspective, some key learnings on business continuity and resilience, that would be great.
So thank you, Tashar. You touched the right point. We all discovered as there is a team that on the pandemic time, we had to work from home, and actually it worked. After, as Leona said, the team already enjoyed working from home. So being from enjoying tells you it's working, different scale. However, finally we can conclude this working done. And we are expecting from the new norm that teams are going to decrease the percentage of being on office to outside office to a level of 60% as per our statistics and surveys in the next year. So what we discovered is that people who started the digital transformation early and the resilient point of their infrastructure was that who easily adopted the working from home style. The team that was delayed at that point, it didn't start yet or still in the first phase, they had to start within the pandemic, so it took from them whatever based on their organization size, 2 to 2 months, 2 to 3 weeks to 2 months till they start work. But after 6 months to 9 months now, we are working. So how to be resilient, how to make sure that your infrastructure is resilient. For that is 2 things. Number one is investing in the platform itself. So the scalability of platform in case we need it, the reliability of the platform, as all teams said, the scalability of the cloud services, and expected the security attacks over them was a part of the resilience part. The infrastructure of the connectivity and the expected move from using all from our office to using from our home based on security VPN process or not. So this is part of the resilience of the core network of the infrastructure. Rather than that, the channels, the customer channels, how I'll address my customer, how I'm moving my business from on-self, from visits. So the most of the impacted cases, as Orlando said, the hospitality sector, as well as the direct channel, the people who usually go to the other customer face-to-face or physical. Now they have to talk to them even on the e-commerce channel or even on the collaborations tool to reach them. This point needs the focus from the organization of the IT seniors of the organization to be ready for overall resilience and the channel. This is my key message for the going forward or adapting.
Thank you, Emma. Thanks for your input. Through our discussion with the leaders here, the IT leaders here, I think we have been able to understand some key needs which are evolving over the past few months as we have been undergoing a pandemic. And also in the panel with us are some vendors, some key vendors in our portfolio. So it would be interesting to understand how our vendors are working to support our customers in the new normal. So I'll start my discussion with Mahir from Palo Alto. So Mahir, we already heard, from. So I would like you to little elaborate, on this topic. What, according to you, are the key cybersecurity threats right now, and also if you can outline how Palo Alto is working, to support the customers.
Sure. Thank you for your question, Tushar. Basically, based on the panel discussion and what Yvonne and Orlando and Ahmed rightfully said, the way we're doing business is changing. We have to cope with the new requirements and the new issues that we're facing, and that changes that accommodate this. So when we're going to use collaboration tools, we need to give our employees and staff access to the systems. The enterprise networks a few years back were not designed for having a workforce which is working 80% to 90% from home. And this introduces challenges. And the challenges are twofold. The first is the architecture of the network has to change to accommodate this requirement. But also with this, when you're changing this architecture, we're opening up and we're seeing some new security threats in the market. So for example, we said that lots of people are working from home. They need access to these essential services from the network. A lot of companies, what they're seeing is they're moving these essential services to the cloud because that makes it much more feasible from an accessibility perspective for all of these employees. And when adopting the public cloud, new challenges do come in from a security perspective. Now, if you look at different reports out there, for example, one from Oracle and KPMG and other organizations as well as education sector. They're doing different reports on this. And one of the challenges about adopting public cloud is how can we make sure that the security we used to have on premises is moving with me all the way to the cloud. So you cannot imagine that a company is going to shut off their data center, their physical data center overnight and turn on the public cloud data center. It will be probably a migration path and then move more and more services to the public cloud. And one of these challenges is how do I maintain that security that I used to have on premises and make sure that it is going to be sufficient for me in the cloud. The tools that we used to use in the network are not applicable in the cloud. The physical equipment that we used to put in the network, you cannot put physical equipment in the cloud. So these are some of the challenges, but there's also always the challenge of the regular security that is only being compounded. For example, social engineering attacks, which include phishing, spear phishing, and so on. These are applicable whether your services are on premises or they're in the cloud. And as old as this type of attack is, it is something that is very efficient and still being used. And the bad people out there, they're even engineering this even further. They're using automation tools, they're using machine learning, they're using artificial intelligence to make sure that these attacks appear to be as real as possible for these employees. So today, as Orlando was saying, when we have lots of people working from home, and Ahmed was saying that is true, we want to give them that experience. How can we make sure that with the emails that they're getting, the phishing attacks that they're getting, are actually legitimate attacks, or are they a legitimate requests from the IT department or from finance department, and so on. So phishing and social engineering attacks still are one of the biggest attacks that we can see. Ransomware is by no means going down. It's still increasing. With the more adoption of cryptocurrency, this is making it even more feasible for the attackers to adopt ransomware. Because today, if I attack you and encrypt your hard disks and your essential services, you'll pay me with cryptocurrency, and the traceability becomes much more challenging for the law enforcement agencies as well as the defenders. So ransomware is still there. But we did see an uptake in IoT attacks. So more and more devices are being put on the network. So access control, CCTV cameras, your network printers, other devices like the smart home or smart office devices for turning on the light switches and so on. These are challenging by themselves. And we have to keep in mind what the attacker is trying to do. They're trying to find a weak point to enter a network. And then they're going to try to take advantage of that weak point and move throughout the network to gain access to the important information they have. So whether your weak point is in the cloud, or is it on premises, or because it's of IoT devices, we need to be able to secure that. And IoT security is a bit challenging because these IoT devices, they're not like laptops. They're not like workstations. You cannot access them. You cannot see the operating system. You cannot patch them. It's a bit more challenging. And we need to discover these in the first place, because a lot of companies do not know how many IoT devices they have on the network. And that is something that we've discovered with the introduction of the IoT security subscription on Palo Alto Networks. Now, to address your second question, you said, how are we helping this? Innovation of products, new products have to be introduced. We need to cope with these changes that the enterprises are going through. So we talked about the move to the public cloud, and now a lot of vendors, including Palo Alto Networks, they're coming up with new products that help you secure your cloud infrastructure. Similarly, on working from home, we need to make sure that the experience that these users are having, whether they're working from home or from a coffee shop or from the office, is uniform across the board. Security has to be uniform across the board, irrespective of where your services are.
Thank you,
I hope
Mahir.
that addresses your question.
Yes, it does. Thanks for your insights here. I think very good takeaways. Again, it resonated with the concerns that the customers on the panel, highlighted earlier in terms of the increase in the number of cyber attacks. Yeah, so good, great to hear that Palo Alto Networks is, doing everything to support the customers as they adopt to this new normal and as their needs of cybersecurity are evolving. To further delve into this topic of what our vendors are doing to support our customers in terms of cybersecurity, I would like to discuss with Tarek. So Tarek, how do you think the security teams can keep themselves ahead of the attackers? Because the attackers are, again, they are innovating at a super rate. Yeah. So how do the security teams make sure that they outpace the attackers' innovation?
Thank you very much, Tushar, for inviting us for the session, and it's lots of valuable insight from the panelists. And frankly, we're living in a very interesting time. I think the changes that we've seen within the last couple of months, it's quite impressive. It's been driving innovation, transition, adoption of new technologies, and so forth. But going back to the question is, I would love to take one step back and look on the key founding pillars, when Cybereason founders really wanted to start this company, which really tied up to this concept. First of all, the founders who started Cybereason, they're coming from offensive background operation. That means they used to be what we call them today, the nation state type of hackers. So they've been there, they have this type of mentality, they understand how these nation state hackers operate and how they function. And at that time, when they really wanted to build technology that can address these, evolving challenges, they really looked into a couple of key points. First of all, is that there is no wall that is high enough. I don't know if you watched any of the Game of Thrones, series, you remember this big wall and so forth. And they, from their past career, they tell us that their success rate to penetrate any organization was 100%. So any organization that apply and go 100% into their prevention mechanism, it's proven it's not efficient. It's, the cyber criminal will always find a way that they will be able to surpass these kind of prevention mechanism. So this is the first observation. The second observation that they saw is, the attack surface is increasing. 30 years ago, all the endpoint or workstations or server at that time were separate. It wasn't connected to the network, but still cyber criminal, they were able to build on that. If we look to the last, how things has evolved from moving to centralized network to moving down to cloud, that is putting more and more risk for the organization. And security decision maker, they're moving from the concept of what we call it, securing the endpoint or securing the enterprise, to what we call it the securing of everything. Not to mention right now with the introduction of the 5G, for example, and the vast connectivity that will provide cyber attackers in the ability to penetrate organization, copy data in a much faster rate than it used to be. And this is, make it more challenging than before. And I think the third pillar is what most of the security team, I think it's a very well used known term that they always say that the cyber criminal has to be all the defenders need to be right all the time, and the cyber criminal, they need to be only right once, and if they're right once, they will be able to penetrate organization. And this is something comes from the core founding story of Cybereason, because we do believe that we really wanted to create technology that can disrupt this concept. So what we really wanted to do is that in order for a cyber criminal to penetrate an organization, they have to be 100% right all the time. Which means that when we really created this technology, that we really wanted to be able to detect these cyber criminals at every stage on the attack. So if they manage to split any of these stages, we'll be able to detect them at a different stage. And looking to the current environment where we're changing, like organization, they used to be on-prem, now they're trying to shift to cloud. We see customers now, they're going into different phases. Some of their technologies or application or infrastructure, they managed to move it cloud. Some of them still exist in the on-premise. Some of them, they cannot do it due to regulatory factors. So having a vendor that provides you the flexibility and adaptability to apply different mechanisms, provide you the security during that transition is becoming more and more important. And the last point, I think what Mr. Capley, I think, mentioned, and even Mr. Orlando touched into it, is the mobile security. There is no doubt, and right now with people moving more out of the traditional enterprise premises, they're becoming more dependent on their smart devices. Statistics shows now employees, they more than 60 to 70% chances to open their email through their mobile than their traditional workstation or laptops. And as a result, that's create a completely different attack vectors for the security team that they need to protect, right? Still, unfortunately, here in the region, the majority of the focus still into the endpoint, trying to fix the enterprise itself. But right now, trends are shifting, and this is what creating a big opportunity for the
Thank you, Tarek. Thanks for your inputs. One more question from my side. Yeah, so EPP and EDR is again a very crowded sector. Yeah, so there are vendors who are as old as 30 years. Yeah, how is Cybereason differentiating, and how are you guys innovating?
So we really, this is a crowded market, there is no doubt, but still it's one of the most innovative market. We see lots of innovation, lots of vendors, coming with quite interesting technologies and adapting. And this has come, I think, from, first of all, the market opportunity as well as the market need, right? Still the endpoint is one of the largest risk for any organization. We're talking either the endpoint or the servers or even the mobile devices. We saw the shift from the traditional endpoint to the EDR to the XDR of the protection of everything when we're providing the extended enterprise. And I think each vendor has its own value proposition, right? From Cybereason, we coming from the defender point of view. So we always, come jointly to support our clients to having the latest capability that really provide them with the ability to defend and be able to detect these kind of advanced attacks. And we're coming from the understanding on how these nation-state hackers operate and what is the best way to think like them and be able to stop them. So that's why we always try to onboard, like most of our team, they're coming from intelligence, military experiences, and even top enterprise organization that we bring these top minds in order to continually innovate within our technology and be able to support the Defenders League in their continuous risk.
Thank you, Tarek. Thanks for your inputs there. Guys, as we saw, during the panel, when we spoke to our customers, so there were two things that took big concerns that they highlighted, or two trends which were evolving. So one obviously being security. The other one has been around communication, communication solutions. So I would now like to invite Adele to take over the discussion with our other vendors in the panel, on how the communication solutions are evolving and what they are doing in terms of innovation.
Thank you very much, Tushar. As we all know, obviously, as organizations today adapt to this new way of working, video conferencing applications have taken center stage for many enterprises. Companies across the globe are implementing virtual meeting apps, and in fact, a Fortune Business Insights report has highlighted that the web conferencing market is expected to reach $10.46 billion by 2027. So with this in mind, I'd like to ask Sumed from Avaya, as one of the key players in this area, how is Avaya innovating to ensure that they keep the balance between ease of use and data privacy and productivity for the users?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Adil, for posing that great and important question. Because lately we've seen a sudden proliferation of meeting and collaboration apps. Now, it's actually crucial to identify the right tool encompassing all those elements to ensure the user productivity. Now, Gartner quotes that you cannot become a digital business unless you have a digital workplace. As over the next decade, the user experience for digital worker is going to undergo a phenomenal transformation. And the model which will emerge is a multi-experience model that will connect people with nuanced information, irrespective of location, devices, and collaboration communication platform user might be using it. So when we look into the new decade and a new technology frontier, experience or the answer cannot lie in dozens of those disparate collaboration apps, but just one single productive tool. And Avaya delivers to those expectations pretty well using a single standalone app called Avaya Spaces. How is Avaya Spaces? It's actually an intuitive, unique, all-in-one, simple, feature-rich, secured, obviously at the same time, and resilient public cloud-based meeting app. Now, empowering the user with a digital workplace which is capable to do direct messaging, group messaging, file storage, file sharing, task management, and besides the core video conferencing functionality. Now, obviously at a convenience of either a web browser or a mobile app, or decluttering users, that multiple workspaces into just single one workspace itself. Interestingly, Avaya Spaces also integrates well with users' own business applications by means of plugins or APIs and SDK. From security standpoint, the meetings and data exchange is secure, protected, and access to the data is also controlled using user-based roles. Now, what makes Spaces the most secure is a unique feature called private spaces. Now, that allows only members and admin to enter into a digital workspace, and anyone outside not intended of this group, automatically the access is blocked. In addition to that, also Avaya Spaces is capable and supports all those regulations related to GDPR and HIPAA compliances, which ensures data protection and data privacy. Moreover, we do not monetize nor the data what we collect use for advertising purpose. And the results are evident with the phenomenal success Avaya Spaces has achieved so far. Thanks to the customers who have really helped us, and traffic of the Spaces has outgrown over 3,000% since the beginning of the year. Avaya Spaces is the fastest growing app among the wider portfolio of Avaya, where almost a new feature being released every fortnight. Recently, we've introduced a 61-party view, which is unique and the highest in the industry, which allows the maximum view for all the participants. And plus more AI-powered innovative features are lined up shortly. Proud to also mention that this month, Avaya Spaces is featured in Gartner's Magic Quadrant, just merely within 9 to 10 months of its launch. So to sum up, Avaya Spaces is a perfect blend of all those elements, which you mentioned, Adil, about to ensure the successful business outcome.
Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Sumit. Thank you for sharing how you guys are, transforming your solutions in order to support enterprises today. Another key player in the cloud and communication space that we have today is Oracle Communications. So Hubert, I just wanted to get your insights into, for Oracle Communications, how are you guys ensuring that enterprises today are, focusing on the communications aspect into their digital transformation journeys?
Sure. Thank you, Adele, for giving me the opportunity to share our experience. Of course, we all see globally a continuous increase in demand and from the enterprises and service providers to allow remote working. The COVID-19 shined a bright light on every company not prepared to recover from any outage. And the teams now and the employees are now focusing more and more in improving resilience. So one observation that we see that many companies and institutions have moved rapidly to the home office model. And as it was already mentioned by some other panelists, there has been a strong interest in investigating and deploying differentiated collaboration services. We mentioned Microsoft Teams or Zoom or this kind of services. And at Oracle, we are offering cloud services, edge security, SD-WAN, and such other solutions that allow to deliver these services in a secure and cost-effective way. And another observation is how the remote working highlighted the need for mobile operators to customize customer experience and quality of service, especially for mobile and voice, mobile data and voice, sorry. And our policy management solution is providing advanced capabilities and is heavily reducing complexity to help the operators meet these challenges. Lastly, we see that the pandemic not only turned hundreds of millions of office workers into remote workers overnight, it has as well changed how every IT departments and development shops are working. Without the public cloud applications, without any development tools and the right architecture and infrastructure available on demand to every business, can you imagine how different the pandemic response would have been? For example, we are seeing significant demand for cloud services since we have launched our Oracle Cloud Infrastructure in Saudi Arabia and UAE. And this is opening new business opportunities for partners and enterprises who will need to leverage highly secure and highly available cloud services in the region. Just to give some examples. So thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Hubert.
Adam.
If you can also share some insights into Oracle Communications cloud roadmap in the coming months.
So it's what we believe is in 2021, cloud will power our companies adapt to the new and stable normal. So no one knows how far into 2021 we will continue to work from home and continue to buy, to purchase online, for example. But it's clear that every company will need to become more secure, more agile, more responsive, and more adaptive to the market than ever before. So the increase in remote working and network capacity demand is paramount to have secure solutions by design. At Oracle, security is part of our DNA and is considered in every aspect of our solutions and services. Security provides a framework to deliver services with the required levels of quality of service and customer experience. But also it protects the users and providers from fraud and malicious activities. So what we observe is that with the take-up of 5G, service-based architectures, HTTPS networks, and so on are becoming more open and therefore more vulnerable. With our secure native 5G core offering, we are implementing best-of-breed signaling and routing solutions to protect networks and the end-user privacy. For instance, most of us today are using mobile banking, home banking over public network connectivity. In the roadmap, we believe that the security of these networks is critical to both the end user and service provider. We continue to support our existing customers by offering differentiated fraud monitoring solutions and to allow providers to reduce their exposure to loss of revenues, loss of reputation, which can lead as well to legal actions. Finally, we are more and more having customers asking us to bring value-added IoT business models. We didn't talk too much about IoT, but this is what we see. And they are asking us to have these business models to be brought to life using and leveraging SaaS and cloud solutions. Again, for example, on top of our Oracle Cloud Infrastructure and experience.
Thank you so much, Hubert. Thank you for sharing those wonderful insights. Tushar, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Adele, and thank you, Hubert. So it's been really interesting for us to hear from our customers on how their needs are evolving, and then to understand from the vendors in the panel today on what they are doing in terms of innovation to support these evolving needs of our customers. To close the session, I would just like to go around, in the panel and ask you guys to share that one key takeaway that you would like our attendees to take from this panel? Yeah, and I'll start with Mahir. So Mahir, if you can share one key takeaway, yeah, that organizations need to keep in mind as they adapt to the new normal, or anything that you feel has been the key highlight from the panel today.
So I would say that change is there. Change is the only constant in the new world and the new way of doing things. This is a challenge, but with all these panelists, with all the different vendors that you're hosting today, I believe that we can solve these issues. We can help you overcome these challenges, but we have to take them step by step and keep an open mind on what are the challenges we're facing, the actual challenges that we're facing, and how we can best help you out with solving these challenges. But there's always solutions out there. So keep up the good work and reach out for
Very
any
well
assistance
said,
you might
Mahir. Thank you
require.
for your insights. I'll now like to move to Ahmed. Ahmed, if you can also give us that one key takeaway for our attendees today.
So from this great discussion, I am always advise all our IT leaders focus on digital resilience of their digital infrastructure. Be ready for the new norm. The new norm is fact. Be ready for the communication side between the MVE, the mix between this hyper mode, the impact that we are live with it. So prepare for that investment. Prepare for being ahead of any changes coming.
Thank you, Ahmed. I think that's wonderful advice that organizations can take, maintaining business resilience, and yes, making sure that they are making the right investments. Thank you for your inputs. Over to you, Yvonne. Any takeaways for our attendees, or any advice you would like to give to the IT leaders out there in the market?
Yes, the world is changing, and we're not going to get back to normality in any shape or form, and we have to go with the flow. So I always advise companies to look at business impact analysis, look at what is happening within their companies, and then think about doing a business continuity plan, because you don't know what's going to be around that corner. We've had this pandemic that's come along. You don't know if there is going to be something that will impact their business again. So you need to start strategizing now, making sure that you have a business continuity plan. Make sure that you have your processes and procedures in place, that you can be up and running within hours, not days and weeks, which has actually happened to a lot of corporates. So do some auditing of your companies, look at what you're doing, outsource it if you're not sure about how to do this. A lot of people are outsourcing their businesses, the requirements that they need, and make sure that you have everything covered within your company.
Thanks for those insights. And moving on to Orlando. Orlando, what's that one key takeaway you'd like our attendees to take? So, leaders out there, as well as sellers, supporting the end customer. So, any message, how to sell up as well?
Well, I think in sync with my participants, my fellow participants here, is to keep in mind the current situations, and according with that, accept the unexpected and dynamics that are happening nowadays as something that is going to be here to stay, and in general also to reimagine the business. So having all the processes, all the corporate culture we had and we took for granted during all these years, and trying to look at it with a new perspective. I think that's very important. It's imperative nowadays for companies who want to project themselves outside the COVID reality and into the future with a more robust perspective of what the role of IT should be on companies nowadays. I think that should be aligned with defining a very strong digital transformation strategy together with cloud strategies. I think that's essential nowadays. Companies who have taken that very lenient until today. I think this is a call for the urgency to pay attention to that. I think that's essential, and specifically having a focus on profitability and guest experience. For us in Atlantis, that's key. I mean, having that focus is what determines that the transformation occurs in the correct terms, and it's actually approved by the corporate that is handling those strategies. And I think that goes well in alignment with the partner and vendors that actually can drive transformation based on these terms. So the choice of partners and vendors that actually understand these needs, these constraints from the client like us, I think that's also a very delicate exercise. More and more, we are very cautious in terms of evaluating a partner or evaluating a vendor, and trying to understand if this partner really understands what we are requiring, or has the full support of the vendor behind with the right technology for us to adopt. Because again, we are in a very critical times, and more we have to be very cautious to move ahead with projects and move ahead with the strategies that will enable the business. So I think in summary, the digital transformation, the embracement of that, and a strong cloud strategy is essential nowadays to the business.
Moving on to Bert,
Thank you.
Key takeaways that you would like IT leaders to take from the panel discussion today.
So are you asking me? Yeah, sorry, the line was not so good. Yeah, thank you. So the key takeaways I would say is, as we mentioned, the market and the world are changing very rapidly. So first, I would say that people are key assets and need to be resilient, as we mentioned, and need to have the capability of adapting to the new world and the new normal. Second, I would say that the organizations need to transform rapidly in order to succeed and remain on the top. And third, what I would conclude is that in order to succeed, we need to leverage on the technology and on the innovation, and of course this will allow to stay safe.
Thank you, Bert. Moving on to Sumedh. Sumedh, please share what key takeaways you would like IT leaders to take, and also partners. I know that the vendors are innovating, yeah. So what's the roadmap you would like the partners to take as you guys innovate?
Definitely, Tushar. In fact, my takeaway for the audience is the remote working is a new norm, and it's continued to stay here for at least a midterm. Now, hence, whether it's, let's say, end customer or a partner, just review your collaboration strategy, adopt it to ensure the continued productivity and desired business outcome what you're seeking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sumedh. And finally, over to you, Tarek. If you can share your thoughts as well.
Thank you. The panelists make it more challenging. So actually, I think the main takeaway I would say is really about staying safe. And here it's not about the individual, but also as a team, as well as an enterprise. And safe, not only physically, but also mentally, as well as digitally. So I think this is a very important aspect that every audience I would really recommend to take. The second takeaway is I would really recommend to view this as an ever-evolving process. It's a never-ending process. There is a wealth of knowledge. Reach out to it with an open mind. Talk to lots of partners. There is lots of vendors that have innovated and they have figured out lots of solutions that for lots of the challenges that exist right now. So approach it with an open mind. Find what suits you. Find the right partners that you can count on, and be able to achieve, like what you're looking to reach out into this journey. And last but not least is, communicate with your teams, communicate with your peers, communicate with even other industry peers that they can share where they are in this journey and what they have learned from that. That can speed up this process even for your adoption. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tarek. And a big thanks to all of you for joining us in this panel discussion. We hope that our attendees, especially our partners, they are able to understand how needs of the customers are evolving, how vendors are innovating, and they can adapt to in this journey to support our customers. So thank you once again. It was a pleasure to have you guys, and we look forward to seeing you in our future events.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
The dynamics of IT distribution continue to evolve, and what is expected of distributors from both partners and vendors also continues to change. This rings true now more than ever as vendors and resellers alike navigate unprecedented times.
In this next portion of Imagine Middle East Conference, we will hear from Steve Locke, the Group Managing Director at Westcon Comstor Middle East, to find out how the COVID-19 pandemic is impacting the channel space and what lies ahead for both our vendors and our resellers. Welcome, Steve.
Welcome. How are you?
The onset of the pandemic has resulted in widespread concern and economic challenges for consumers, businesses, and communities across the globe. For the businesses, mostly, many organizations were forced to rethink their strategies and find new ways of doing business. Can you tell us a little about how the pandemic has impacted the channel ecosystem and how Westcon Comstor has transformed its strategies to adapt to these challenges?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say it kind of hit us all like a train. I mean, one minute we were all fine, and the biggest issue in the world was Brexit, and the next minute we were hit with this terrible pandemic. So we were fortunate in many ways that as a digital-first company, we had the infrastructure. We were able to redeploy overnight and remain active throughout. We've not had a minute of downtime throughout this. It also was important that we ended up going to market. So, Tushar, you've run some phenomenal events, and I think this has been absolutely the pinnacle of them. But changing the way that we educate partners, again, has been absolutely key. And evolving the way that we generate demand, because we can't do physical proof of concepts, for example. So we've had to change throughout this, and really hearing from the CTOs and CIOs yesterday, this is a constant evolution, and the pace of change is faster than ever. So just keep communicating with our channel partners and our vendor partners.
Thanks, Steve. Steve, also, during the panel discussion that we hosted yesterday and earlier today, many of the CIOs, CSOs, and other IT business leaders said that that they are adapting and evolving their digital initiatives to cope with the new normal. Subsequently, some of the participating technology vendors also elaborated on how they themselves are transforming their solutions to help the customers out there. As one of the leading distributors in the region, can you tell us how Westcon Comstor is gearing up to support the vendors and the resellers as they work towards addressing the evolving needs of the customers?
Yeah, I think this event is absolutely essential to what we've been trying to do, which is to keep that education, keep the channel information flowing. We can't, unfortunately, meet face-to-face at the moment. We had a leadership team meeting recently where we could, but for the benefit of most partners, it's just not possible. So the more we can communicate, the more we can get the feedback from our channel partners, the more we can hear what our end users need, the more we can tailor the offerings that we have in the market.
Thank you very much for that, Steve. So, Steve, as you know, it is undeniable that the new normal is here to stay. And this means that enterprises, vendors, and channel players will need to embed many of, the crisis-born innovations that they have into their long-term strategies to future-proof their business models. So from Westcon Comstor's perspective, can you just share some of the initiatives that you have in the pipeline to help partners stay competitive in this new era? And if you can share a message to your channel partners on how you aim to enable them unlock the future opportunities.
Wow, that's a big question. I don't know how long we have left on the agenda, but let me have a go. It's changing immensely. So we've changed, for example, our marketing activities. There's a lot of education we're doing on these events, but equally, we're putting a lot more into end user demand creation with our marketing as a service initiatives. So that's one area. I think another one is, software is now a huge part of our business, our mutual businesses. and sort of recurring offers, recurring revenues. So making sure that we keep channel partners aware of where those opportunities are, not just for the renew, but we're looking at our land, adopt, extend, renew circuits. And there's a pilot that we did with Palo Alto, and we were looking to roll that out with other vendors, where we're really getting into understanding, is the customer adopting the technologies, and how can we help that happen, and creating new sales from that as well. I think that the final thing is the race of change has never been faster, and staying closer to our channel partners and our customers has never been more important. So I'm absolutely delighted to have had that opportunity to do that today, and the support of our vendors, the customers, all the attendees. It's just been a great event. But again, it only works with your feedback. So the more you give us, the more we can help you.
Thank you, Steve.
Yes.
Thanks for your input. Steve, with this, we are almost towards the close of our event. So it was a 2-day event, a lot of insights shared by our vendors, by the panelists. So Steve, any final comments to all the attendees out there? If you can sum up everything for us, would be good.
Oh, another interesting question. No, guys, I mean, wow, what an event. To our vendor partners, to our customers, to the marketing team, and all the supporters around this program. Congratulations on a phenomenal delivery. We're absolutely delighted. There will be a drum roll in a moment because we're going to announce finally the winners. I think they should be coming up on your screen shortly. The drum roll starts. Congratulations to all the winners of the event as well. I mean, the attendance has been stunning. We're going to do our homework though. We're going to learn from this event and come back with an even better one in the future. Thank you again, team. Thank you all the attendees. Thank you all the supporters. It's like an Oscar speech, but really, really proud. Great job. Well done, guys.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks a lot. And thank you to all of you who have joined us. And we look forward to seeing you in our future events. Thank you.
Thanks.